Poland. They weren't really baptized until 966, and at that time, the old gods were supposed to disappear. Problem is, they didn't. Some of them became demons, some of them became saints, some of them hid in the harvest rituals and the midsummer bonfires and a few strange precautions that people took when crossing a river at night. Sure, Christianity arrived, and it claimed the surface, but underneath, something far older kept breathing. That collision, one of Europe's deepest Slavic pagan traditions meeting one of the most fervent Catholic cultures, produced a folklore unlike anything else on the continent, a tradition that absorbed Christianity, but never really fully surrendered to it, that kept its pre-Christian bones intact under this Catholic skin, and where the boundary between the living and the dead was just as thin as that. The forest a genuine place of terror, and the rituals your family performed at harvest weren't just decoration, they were survival. We're here to talk about that tradition today, the folklore of Poland, continuing our series on folklore of all nations, which I do hope you're enjoying as much as we are. Anyway, before we begin, thank you for keeping us ad-free and sponsor-free. We are a crowd-funded channel, and proudly so. If you want to help us out financially, there are links in the pinned comment and description. But of course, if you can't afford to do that, that's completely fine. A like, comment, and subscribe is completely free, and so is telling your friends. So thank you for spreading the word. Anyway, let's begin right now. But hold your horses, because we need to talk about what was actually there before the church arrived. Because we get to a bit of a problem. You see, the pre-Christian Slavs left almost nothing in writing, and everything we know about their religion comes from either outsiders, whether that be Byzantine chroniclers, Arab travelers, German missionaries, or from much later Polish and Czech sources that were already filtered through centuries of Christianity. The result is a picture that is fragmentary, contested, and endlessly debated by scholars, but certain outlines are clear enough. And also, when we are using the word Poland, we're talking about the cultures that traditionally encompass the homeland of the modern Polish region. So, yes. Of course, before people jump in and say, well, Poland wasn't a country in this time and all that. Yes, we know. We realize that. We're just talking about this in a bit of a blanket sense, okay? Anyway, the Slavic world was populated by a dense ecology of spirits and gods. At the top of the pantheon, if pantheon is indeed the right word for something so loosely organized, there were a few major deities. The most important for our purposes are Perun, the thunder god, and Veles, a god of the underworld, of cattle, wealth, and of the dead. The tension between Perun and Veles, a sky god versus chthonic god, and order versus chaos, the world above versus below, was, many scholars now believe, the fundamental mythological axis of the Slavic world, and this encompasses more than just Poland. Poland is, of course, a large part of it, but we're talking things like modern Ukraine, a little bit of Russia, these kinds of things, Belarus. Well, the medieval Russian primary chronicle, compiled around 1113, records that Kievan prince Vladimir erected an idol of Perun on a hill above the Dnieper, and placed Veles' idol down by the water below the hill. The vertical arrangement was the entire point. You see, Perun ruled from the heights, Veles ruled from the depths, and between them, the middle world. That's us, the humans, and everything there was pure negotiation. There were other figures too. Mokosh, a goddess associated with spinning, weaving, moisture, and fertility, the only female deity mentioned in the Primary Chronicles list of Vladimir's idols. Stribog, a god of winds. Dashbog, a solar deity. Svarog, possibly a skysmith god, though the evidence is a little disputed about that. Now the Polish chronicler Jan Długosz, writing in the 15th century, 500 years after Christianization, tried to map these Slavic deities onto the Roman pantheon, calling one figure the Polish Mars or the Polish Jupiter. His account is almost certainly more invention than memory, but it tells us something important. Even in the 1400s, there was still an awareness that something had been there before, something powerful that had been suppressed but not entirely forgotten. What matters for folklore is not the high theology of the gods, if it ever existed in systematic form, but what happened to these figures after 966? The answer is that they fragmented. The big gods dissolved into a swarm of smaller spirits. Perun's thunder became associated with the prophet Elijah. Now this is also pronounced Eliash in Polish, who rides his chariot across the sky during storms. A Christian explanation for a pagan phenomenon. Veles, the cattle god and the lord of the dead, probably contributed to the Polish concept of the devil, but also to numerous local spirits associated with animals and wealth. Mokosh may have emerged into the cult of the Virgin Mary, or into various female saints associated with spinning and household work. But all in all, the gods did not go to their graves quietly. They were dismembered, though. Their pieces lived on in 1,000 local customs and beliefs that persisted well into the 19th and, well, even the 20th century and 21st. You can ask some Poles about them. I'm sure they'll tell you. But listen to this first, I suppose. Now, probably one of the best places to start is the water, because that is a biome that really dominates Polish folklore. I'm not talking about the sea either. Poland's relationship with the sea is relatively recent and limited to the Baltic coast. I'm talking about rivers, lakes, ponds, marshes, the vast treacherous wetlands that once covered much of the Polish lowlands. Water in Polish folklore is almost never benign. It's a boundary, a threshold between the human world and the world of spirits, and is populated accordingly. Now, the most distinctively Polish water spirit is the topielec, literally the drowned one. Yes, there's going to be lots of things that sound like The Witcher in this, by the way. Based a lot on Polish folklore. Really, this video could be a lot about how much of The Witcher is inspired from, perhaps not real events, but from real traditions. Anyway, perhaps you know the game, the books, or the show. Anyway, a topielec is the restless spirit of a person who died by drowning. Maybe they did it themselves. Maybe it was an unbaptized child thrown into a pond, a traveler who fell through river ice. Unlike the more general Slavic water demon, the Rusilka, which we will come to, a topielec is specifically tied to the manner of death. These spirits were believed to lurk beneath the surface of the water where they died, reaching up to grab the ankles of swimmers or fishermen and pulling them down to share their death. They were said to appear on the surface on certain nights, pale, bloated, with green weed in their hair, and to cry out in voices that mimicked those of living people. They'd even call you by name, luring you toward the water's edge. And that's when they'd get you. Well, the terror of the topielec was not abstract. You see, Poland's geography, flat, river-crossed, dotted with lakes and marshlands, made drowning a leading cause of accidental death for centuries. The ethnographer Oskar Kohlberg, who spent decades in the mid-19th century recording folk beliefs across every region of Poland. Thank you very much to good old Mr. Gutenberg for that. Documented elaborate precautions against topielets in basically every community he visited. You didn't swim after dark. You did not answer if you heard your name called near the water. You threw bread into rivers before crossing them. Maybe an offering or a bribe. A way of saying, take this instead of me. If a person drowned, the community performed specific rituals to prevent the dead person from becoming a topielet. The body had to be found and buried in consecrated ground, and crucially, you had to find it quickly, because if you didn't get it quickly, the spirit would have time to settle, and then you're in real trouble. Now, alongside the topielets was the vodnik, or utopiets in some regions, but we'll stick with vodnik, the Slavic waterman, cognate of the vodyanoi of Russian folklore, but with distinctly local characteristics. The vodnik was imagined as an old man, sometimes green-skinned, sometimes dressed in a fine coat that dripped constantly with water, who sat at the bottom of deep ponds or at the base of mill dams. He was the master of the water, its ruler, its guardian, and also its danger. Millers had a particularly fraught relationship with the vodnik, because mills were built on the boundary between the water and land, exactly the liminal space where spirits were most powerful. There are recorded customs of millers leaving offerings for the vodnik, a black rooster thrown alive into the mill pond at midnight, or a flask of vodka poured into the water. The logic's pretty straightforward. You were using the vodnik's water to power your mill, so it was kinda like you owed him rent of a sort. Well, anyway, next we have the Roselka. It appears in Polish folklore too, though it's more prominent in Ukrainian and Russian traditions. In the Polish version, Rosilki were typically imagined as spirits of young women who had died before marriage. Might have been a virgin, a jilted lover, girls who drowned themselves in despair. They were beautiful and lethal, emerging from rivers and lakes during Rosilka week, which is the week after Pentecost, to dance in moonlight meadows and lure young men to their deaths. The Polish ethnographic record shows significant regional variation. In southeastern Poland, closer to the Ukrainian border, Roselki were more feared and more elaborately ritualized. In the western regions, closer to German cultural influence, they faded into vaguer conceptions of water ghosts. This regional patterning is itself interesting. It reminds us that, quote, Polish folklore, end quote, is not a monolith but more of a patchwork, shaped by geography, language, and contact with the neighboring traditions. Just as we mentioned at the start, we have a bit of a blanket term when we talk about these things. Especially when we go far back, the picture gets quite complicated. Things are not as simple as the modern borders and classifications. But one detail about Polish water beliefs deserves particularly special attention. The practice of topienie marzani, the drowning of Marzanna. On the spring equinox, communities across Poland constructed a straw effigy of a woman, dressed it in white, paraded it through the village, and then threw it into a river, or burned it and threw the remains into the water. Marzanna was the goddess or spirit personification of winter and death, and her drowning was the ritual murder of the cold season, the symbolic act that allowed spring to begin. The ritual has been documented continuously for over 500 years, and it's still practiced in Poland today, often by school children who make their marzannas in art class and carry them to the nearest river. And it is one of the most direct survivals of pre-Christian Slavic ritual in all of Europe, a pagan ceremony performed in broad daylight in a Catholic country, with full knowledge and general approval of the community. The church has never quite known really what to do with it. Various priests and bishops have objected over the centuries, but well, they haven't managed to stop it. She gets drowned every spring, and every spring she comes back, because that's just how the cycle works. So, Poland was, for the most of its history, a country of overwhelmingly thick forests. Now, the forest that survives today on the Polish-Belarusian border as a last significant remnant of the primeval forest that once covered the entire North European plain gives you a bit of an idea of what the landscape looked like, at least before the great medieval clearances. I mean, you got to build the houses somewhere, right? This was old-growth forest, a kind that's almost impossible to imagine now. We're talking oak, hornbeam, and linden, wolves and Oroshen, European bison, hundreds of square miles of unbroken canopy, in which a person could walk for days without seeing another human being. So it's not surprising that in the forest, in Polish folklore contexts, you have this immense kind of spiritual power. And with that you get an immense danger. Now, the lord of the Polish forest was the Borowy, sometimes called the Leshi. Now, the Leshi, or the Lesznik, depending on the region, it gets pronounced that way, was a forest spirit, a guardian of trees and animals, who could appear as a man in green, or as a tree stump, or as a whirlwind of leaves. The Borowy was not evil exactly, but he was profoundly dangerous. Dangerous in the way that the forest itself was dangerous, which is to say indifferent to human survival. He would lead travelers astray, excuse me, turning paths that had been straight into spirals so that you walked for hours and found yourself back where you started. He would hide game from hunters who had not asked for permission to hunt, and he would steal the children who wandered a little too far from the village edge. The remedy, according to Kohlberg's informants, was politeness and propitiation. You greeted the Borowy when you entered the forest, and you asked his permission before cutting wood or picking mushrooms. You'd also leave a small offering, a piece of bread, a pinch of salt on a stump. That ought to do it. Those who forgot these courtesies found that the forest became hostile. Trails would vanish, landmarks would move, and it seemed that the trees would close in around you. Good luck getting out that one. But then there's the concept of the dziki gon, or the wild hunt. It appears in Polish folklore in a distinctly local form. In Germanic traditions, the wild hunt is typically led by Odin, or a figure derived from him, a one-eyed god on a phantom horse, leading a cavalcade of dead warriors across the sky. Surely you've seen the painting. In Polish versions, the hunt is led by a damned nobleman, a member of the Polish gentry called a szlachcic, who was cursed for hunting on a Sunday or for some act of terrible cruelty, depending on who tells the story. He rides through the forest at night with a pack of spectral hounds, and anyone caught in his path will be carried away. The detail about the damned nobleman is pretty telling. It is a social commentary, embedded in a supernatural narrative. The wild hunt becomes a parable about the gentry's abuse of power, in particular their monopoly on hunting rights, which was bitterly resented by the peasantry. The forest was the lord's property, and the game within it was the lord's game. The peasant who poached a deer could be brutally punished. The wild hunt in this reading is a fantasy of justice. The nobleman who hoarded the forest is now trapped within it forever, condemned to ride through the domain he claimed to own, and now it owns him. Poetic justice, maybe. But there's another forest figure that's worth mentioning, the Dziwożona, sometimes called the Mamuna, a female spirit who inhabited deep forests, swamps, caves, things like that. She is imagined as a wild, ugly woman with enormous breasts and tangled hair, and her primary activity was the stealing of human babies and the substitution of changelings. Now, the changeling belief was widespread across Europe, of course, but the Polish version had specific rural responses. If you suspected your baby had been switched, you were supposed to take the changeling to a crossroads or a rubbish heap and beat it with birch rods while shouting for the return of your real child. The cruelty of this prescription is hard to really read today without flinching. At least I flinched a little bit. Leave the kids alone. Scholars have long recognized that changeling beliefs almost certainly cause real harm to children, particularly those born with disabilities or illnesses that made them seem a little bit different. And that's where folklore has its own harms. You know, it's not all fun and games, there's consequences. Now, the forest also harbored the powodnica, the Lady Midday or the Noon Witch. She appeared not in the darkness, as you might expect, but in the blinding heat of a summer noon, when the field shimmered and the air itself seemed to warp. She walked through the grain, a tall woman in white, and she approached field workers who were laboring when they should have been resting, because midday in the Polish agricultural calendar was a sacred pause, a time when work was supposed to stop. So, if it found you working, she would engage you in conversation. She'd ask riddles or questions about agriculture, and if you could keep answering for a full hour until the church bell rang out 1 o'clock, she'd finally leave you alone. But an hour's a long time, and that's a hell of a lot of riddles. So if you faltered, or if you tried to run, she would seize you. Heat stroke, madness, a broken neck, something like that. The powodnica is a folklore of labor, not of adventure. She is the embodied rule that says, when the sun is at its peak, rest, or the work's going to kill you. In a world without shade structures or rehydration salts, that was not superstition. It was survival advice, just dressed up in a little bit of terror in the way that's supposed to make you listen. That's really what folklore's all about. But hold on a minute. Not all spirits are enemies. Polish folklore is, well, it's populated by a whole category of beings that live in the home, the barn, the granary, domestic spirits whose goodwill was essential to the family's prosperity. Of course, on the other side of that, you annoy them and they could really bring ruin down on you. Now, the most important of these was the domovik, the house spirit, cognate with the Russian domovoy, which we talked about in the Russian folklore video. Now, the domovik was imagined as a small, old man, sometimes hairy, sometimes well-dressed in miniature clothes, who lived behind the stove or under the threshold and protected the household in exchange for respect and regular offerings. Seems like a pretty good deal. Well, the relationship between a family and its domovik was, in effect, a kind of contract. You'd keep him fed. You'd give him a bowl of kasha, left out at night, a saucer of milk, the first portion of every meal poured onto the floor or placed behind the stove. And you didn't whistle inside either, because apparently the domovik hated whistling, so that's a big no-no. You did not sweep the floor at night, because you might sweep the domovik out of the house. You did not quarrel excessively, because domestic discord offended him. In return, the domovik guarded the house against fire and theft, kept the animals healthy, and brought the family moderately good fortune. Then, of course, if you neglected him, forgot the offerings, or you were slovenly, if you moved to a new house without formally inviting him to come along, that is when the domovik would turn malicious. Dishes would break, milk would sour, animals would sicken, and at worst, he would leave entirely, and the house without a domovic was a house exposed to every kind of danger. So when a family moved to a new house, which happened more often than you might think in rural Poland, where wooden houses were prone to fire and rot, there was a specific ritual for transporting the domovic. You placed an old boot or a piece of bread behind the stove at night before the move and addressed the domovic directly. You would say, "Come with us to the new house." In the morning, you carried the boot or the bread to the new house and placed it behind the new stove. Kohlberg records multiple variants of this ritual from different regions, and the core logic is always the same. The domovic is a member of the family, and like any family member, he has to be asked. You can't just order him, you can't just tell him what to do. Now next we have the it's hard to pronounce, the Skat, I believe it's pronounced Skat, sometimes pronounced Skatek, a more ambiguous figure. I tell you what, Polish pronunciation is the dark souls of languages, I can tell you that much. And this is coming from a guy who learned Mandarin to fluency. Anyway, well, in some regions, the Skat was essentially a kind of goblin or an imp, small creature that could be acquired through magical means and would bring its owner stolen goods. That could be grain from the neighbor's barns, milk from the neighbor's cows, coins from, well, maybe it's best we don't know from where the coins come from. In any way, the coins keep coming, so no one asks questions about that. Coin is always welcome, as they say. Well, the catch was that the Skat demanded feeding, usually eggs or milk, maybe oatmeal, and if you failed to give it food, it would just burn your entire house down. Not so fun and games anymore when that happens. Now, the Skat belief is particularly interesting because it functioned as an explanation for economic inequality in village life. If your neighbor's cows gave more milk than yours, if his granary was always full when yours was half empty, the explanation is pretty obvious. He had a little outside help. It was a form of social accusation dressed up as folklore, closely related, structurally, to witchcraft beliefs elsewhere in Europe. The prosperous neighbor was not lucky, nor hard-working. He was cheating. He had supernatural help. Well, there were other domestic spirits, too. There was a barn spirit called the Stodoya, the Laznik, a bathhouse spirit, and the Ognesti, fiery serpent that flew across the sky and entered houses through the chimney, bringing wealth but also moral corruption. Funny how those walk hand in hand. The Ognesti is a particularly vivid figure. He was said to appear as a streak of fire in the night sky, and wherever he landed, lo and behold, everyone got rich. But someone in the house would begin to waste away, as if the wealth were being purchased with life force. This is a genuinely eerie concept, and it speaks to a deep anxiety in peasant culture about wealth that is unearned, a suspicion that fortune was a zero-sum game, that if you got more, someone else must be getting less. Well, let's move on from that, though. Poland has one of the traditions that are richest in the undead in all of Europe. Bit of a dark turn, and the Polish undead are certainly not the romantic vampires of Bram Stoker, nor the shambling zombies of modern cinema. That's all the modern realms sort of thing. They are something a lot older and stranger. But they do tell us something important about how pre-modern Poles understood the relationship between the living and dead. It's pretty important, right? The most important figure is the upior, the Polish vampire, a word that may in fact be one of the ultimate sources to a chain of Slavic languages for the English word vampire itself. You've got to go back pretty far, but we're not going to go too deep into the linguistics. Just take my word on it, will you? Well, the Upior was not an aristocrat in a cape. He was just the run-of-the-mill neighbor, the man from the next village who died badly. Maybe he was murdered. Maybe he was excommunicated or unbaptized, or simply a person whose body refused to decompose after burial, which is also a big problem. The Upur rose from the grave at night to return to living and feed on blood. Sure, but mainly the vitality of the living. He'd cause sickness, nightmares, crop failures, and the deaths of livestock. He was a parasite on the community that he'd once belonged to. And the horror of him was precisely that he was not alien. He was familiar, a local guy up to his old tricks. Just the pariah, still causing trouble for everyone around him. I suppose it makes it easier to hate this kind of creature if they already dismissed him in life. Now, there were signs that someone might become an Upur, and they were specific and widely known. A child born with a caul, that is a piece of amniotic membrane covering the face, that was suspected. A child born with teeth was even more so. People who died by violence, had taken their own lives, or by sudden illness without receiving last rites were at risk. So were people who had been practitioners of magic in life, or people who had simply been difficult, quarrelsome, miserly, antisocial, perhaps. Excuse me. Well, the logic is pretty revealing, I think. The people most likely to become dangerous in death were the ones who had been difficult to deal with in life, the people who didn't fit in. The folklore encoded a moral judgment. Your social behavior will determine your posthumous fate, so you better be good. Then there were the remedies, too. They were elaborate, and in some cases archaeologically attested. In 2014, researchers excavating a 17th century cemetery near the town of Drawsko in northwestern Poland found several burials that had been subjected to what scholars call anti-vampiric practices. Now, we did a whole video about vampire burials in Eastern Europe if you want to check it out, but we'll just cover it briefly in this context today. Some bodies had been buried with sickles placed across their throats. The idea that if the corpse tried to rise, it would decapitate itself. You'd have to get up pretty damn quickly, but you get the point. Others had stones wedged in their mouths to prevent them from chewing through their shrouds, a behavior that was widely believed to be the first stage of vampiric activity. Now, one body, a woman, had been buried with a padlock on her toe, symbolically locking her into the grave. These are not medical curiosities, though, but real human remains, treated in ways that reflect genuine and deeply held beliefs about what the dead could do. Now, next one, we have the Styga, another Polish undead creature. In some ways, she is more terrifying than the Upior. The Styga was a person, usually a woman, though the male Strygi also appear in the record, born with 2 souls and 2 rows of teeth. Well, in life, a Styga might seem normal, or maybe just a tiny bit odd. But when it died, only 1 soul departed, the other remained in the body, and the body got up and walked around. The Styga hunted at night, flying through the darkness in the form of an owl or a moth, seeking out sleeping remains and sleeping humans rather, and drinking their blood, or in some versions, eating their entrails. The double soul concept is genuinely unusual in European folklore. It suggests a view of personhood that is far more complex than the simple body plus soul dualism. The idea that a person could contain 2 spiritual entities, one of which was benign, the other which was predatory, locked together in a single body during life and death, released only by death itself. A little scary, but perhaps it's an allegory. Well, there were also the Zmora, nightmare spirits, often in the wandering souls of living people. Not the dead, but the living, whose spirits left their bodies during sleep and sat on the chests of their neighbors, pressing the breath out of them. These Zmora were the Polish explanation for sleep paralysis, the experience of waking, unable to move, feeling a weight on your chest, sensing a presence in the room. I mean, they could have come up with a less terrifying explanation, but it is Eastern Europe that we're talking about, so. The detail that the Zmora was the soul of a living person is very important. It meant that your neighbor might be tormenting you in your sleep, without even knowing it. She might wake in the morning with no memory of what her roving spirit had done, so it's not really her fault. And this created a distinctly unsettling social dynamic, that anyone could be a Zmora, and no one could be sure whether they were one themselves or not. But in terms of more broad Polish death customs, it shows how seriously the boundary between life and death was taken. When a person died, the mirrors in the house were covered, because the dead person's soul might be trapped in the reflection. The water in the house was poured out, because the soul might drown in it, becoming a topielec even in death. The body was watched continuously until burial, because a cat jumping over the corpse would turn the dead person into a vampire. The feet of the corpse were pointed toward the door, so the soul would know which way to leave. Seeds of flax or poppy were sometimes scattered in the coffin or along the road to the cemetery, the idea being that if the dead person did rise, they would be compelled to count every seed before they could do harm. And by the time they finished, well, the sun would be up. This obsessive counting motive appears in vampire folklore across Eastern Europe, and it is curiously mathematically a response to a supernatural threat, as if the living believed the dead could be defeated not by holiness, but by, I suppose, a little bit of the old-fashioned arithmetic. Now let's talk a little bit more about the ritualized year, because we can talk about the little monsters and stories and all that sort of thing, but folklore is rarely just a collection of characters. This isn't like a Tekken lineup, you know. You know what I mean. Oh, I miss Tekken. I should play that again. Sorry, I'm going off track anyway. Well, it was more of a living system. It was organized around the agricultural year, and the rituals that marked the turning of the seasons, they were the moments when the beliefs that we have been discussing became the most visible and the most urgent. Agriculture always is. To us in our modern era, it's just, well, maybe it's almost like a little bit of an aesthetic. It's something that's automated, but, you know, back then it was life and death. And in many places of the world, it still is life and death. You don't eat, you die, right? One of the most powerful of these rituals was the Jadi, which literally means the grandfathers or the forefathers. It was a festival of the dead that was observed in various forms across the Slavic world, but it took on a particular intensity in Poland, Lithuania, and Belarus. Jadi was typically celebrated 2 to 4 times a year, in the spring, in autumn, and on certain liminal dates when the boundary between the living and the dead was believed to be just thin enough for things to get through, slipping through the net. The core ritual was a communal feast for the dead. Food was prepared and laid out on the table, on the graves, on the threshold of the house, and the spirits of the dead ancestors were formally invited to eat. Candles were lit to guide them. Doors and windows were left open so they could enter, and the living sat in silence, or spoke in whispers, waiting for signs that the dead had come. It might sound familiar, okay, but it is not All Saints' Day. before you rush to the comments. This is older and stranger. Jadi was not primarily about honoring the dead, it was more about managing them, because the dead were not safe. It's not like you just passed away and then it was kind of like a spiritual retirement. No, most of them were quite hungry. Most of them were resentful. Some of them were pretty powerful, and if not properly fed and acknowledged, well, they would become pretty damn angry. And, well, you're not you when you're hungry, right? So the feast was not a gift, it was more of a negotiation to try and keep all these bad things down, or at least mitigate them. The living would basically say, look, we remember you, we feed you, we honor you, now please leave us alone. Adam Mickiewicz, Poland's national poet, understood this when he wrote his great dramatic poem Jadi in the 1820s and 30s. The poem opens with a village ritual in a chapel, summoning the dead, feeding them, and hearing their complaints. It is one of the masterpieces of European Romanticism, and is rooted in real practices that Mickiewicz had witnessed in his childhood in what is now Belarus. Kupawa Night, also known as Noc Kupawy, or in its Christianized form, the Eve of St. John, was a great midsummer festival, celebrated on the night of the summer solstice. It was a night of fire and water, the two elements in dangerous balance. Young people jumped over bonfires, and the higher you jumped, the better the harvest would be. Couples waded into rivers together. Hopefully they put the bread in first for the drowned ones. I'm sure they took the precaution. And young women wove wreaths of wild flowers and herbs, and set them floating on the water with lit candles. If your wreath floated downstream with the candle still burning, well, you had good things in store. But if it sank or the candle went out, bad news. What a way to ruin the festival, huh? Well, I'm sure not many of them were bad news. If a young man waded in and caught your wreath, well, he was destined to be your husband. The herbs in the wreaths were not random. They were the herbs of folk medicine and folk magic, protective plants, healing plants, and ones associated with love and fertility. The wreath itself was a charm, and setting it on the water was an act of divination. Kupawa Night also involved the search for the fern flower, a mythical blossom that is said to bloom for a single instant at midnight on this one night of the year. The fern flower glowed with an unearthly light, and whoever found it would gain the ability to see hidden treasures, to understand the language of animals, to know the future. Pretty good deal, right? Problem is, the search is very dangerous. The forest on Kupawa Night is full of demons and spirits who would guard the flower. And if you want to find it, you better be pretty brave. You had to face the supernatural, all alone. While the fern flower is botanically an impossibility, once again science coming in to ruin the fun. Ferns reproduce through spores, not flowers. But that impossibility is perhaps the entire point. And I'm pretty sure everybody knew. It was just a bit of fun. It is a symbol of the unattainable, the boundary between human knowledge and the mysteries that lie beyond it. It is one of the most beautiful images in all of Slavic folklore. And maybe once again, the search for the fern flower is analogous to, I don't know, maybe the search for something else. Whatever that is important to you. Well, at the other end of the agricultural year was the Dojinki, the harvest festival, celebrated when the last sheaf of grain was cut. The last sheaf was ritually quite important. It was believed to contain the spirit of the grain, the vital force that had animated the crop all season. In some regions, the last sheaf was woven into a wreath and presented to the landowner or the village elder. In others, it was dressed in women's clothes and carried through the village in procession. and in others, a rooster was killed over the last sheaf and its blood was allowed to soak into the grain. Well, the symbolism is transparent. The life force of the grain replenished with the life force of the rooster. The harvest spirit, the Baba, the old woman of the grain, would rest in the last sheaf over the winter, and when the spring comes, return to the fields. It was a moment of contract renewal. We've taken the grain, and in return we return its spirit to the earth, promising that the cycle will continue, and everything will be okay. Well, speaking of cycles continuing, Poland did not escape the European witch craze, but its experience was a little bit different. The historian Michael Ostling, in his detailed study of Polish witch trials, has shown that Polish witch persecution peaked a little bit later than that in Western Europe, primarily in the 17th and 18th centuries, and that it was driven less by elite theology and more by village-level conflicts. That doesn't make it better, it's just an observation. The Polish witch was not typically accused by a bishop or an inquisitor. She was accused by her next-door neighbor. The accusations followed familiar patterns, but with a few local inflections. The Polish witch, as they call the czarownica, was typically a woman, usually older, usually poor, usually marginal in a societal sense. She was accused of causing harm through magic. That was the usual accusations, making the cows go dry, the children sick, hailstorms, destroying crops, and causing men to have issues, if you know what I mean. I mean, you can't really blame that on a witch, can't you? Anyway, well, that's what they did. Anyway, the mechanism of harm was often specific. The witch was said to steal milk by performing rituals involving dew, which she would drag a cloth across a neighbor's pasture at dawn, collecting the dew and with it magically the milk from the neighbor's cows. This belief was extraordinarily widespread and persistent. Kohlberg recorded it across virtually every region of Poland, and it appears in court records from the 16 to the 1700s. The dew milk thief is a distinctive element of the Polish and broader Central European witchcraft belief, and, well, it is a direct connection to the anxieties about prosperity and envy that we saw in other traditions. But the Polish witch is only one side of a more complex picture. Polish villagers also had their healers, basically the good guys to the bad guys, the znakorki for a female and the znakorji for a male. People who would use herbs, charms, prayers, and rituals to cure illness. They'd help you find lost objects, identify thieves, and protect against any evil spirits. The healer and the witch were not always easily distinguished. The same knowledge of herbs and charms that allowed you to heal could also, it was believed, be used to harm. The healer was certainly tolerated, even respected, until, of course, something went wrong. A patient died, or a cow got sick. Maybe a grudge would be left to fester for too long. And then the healer became the witch, and the line between knowledge and malice, this white magic and black magic, began to disappear. The healing practices themselves were a remarkable blend of herbal medicine, Christian prayer, and pre-Christian charm. Now, the healer treating a sick child might use a poultice of herbs, while simultaneously reciting a spoken charm that invoked the saints, the Virgin Mary, and older unnamed powers in the same breath. These charms have been extensively connected by ethnographers, and they are linguistically fascinating. Many of them contain formulaic phrases to appear at predate Christianization. Archaic constructions suggest genuinely ancient origins. The healer was, in fact, practicing a form of medicine that had been accumulating layers for thousands of years, pagan charms overwritten with Christian prayers, herbal knowledge, and all of it held together with a worldview in which illness was caused not by germs, but by spiritual imbalances and breaking of taboos. There is one particularly interesting practice. That's the od. Now hang on, another difficult Polish word. Odczyniania. Odczynad. Third time lucky. Odczyniania. Odczyniania. Good Lord, I told you it's the Dark Souls of languages. Basically, this means the undoing of a curse or spell, this odczyniania. Now, if you believed that you had been cursed, or if your health was failing, your luck had turned, animals dying, you went to a healer, and you asked her to identify the source of the curse to reverse it. They would perform divination. They would pour molten wax into cold water and read the shapes, or examine the pattern of coals floating on water. Perhaps they would interpret the behavior of a flame. Having identified the source, they would perform a counter-ritual. Could be a spoken charm, a symbolic act of purification, the preparation of an amulet. The whole process was essentially a form of therapy, a way of giving the afflicted person the explanation for their suffering, the sense that action was being taken. Well, that it worked in many cases is not too surprising. A significant portion of human illness is psychosomatic, and it certainly helps to believe that you are getting better. If you believe you're getting worse, well, your body's going to listen to that too. A ritual that convinces you that the curse has been lifted, well, that certainly points you in the right direction. But Polish folklore also has its heroic legends, stories that are tied to specific places and function as origin myths for cities, families, and the Polish nation itself. The most famous of these is the legend of the Wawel dragon, the Smok Wawelski, the dragon that lived in a cave beneath the royal castle of Wawel in Krakow. The story, in its oldest recorded form, appears in the chronicle of Wicency Kadłubek, written around 1200. In Kadłubek's version, the dragon terrorizes the countryside, devouring cattle, and in some tellings, demanding the sacrifice of young women. The king, Krakus, the legendary founder of Krakow, offers his daughter's hand to whoever can slay the beast. So, two brothers, the king's sons in most versions, take up the challenge. But they can't defeat the dragon by force, so they resort to tricks. They stuff a calf's hide with sulfur and leave it for the dragon to eat. The dragon devours it, and the sulfur ignites in its belly. The creature drinks so much water from the Vistula river to quench the fire that it explodes. There is a dragon's cave beneath Wawel. That's a hill, by the way. It still sits there to this day, and it's a real cave. You can visit it. I'm yet to visit Poland, but I will. I promise. To any Poles out there watching, let me come over there and see the dragon's cave. There's a famous bronze statue of the dragon that stands at the entrance, breathing actual fire at scheduled intervals for the tourists. So I can't wait to see that one. Just don't stand too close. The dragon legend is often dismissed as a children's story, but it's worth taking it a little more seriously. The motif of a dragon dwelling beneath a royal seat appears across Indo-European mythology. It is closely related to the Perun-Veles axis we discussed earlier, the struggle between the sky god on the height and the chthonic serpent in the depths. The Wawel dragon might be a Christianized remnant of a genuinely ancient myth about the founding of a sacred site through the defeat of a primordial chaos monster. In any case, the cave is real, the hill is real, the dragon is probably not. But in any case, the story gives it all meaning. There are other place legends too. The legend of Vars and Sava, the fisherman and the mermaid who gave their names to Warszava, that is, capital, Warsaw. Now, Vars was a fisherman who pulled a mermaid, Sava, from the Vistula, and she blessed the place where they met, prophesying that a great city would rise there. The mermaid of Warsaw, Syrenka, the city's official symbol, by the way, appearing on the coat of arms, and a famous statue of her stands on the bank near the river, sword and shield raised. She is not the gentle, suffering mermaid of Hans Christian Andersen stories. She is armed to the teeth and defiant, a warrior mermaid, which is in itself a very Polish concept. Then there is the legend of Lech, Czech, and Rus, the three brothers, who according to the medieval tradition were the founders of the Polish, Czech, and Russian nations. The story goes that the three brothers set out together to find new lands. Czech went south and founded Bohemia. Rus went east and founded Russia. And Lech went north, and seeing a white eagle nesting in an oak tree against a red sunset, took it as a sign and settled there, founding the Polish nation. The white eagle against the red background became the coat of arms of Poland, and remains so to this day. The story is legendary, sure. No serious historian believes in a single founding ancestor, but I don't think that's important. What's important is that it tells us that the Poles thought about themselves and their place within the Slavic world. They are the Western Slavs, the people who stayed closest to the center. The Poles are the people of the White Eagle. But of course, this is all to say that the story of Polish folklore in the modern era is in many ways one about survival. You see, Poland was wiped off the map 3 times. The partitions of 1772, 1773, and 1795. It divided the country between Russia, Prussia, and Austria. In fact, Poland didn't really regain independence until 1918. During this period of over a century, the Polish state simply didn't exist. There was no Polish government, no Polish army, no Polish university system for much of the period. What kept the idea of Poland alive was the culture, the literature, the music, the language, the folklore. All the great ethnographers of the 19th century, they collected a lot of these stories, and they assembled evidence that Poland existed as a cultural nation, even when it did not exist as a political one. Every little folk tale, every custom, every song was proof that the Polish people had their own traditions, reaching back centuries, and they were not willing to let go of it. And so, today, Polish folklore experiences something of a revival. Not as a living belief exactly, but as a cultural resource, a kind of source of identity. Now, we mentioned the Witcher series. That was created by the Polish writer Andrzej Sapkowski. It was adapted into a globally successful game franchise and arguably a successful Netflix series. And the whole thing is steeped in Slavic folklore. The monsters that Geralt of Rivia fights, well, they're drawn directly from the traditions that we've been discussing today. Sapkowski did not invent the creatures. He just inherited them from Kohlberg, and from others, from the long chain of remembrance that stretches back to the campfires and cottages of the forests before our modern period. And I think that's fantastic. I only read the first book. I think it was it Blood of the Elves? I think so. It's a great book. Blood of the Elves is also a great Blind Guardian song, which is about The Witcher, released from their album The God Machine. I think it was about 4 years ago that album came out, something like that, which you should listen to. So you get a music recommendation, a book recommendation, and I never actually played the games of The Witcher. Quick piece of advice for this topic, right from the very start. Forget Dracula. That aristocratic vampire in the Transylvanian castle, seducing travellers and all the rest, well, that's an invention of Bram Stoker, and he wasn't Romanian. It's got almost nothing to do with actual Romanian folklore. But there is a real Romanian undead creature. It's called the strigoi. It's not as glamorous. It might be your dead neighbor, your revenant grandfather, come back to bother the livestock and spread illness through the village. Somebody needs to dig it up and deal with it. Stake through the heart, garlic in the mouth, remove the head. That's going to depend on whatever local tradition requires. The strigoi is more of a domestic problem, an intensely local anxiety rooted in those rhythms of rural superstitions. The fact that Bram Stoker took this deeply ordinary folk terror and transformed it into a gothic spectacle is, well, perhaps one of the great acts of creative misappropriation in literary history. But granted, it is one of the most enjoyable to read. But here's the thing. The strigoi are barely the beginning. Romanian folklore is one of the richest and, honestly, strangest traditions in Europe. And the vampire, or the strigoi, if we're going to be very technical, well, that is just the doorway. So, let's walk through that together and take a peek inside. Welcome to today's guide to Romanian folklore. I hope you're adequately prepared. Thank you to those keeping our channel crowd-funded and ad-free, from supporting on Patreon, memberships, donation link in the merch store. Links are in description and pinned comment. And if you've got time, give it a like, comment, and subscribe. Helps us get pushed out more. With that being said, let's sink our teeth in. Of course, we best start with the star of the show, the strigoi. Well, in Romanian tradition, it's considerably older than vampirism in general as this pan-European concept. It's more complex than the folk category of the undead and, well, depending on who you ask, more interesting than anything Bram Stoker retained when he took the name and a little bit of the concept. The word strigoi connects etymologically to the Latin strix, the screech owl, a bird associated in ancient Roman belief with witchcraft and the drinking of blood. So you see, this goes back quite a long time. The Latin root is itself significant. It connects the strigoi to the deepest stratum of the Dacian Roman synthesis, from which Romanian culture emerged, making it one of the oldest continuous supernatural traditions in Europe. So that's pretty special. Now, Romanian folk tradition distinguishes between two categories of strigoi, the strigoi viu, the living strigoi, and the strigoi mort, the dead strigoi. The strigoi viu is a living person, but born under specific circumstance. The seventh child of the same sex in a family might be the seventh brother, the seventh daughter, a child born without a caul, or a child whose mother was crossed by a black cat during pregnancy. Once again, that old motive of bad luck. But this person would possess the capacity to leave their body during sleep and supernaturally harm others. The strigoi mort is the undead, a person who has died and returned to trouble the living. Typically, the strigoi mort is characterized by the body's resistance to normal decomposition in the grave. You open it up and get quite an unwelcome surprise that, well, the thing's barely changed since the time you buried it. The connection between these two categories is the concept of a surplus vital force, a little something extra, something that exceeds what a normal human body can contain, that in the living strigoi expresses as supernatural power, and in the dead strigoi expresses as an unwillingness to remain dead. Pretty creepy, huh? Well, the behaviors attributed to the strigoi mort in folk tradition, specifically in, well, frankly, by modern Gothic standards, a little bit more mundane. The strigoi returns primarily to its own family. It visits the household that it knew in life. It causes illness in family members, wastes the livestock, sours the milk, and it drains the household's vitality in ways that manifest as unexplained misfortune, rather than this dramatic nocturnal attack. It may appear in dreams, too. It might be heard moving around the house at night. Neighbors and relatives may fall ill after the initial death, and if several deaths follow in close succession in the same family, the corpse of the first person to die was typically suspected of having become a strigoi and causing those subsequent deaths. Now, this is fundamentally a communal problem, and the solutions are correspondingly practical. The methods for preventing or stopping strigoi activity in the folk tradition are among the most extensively documented of any vampire tradition in the world, and there's plenty of different vampire traditions, of course. And their specificity reflects the generations of accumulated practice protocol. Prevention at the time of death includes placing garlic in the mouth of the corpse, placing a sickle or iron object in the grave, burying face down so the strigoi cannot find its way out, or placing thorny branches to trap it. If a strigoi is already active, the most reliable cure is exhumation of the suspected corpse. If the body is found unusually well preserved, ruddy complexioned, and with fresh blood in the heart, signs interpreted as evidence of strigoi status rather than normal artifacts of variable decomposition. Of course, modern forensic analysis recognizes them to be so. Anyway, if it had them, the prescribed remedies include driving a hawthorn or perhaps an iron stake through the heart. Iron, of course, being this old-fashioned, supernatural sort of kryptonite to the bad guys, the ghosts, and all the rest. Though you could also decapitate them, remove the heart for a separate burial, or a good old-fashioned burning. The specific combination of methods varies by region and period, of course, but the general principle is consistent. You have to deal with the body somehow. And next we have the moroi, a category related, sure, but distinct from the strigoi. They are the spirits of children who have died unbaptized, a category of the ritually incomplete dead that the Romanian folk belief regards as particularly prone to supernatural restlessness. Unlike the strigoi, which retains its identity as a specific individual, the moroi are more diffuse beings, sometimes described as small, flying creatures, sometimes as a form of a windstorm or even an atmospheric disturbance. Their association with the unbaptized shows this deep interpenetration of Orthodox Christian practice and pre-Christian folk belief in Romanian tradition. Now, let me explain. You see, the Christian requirement of baptism as a spiritual completion has been incorporated into a folk cosmological framework that was already concerned with the dangerous potential of the incomplete dead. It was just more of a modernization into more modernized spiritual practices. The two systems reinforce each other in practice, producing a tradition where failure to perform the Christian ritual carries pre-Christian cosmological consequences. A child who dies without baptism enters a different spiritual category than one who dies properly with rites received into the church. And both the church and folk tradition agree that this matters quite a lot. Of course, we could talk about vampires all day, and we already have in a few other videos. If you want to go and look through the playlist or just search them up, you'll find them. But Romanian folklore is so much more than that. You see, the strigoi represents the most feared female supernatural power in Romanian tradition. Well, the Yele represents its most ambivalently beautiful. The Yele, whose name simply means they, that's right, They, they. The avoidance of their true name reflecting the Romanian folk practice of not naming powerful supernatural beings directly, are a category of aerial female beings who dance at crossroads, mountain tops, springs, and forest clearings, and over water on specific nights of the year. And they're very beautiful too, but equally dangerous. Their relationship to humans is one of the most complex that you'll encounter. The Yele are typically described as young, beautiful women dancing in circles, often nude or draped in white veils that give you just enough of a peek, their feet never quite touching the ground. A man who stumbles upon their dance uninvited, or who falls asleep in their preferred locations, or perhaps who watches them without sufficient protective measures, may be hit by the Yele, lovit de Yele, lovit de Yele, they call it, a state of affliction that manifests as sudden illness, paralysis, loss of speech, madness, or a wasting condition, and that can go on for years, so you don't want to get it. But the illness carries no moral dimensions in a conventional sense. It is contamination by proximity to a power of the human body cannot safely absorb, the consequence of being in the wrong place at the wrong time without all that protective knowledge that would have deflected the encounter. And the cure requires a specialist, the descuntutare, a wise woman who knows the specific formula. And then you have the descuntec, that addresses the Yele by name and demands the release of their victim. The names of the Yele vary across Romanian regional tradition, but you've got sets of specifically named beings: Irodesa, Rusalka, Magdalena, Santalina, Agafia, whose individual characters and preferences are detailed in the folk knowledge, preserved by the descuntutare, specialists. That's a hard word. Well, this level of specificity, not just, quote, the fairies, but specifically named individuals with specific personalities and categories, well, that's characteristic of Romanian folk tradition's approach to the supernatural. You see, beings are not categories, but persons, but with individual identities, and they require individual management. The descuntec, that addresses a specific Yele, uses her specific name, acknowledges her specific power, and deploys imagery drawn from the natural and cosmological world to compel her release of the victim. These formulas are among the most archaic elements of Romanian oral tradition, and they preserve this linguistic structure and mythological reference, whose origins predate the Christian period. Next we have the Sunziene. They're a more benevolent category of female supernatural being, associated specifically with the midsummer period around the feast of St. John the Baptist, June 24th. The Sunziene in Romanian, a word that fuses the feast of St. John with pre-Christian figures through folk etymology that makes the two concepts inseparable. The Sanziene are a beautiful fairy woman who fly through the air on Sanzian Eve, blessing the plants with fertility and spreading health and abundance. They are associated specifically with the yellow bedstraw flower, also called the Sanziana, which blooms around midsummer and is gathered in wreaths and hung in houses, tied to horns of cattle on this night to attract their beneficial attention. The Sanziana feast is one of the most richest in the calendar. It incorporates elements of plant magic, fire ritual, divination for marriage, and the specific customs of a night when the boundary between the human and supernatural worlds is at its maximum thinness. The tension between the Yele and the Sanziene reflects a broader structure or principle in the cosmology, that female supernatural power is divided not into good and evil, but into attended and unattended, approached correctly and approached without the requisite knowledge. The same Yele who paralyze an incautious man who blunders into their dance may be addressed by a skilled person and, well, persuaded into releasing their grip. You just have to know what you're doing. The same supernatural females who bring fertility to the fields on Sanziene Eve can be the source of affliction for those who violate the taboos of the holy day. The female supernatural in Romanian tradition is the primary locus of power in the invisible world, and the primary task of folk knowledge is managing that power correctly, rather than just simply avoiding it. Romanian folklore has two figures who occupy positions analogous to Baba Yaga in the Russian tradition and to the forest troll in the Scandinavian, beings of immense power who inhabit the wild spaces beyond the village boundary and who represent the dangerous, non-human world of the forest and mountain. They are Muma Paduri, the mother of the forest, and the Ziyu, a dragon-like supernatural being of complex character. Together they constitute the primary figures of Romanian supernatural landscape beyond the domestic and agricultural. Now, Muma Paduri, the forest mother, the wood hag, is in some respects the most frightening creature, because her specific danger is directed at children. Leave the kids alone, right? She is described as hideously ugly, enormously powerful, and specifically predatory towards the young who wander into the forest alone or who are left unattended. She might steal kids and substitute changelings in their place, leaving the family with a fairy child that wastes and sickens while she keeps the real one. You may simply take and consume children, making her a figure of direct nutritional threat rather than a supernatural contamination, coming in to ruin everybody's good time. And she may cause forest illness, the specific condition produced by entering her territory without proper protective measures, symptoms mirroring the wasting diseases of childhood that claim so many young lives in pre-modern rural society. The specific function of Muma Paduri in Romanian folk belief goes beyond the individual danger she represents to children. She is the personification of the forest as threatening other, the space beyond the village fence, where the rules of human society don't apply, where the power of human protective magic is attenuated, and where beings who inhabit the world operate on their own terms in the wild. The boundary between the village and the forest in the tradition is one of the most heavily ritualized boundaries in the entire culture. Crossing it requires specific knowledge, prayers, and respect for specific taboos. Children who wander unsupervised across this boundary enter Muma Paduri's territory without the specific protective measures that adults employ and end up getting themselves into quite a lot of trouble. After all, they are the most vulnerable category. So she's basically the supernatural embodiment of the genuine physical dangers of an unsupervised child alone in the Romanian forest, expressed in a form that makes those dangers memorable, specifically and culturally transmissible to exactly the population most at risk. And it's a good way to keep your kids from wandering off. I suppose that's more to the point. Now next we have the Zmeu, if I'm pronouncing that right. Zmeu, is a considerably more complex figure than the simple dragon of Western tradition. The Romanian Zmeu is sometimes flying, sometimes appearing as a young man of supernatural beauty, sometimes as a fiery shape in the sky. Is a shapeshifter, with multiple attributes: part dragon, part supernatural bachelor, part personification of celestial fire, and part adversary for the heroes of the folk narrative. In the folktale tradition, the Zmeo typically kidnaps a princess or a young woman, carries her to his castle in the sky or in the mountains, and must be defeated by the hero through a combination of physical courage, magic, and specific knowledge of their vulnerability. Well, typically they would be located in an object external to his body, following a logic parallel to the Cachet the Deathless in the Russian tradition, though the specific form varies. The Zmeo's vulnerability is sometimes his own heart, kept inside an animal which the hero must find and then destroy. Sometimes it's a specific stone or object that concentrates his supernatural power. The ambivalence of the Zmeo is one of its most specifically Romanian qualities. In some folktale versions, it's genuinely in love with the woman that it has kidnapped. He treats her very well. I mean, lots of green flags, except for the kidnapping. And the narrative's moral complexity lies in the fact that her rescue by the hero requires the destruction of a being whose intentions, if not his methods, are not entirely villainous. Sometimes it's meant to make you feel sorry for the Zmeo. Kind of like a Beauty and the Beast situation, I guess. Well, it's also connected to natural phenomena: meteors, lightning, the flash of fire across the night sky, and this gives him a cosmological dimension beyond a simple narrative villainry. In some traditions, Zmeo falls in love with a human woman and appears to her as a shooting star, visits her in human form, and the resulting liaison produces a supernatural child. And his death at the hands of the woman's community is tinged with genuine tragedy. So, it's a being whose power and desire exceed what the human social order can accommodate, and the folk tradition, to its credit, acknowledges that this is a very complicated thing. Well, next we have the Romanian folk calendar. It's one of the most elaborate and precisely articulated seasonal ritual systems in European folk tradition. A dense layering of Orthodox Christian feast days, pre-Christian agricultural and pastoral ceremonies, and cosmological transition periods, whose specific requirements for human behavior constitute a practical guide to living correctly in a world governed by the supernatural. The year in the Romanian folk cosmological sense is organized around a series of transitional points, moments when the invisible world and the visible world are especially close at contact, or when the dead can return, when supernatural beings are especially active, and when specific human behaviors are required or sometimes prohibited. The 12 days between Christmas and Epiphany, the Crociunul, the next one, the Bobo Teatza, constitute with the most charged periods in the calendar. The 12 days during which the world is believed to be without protection of the cross, when demons and spirits roam around freely while God's not looking. Specific taboos must be observed, and, well, specific divinatory practices of the season can reveal the future. Spinning and weaving are prohibited during this period in many regional traditions, because the thread that connects the human to the supernatural world is particularly active and vulnerable to misuse. Loud noises are used to drive away malevolent spirits whose activity peaks during this dangerous transitional period. Next we have the JSTOR, which is the 1st of March. It's one of the most distinctively Romanian folk traditions whose persistence actually remains well into contemporary urban Romanian life. You see, on the 1st of March, Romanians exchange small red and white twisted ornaments, the morțășor, which are worn pinned to the clothing throughout the month of March. and then hung on a fruit tree at the month's end. The red and white colors represent the contrast and interplay of winter and spring, blood and snow, life and death. The tradition functions as a talisman for health and luck in the coming year, and its distribution has expanded in modern times into a general expression of affection. But its folk roots are in the specific cosmological significance of March as the transitional month, that dangerous moment when the year turns and the forces of winter and spring are in maximum conflict, but also when human action, including the specific action of wearing and then appropriately disposing of the talisman, is required to support the correct outcome of the conflict. Baba Dokya, the old woman Dokya, is the most important figure associated with the March transitional period, and her myth is one of the most dramatic, especially in Romanian tradition. Baba Dokya is an old woman who is the most complete version of her myth, ascending a mountain with her goats in early March, shedding her 12 sheepskin coats one by one as the days warm, convinced that spring has arrived. Now each day she sheds a coat. Each night the temperature drops again and she freezes. The myth is expressed in the specific meteorological reality of the Romanian early spring, which is a period of warmth, the Babele, the old woman's days, the Romanian weather concept corresponding to the borrowed days of the various European traditions, and is followed by a sharp return of the cold. So just when you think you're out of that cold weather, it comes straight back to get you. That old gust of wind feels like it cuts you in half. Well, Baba Dokya's death by freezing when she had discarded all of her coats is the mythological explanation of this phenomenon, and the specific number of days and the consequences for the year's weather, of which the days are cold and which are warm, and are elaborated in the folk tradition with a precision that reflects the genuine importance of early spring weather for agricultural communities dependent on the timing of planting. Food is a big deal. Well, next we have the Dragobeta, celebrated on the 24th of February, the Romanian feast of love and young people, the local equivalent of Valentine's Day, but with a specifically Romanian character that distinguishes it sharply from its Western counterpart. The Dragobeta has basically young people gathering to go down to the forest to gather up those first spring flowers, and a ritual of playful chasing and catching that would take place, in which a girl who allowed herself to be caught by a young man was declaring her acceptance of his suit. The flowers gathered on Dragobeta had specific protective powers, particularly against illness caused by the Yele. The specific combination of romantic tradition, folk medicine, and seasonal ritual that characterizes Dragobeta reflects the Romanian folk calendar's consistent integration of what might seem in other traditions to be separate domains: the regulation of human social life and the management of the supernatural are conducted simultaneously throughout the same seasonal observances. Romania's relationship to the wolf in its folk tradition is a little bit different to other European cultures. It's a simultaneous fear and reverence, and identification that reflects the specific ecological reality of a landscape where wolves were not merely a legendary presence, but a genuine and constant feature of daily life. The Carpathian Mountains of Romania contain the largest wolf population in Europe outside of Russia, and the folk tradition's extensive treatment of wolves and wolf-related supernatural beings reflects centuries of genuine coexistence with one of the most powerful large predators in the European ecosystem. The Pricolich is the Romanian werewolf, a human being who can transform into a wolf, or who after death takes wolf form to trouble the living. The transformation is not necessarily voluntarily, nor is it desirable. A person born under specific circumstances or cursed or having led a particularly sinful life may become a prikolic, either in life or death. The post-mortem prikolic overlaps conceptually with the strigoi. Both are categories of restless, potentially dangerous dead, but where the strigoi tends to retain its human identity and haunts its former household, the prikolic transforms into an animal and operates in the broader landscape, harming livestock and community members more indiscriminately. The distinction between the two categories is not always clean in the folk tradition. That regional variation means that what is called strigoi in one area might actually be more of a prikolic in another. That's the thing with folklore. It's so localized that there really isn't a one-size-fits-all for the rules and definitions. So credence given where it's due. The wolf's role in Romanian folk belief extends beyond the prikolic to the wolf as a sacred and cosmologically significant animal. The feast of St. Andrei on the 30th of November marks the beginning of the wolf season in the Romanian calendar, the period when wolves are believed to be under the special protection of Saint Andrew, given supernatural power, and capable of more than ordinary harm. During this period and at another specific wolf feast days scattered throughout the winter calendar, yes, they have a few of them, specific taboos against work with sharp tools are observed by women. The prohibition against spinning, sewing, and using scissors on these days, well, that shows a belief that the wolf's teeth will harm the livestock of households where these taboos are violated. The connection between the sharp tool and the wolf's tooth is one of the most distinctively Romanian magical correspondences, a form of sympathetic logic that covers a significant portion of the folk calendar's prohibitions. The Dacian heritage of Romanian culture adds a further dimension to the wolf tradition. The ancient Dacians, or Dacians, however you choose to pronounce it. A Romanian told me it was Dacia, i.e. the pre-Roman inhabitants of what is now Romania, if you're not familiar. Well, they had an elite warrior caste, identified by wolf skin cloaks, and a battle standard in the form of a wolf's head that howled when carried at speed in battle. The specific connection between the warrior identity, the shamanic transformation, and wolf symbolism that this Dacian tradition represents is not directly continuous with the medieval and early modern Romanian folk wolf tradition, but rather the cultural memory of the wolf as a totem animal, one of special significance. Well, it creates a depth to the Romanian wolf tradition unusual in the European belief. So when a Romanian peasant in the 19th century observed the Sant Andrei wolf taboos with great amounts of seriousness, they were operating within a ritual system whose roots reached back 2,000 years to those Dacian warriors with wolf skins on their backs. Well, next let's talk a little bit more about the descuntec, the spoken charm, the incantation, the primary instrument of Romanian folk magic, and the practice of descuntat. That is the most important form of practical supernatural intervention. The descuntoare, the woman who knows the charms, she functions as a healer, a specialist in the diagnosis of supernaturally caused illness and the specific verbal formulas that address the relevant supernatural beings and compel the release of their victims. Her knowledge is simultaneously medical and mythological, practical and cosmological, and its exercise requires both technical precision and genuine spiritual authority. She kind of fits into a different category from the, quote, witch of Western European tradition, whose primary associations are with malevolence and the pacts with devil. But the descuntatoare, she heals. She's the good guy, or the good girl, and her power is understood as legitimately good because it's directed toward the restoration of proper order. So there's nothing really malevolent about her. The structure of the desk and deck is remarkably consistent across Romania's diverse regional traditions, which shows the conservative character of oral magical formula and the genuine shared cosmological framework that underlies a regional variation. So what is it? Well, a typical desk and deck begins with an invocation that establishes the practitioner's authority and the practitioner's relationship to sacred beings. It could be drawing sacred geometry, the descent from the mountain, the crossing of the water, sacred numbers, 3 springs, 9 hills, and the practitioner's relationship to sacred beings. Well, it then describes the illness, naming it, locating it on the patient's body, and tracing its origins. It continues with the command from the illness to depart, using the specific name of the Yela or the spirit responsible, directing it to specific locations in the landscape where it can do no harm. To uninhabited mountains, maybe, to rivers that flow into the sea, and to places beyond the boundary of the community. A Christian blessing frames the whole thing, giving a pre-Christian magical content to an Orthodox religious form that the Church might not endorse, but don't really suppress either. The botanical knowledge that accompanies the desk and deck tradition is extensive and systematic. Specific plants are associated with specific supernatural beings and specific illnesses. The mouge day, the sharp-smelling garlic-based preparation used to protect against the strigoi, the wormwood, worn as protection against the yele, and specific herbs gathered on St. John's Eve. They would have triple the medicinal power. The descantatoire, excuse me. Second time I struggle with that one. Well, their knowledge of plants is inseparable from the knowledge of the supernatural forces associated with them. A plant's medicinal properties are its magical properties, all aspects of the same reality, really. The plant's specific relationship to the invisible world that governs its effects on the human body, that's what's really important. This integration of herbal medicine and supernatural practice shows a pretty coherent system of knowledge in which the distinction between the natural and supernatural doesn't really exist in the way that modern categorical thinking assumes it does. The garlic in the mouth of the corpse is simultaneously a practical measure. Now, garlic genuinely does have antimicrobial properties, but it's also a magical one. Garlic repels the bad guys. Well, the Romanian folk tradition does not experience these as contradictory. But then in terms of witches, we do have the striga. It represents a dark side, where the descantatoire uses her access to supernatural power for healing and protection. The striga doesn't. She causes harm. The milk goes sour, the livestock gets sick, and you might have a drought or storms. The crops might be ruined. She would harm specific individuals through a standard repertoire of malevolent magic found across European traditions. The striga's activities peak at calendar transitional points. On St. George's Eve, on the 23rd of April, she and her fellows are believed to steal the luck and milk-giving power from the community's cattle, requiring specific protective rituals to be conducted by every household before sunrise. The boundary between the striga and the strigoi is pretty porous, too. A powerful striga might become a strigoi mort after death, continuing her harmful activities from beyond the grave with the additional capabilities of that new undead status. The most feared category in the folk supernatural world was a woman who had been a striga in life and became a strigoi in death. Long career, I suppose. A convergence of two forms of supernatural malevolence in a single ongoing entity that the community had to address with all available means. If you had a streak oi on your hands, well, you better get to it quickly and sort out that problem, unless you like drinking sour milk. But next we should talk about Romanian folk music, because that's pretty unique, and its relationship to the folk tradition we've been discussing is structural rather than incidental. The kolind, the doina, the bochet, and the ritual dance forms are not really entertainment that happens to draw on folk themes, but rather themselves ritual actions, forms of collective sonic practice that manage the relationship between the human community and the supernatural world as directly as any spoken charm or material offering. Let's start with the kolind, the Romanian Christmas carol. It's one of the most ancient and complex forms in the folk tradition, and is considerably older and stranger than the term carol implies. Kolind are sung by groups of young men and boys, the kolindatori, the carol singers, who go from house to house on Christmas Eve and the night surrounding it, performing specific songs that vary by household. The song for the house with the unmarried daughters differs from the song with the household of a farmer, which differs from that of a craftsman, and you get my point. Each kolind is a specific ritual address to simultaneously honor the household's specific situation and invoke specific beings for the coming year, and one that maintains the connection between the household and the wider community that makes it a recognized member of the social and supernatural order. The kolindatori are received with specific hospitality, fed and given wine and gifts. Refusing to receive them or treating them inadequately, well, that has supernatural consequences for the household's luck in the coming year. They're more like the community's ritual representatives for that evening. Then there is the doina, the form of Romanian folk music most familiar outside of Romania, and most difficult to describe to someone who has not heard it. It's highly ornamented, melodic improvisation, sung or played on various instruments, most characteristically on the ney, which is the panpipe. Its characteristic quality is in extreme expressiveness of the individual vocal or instrument line, an ornamentation and bending of pitch that the ethnomusicologist Bartok, who spent years in Romania and Transylvania collecting folk music, found to be technically unprecedented in the European folk tradition. The doina is associated specifically with longing, dor, the Romanian concept of yearning that has no direct equivalent in other language, a feeling of beautiful, sustainable ache for something absent or impossible. It is sung by shepherds in the mountains, by those separated from their homeland, by those mourning the dead or the absent. Its emotional register is not simply sadness. It's a specific form of beautiful suffering, a sound that acknowledges the gap between what is desired and what is, and that makes the gap bearable by expressing it with maximum aesthetic intensity. Next we have the hora, the circular folk dance, the most visible expression of Romanian communal identity, performed at every village festival, wedding and seasonal celebration, and its specific form as a circle carries cosmological significance beyond its immediate social function. The circle of dancers, linked by held hands or shoulders, turning clockwise in most traditions, represents a solar path. It's a movement of time, the boundary of the community drawn in human bodies. The hora at Romanian villages are simultaneously entertainment, a physical statement of solidarity, a drawing of the community's boundary, and a reenactment of the cosmic order through coordinated human movement. Specific hora dances associated with specific occasions, the wedding hora, the harvest, the funeral. They have their own distinct forms, each with its own step pattern, and its own cosmological function. And knowing and performing the correct order at the correct occasion is a basic form of cultural competence that the Romanian folk community required of all of its members. The bocet, the funeral lament, is perhaps the most emotionally demanding. Sung by women, both the deceased's family and specialist mourners called the bocitoare, whose professional skill was employed to ensure the dead were sent off with sufficient vocal quality. The bocet is a form of improvised lamentation that names the dead person, describes their life, addresses them directly in the second person, and negotiates the transition between the living and dead worlds through the medium of a singing voice. The bocet operates as ritual action as much as expression. It manages the dead person's departure, ensures that they understand the transition they are undergoing, and maintains the relationship between the living community and the newly dead in a form that benefits everyone. The dead who are well mourned, or they're less likely to become troublesome. And that's not metaphorically speaking. We already talked about the strigoi, right? Where the connection between the quality of the lamentation and the subsequent behavior of the dead is understood in the folk tradition as direct and practical. You sing well for the dead because it keeps them at peace. But at the deepest levels of Romanian cosmology, beneath the specific creatures and the seasonal calendar and the practical magic, lies a creation mythology that's quite interesting, and whose specific characters reflects the unique synthesis that has produced Romanian culture. The Romanian cosmological narrative is not the Norse world tree cosmology, nor is it the classical Greco-Roman divine genealogy or the Christian creation from nothing. It's a dualist creation story, whose specific form, God and the devil as co-creators of the world, working together and against each other to produce the world as it is, reflects a religious tradition profoundly marked by the contact between Orthodox Christianity, the Bogomil dualist heresy spread through the Balkans at that medieval period, and the much older pre-Christian folk cosmological concepts. The most important of the Romanian cosmological myths is the creation of the earth from mud brought up from the primal water. In the most widely recorded version, God and the devil, that is Fartatul, and Nefurtatul, literally the brotherly one, and the unbrotherly one, are floating on primordial waters. God sends the devil to dive to the bottom and bring back a handful of earth, saying the magic words, "In God's name." The devil tries it several times, first taking the mud in his own name, which dissolves. Only when he speaks in God's name does the mud hold in his hand. God spreads this mud on the water to make the earth. But as he sleeps, the devil tries to push God into the water by rolling him toward the ledge. The earth keeps expanding in every direction as God is pushed, until it's large enough for the entire world. The creation of the earth is thus a collaborative act between the divine and the demonic, in which the devil's role is essentially, and is essential, really, is what I'm trying to say, and in which the world's specific character, i.e. its tendency towards expansion, specific forms of its landscape, reflect the dynamic of the two creators' relationship, a kind of yin and yang, a north and south. The mountains of Romania, the Carpathians, the Apuseni, the Transylvanian Alps, have a specific origin in this folk cosmological tradition. The mountains are understood as the places where the dead wrinkled when the devil tried to push God off the edge. The geological drama of the Carpathians is the physical residue of this primordial conflict between creative and destructive principles. Not quite geology, but a form of landscape reading. The specific drama of the Carpathian landscape, its sudden dramatic rises, deep valleys, tendencies toward the extreme. It's explained as the expression of a cosmic conflict, whose outcome was the very world that we stand on. The Romanian mountains are theologically significant in a way that is both ancient and specific to the landscape, and anyone who has stood at the edge of the Bicaz Gorge or looked down from the Bucegi Plateau and felt that the terrain around them was somehow the result of forces in conflict has arrived by a different route at the same intuition that the folk tradition formalized 2,000 years ago. The Zburutorul, the Flying One, is one of the most poetically developed figures, a being whose primary function is the induction of erotic longing, and whose specific character is unlike anything in neighboring folk traditions. It appears to young women at night as a beautiful young man, sometimes explicitly described as the ideal of whatever the woman desires. And his visits cause the woman to waste away from longing, unable to eat or sleep, control her desires. She's consumed for a time being, and is never really free of it. It's just everything she wants, and she can't have it. It exists in the space between dream and walking, between desire and its object. The condition produced by his visits, this Zburutorul, has been quite unique. It has these functions as an explanation for the overwhelming first experience of sexual longing, that adolescent emotional storm for which no other satisfactory explanation exists in the folk framework. So the Zburutorul is a supernatural justification of, desire itself, really. Is what longing feels like from the outside, given form and name, the real rose-tinted glasses. Romanian folk culture chose to make this experience a visitation rather than a development, which is when you consider the specific feeling of that first desire, not really an inaccurate description at all. But of course, we started with Dracula, and we kind of have to wheel back to him, because Romania's folklore is, for better or worse, dominated by him, and the specific relationship between that legacy and the actual tradition it supposedly represents is one of the most instructive stories in folklore tradition, I suppose. You see, Bram Stoker drew on his research into Romanian and Transylvanian folk tradition. He consulted Emily Gerard's 1885 essay, The Land Beyond the Forest, which contains one of the earliest English-language description of the Strigoi tradition, and on the historical figure of Vlad III of Wallachia, whose reputation for impaling his enemies made him a subject of German and Russian pamphlet literature of the 15th century. From these materials, he constructed a figure that bears essentially no resemblance to either the Strigoi of folk tradition or the historical Vlad the Impaler, or Vlad Tepes Dracula, whatever we're going to call him. That Gothic aristocracy of the vampire, the big old castle and seductive undead, the sleeping in the coffin. They're all just interpretations by Stoker. I mean, it doesn't mean that they're bad, but they're not Romanian. The consequence of this has been a genuinely ambiguous legacy for Romanian culture. The global fame of the Dracula figure has generated significant tourism for Transylvania, which has, with ambivalent enthusiasm, embraced the Dracula industry as an economic asset, while simultaneously lamenting to the degree to which it has displaced the genuine knowledge of Romanian culture in the international imagination. But hey, everyone has to make a living. There is that gap between the Gothic Dracula and the actual Strigoi tradition that's left this kind of, like a negative cultural space. The curiosity about the real tradition, the Dracula legend, sometimes inspires has drawn researchers, tourists, and genuinely interested people to the rich folk tradition that Stoker's novel barely touches. And to be honest with you, probably the only reason why you clicked on this, said, ooh, Romanian folklore, is because you immediately thought of Dracula. Let's just be completely honest with each other. That's just the way it is. So is it a good thing or a bad thing that this gateway into Romanian folklore is not Romanian at all? Well, that depends how much you learned from the video. Because, I mean, if it wasn't for that, you wouldn't have really learned about the strigoi and all the rest. So I suppose, in a way, it's a good thing. In any case, what Romanian folklore ultimately offers is a model of this cosmological seriousness. It's a way of taking the invisible world seriously, not naively, but with the practical respect of people who have found across the centuries of living around all this that the invisible world has specific requirements, and meeting those requirements is a form of wisdom, not superstition. The yele, dancing at the crossroads, the zmi, all, they're all important. You have to live around them with the full weight of human experience. And then, of course, there's the terror of death that refuses to stay down, the overwhelming force of longing, the specific danger of the beautiful and the wild, the necessity of community ritual for survival in a landscape that does not offer safety as the default condition. I suppose it'll continue to develop. Romanian folklore has been developing these attempts for 2,000 years after all, and the results are extraordinary. They deserve to be known, however, as what they are, not the backdrop to an Irish horror novel, but a living cultural tradition, one with great depth, great beauty, and a genuine philosophical seriousness. Many a ruler and empire walked through Palestine. Egyptian, Mesopotamian, Roman, Byzantine, Arab, Crusader, Ottoman. They all crossed that same piece of land between Africa and Asia, and every one of them left a little something behind. Not just ruins, but songs and stories and rituals, layer upon layer of cultural sediment deposited over millennia, forming a single living tradition. A Palestinian wedding custom might carry some trace of a Canaanite fertility rite. A harvest song might echo pre-Islamic Arabian poetry. An embroidery pattern might encode information about a woman's village, her family, her status, her life. A visual language passed from mother to daughter across generations. It's not confusion or borrowing. It's just what happens when a culture occupies the same landscape for thousands of years. It seems to accumulate extraordinary depth. And we are diving deep into those depths today with our guide to Palestinian folklore. Good to see you all here. Just before we start, thank you to everyone keeping this ad-free across the entire library of the channel. Those supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store and donations, links in description and pinned comment. If you can't do that, give it a like, comment and subscribe and share it around with your friends. Anyway, that being said, let's get started. Palestine is one of the most continuously inhabited landscapes on Earth. Jericho has a credible claim of being one of the oldest continuously occupied cities in the world, with evidence of settlement going back over 10,000 years. The Canaanite civilization that preceded the Israelite period left traces in place names, in agricultural practices, and, as scholars now believe, in folk rituals that persisted in the countryside for thousands of years after the Canaanites themselves ceased to exist as a distinct political entity. The Finnish Palestinian scholar Tafik Kanan a physician and ethnographer who spent the first half of the 20th century documenting the folk beliefs of Palestinian villagers, was particularly attentive to these survivals. In his landmark study, Mohammedan Saints and Sanctuaries in Palestine, published in 1927, Kanan documented hundreds of local shrines, called maqamat, scattered across the Palestinian landscape. Small domed buildings, sacred trees, springs, and hilltop sites where villagers came to pray, make vows to tie rags to branches, light candles, and seek the intercession of a local holy figure called a wali. Kanan recognized that many of these sites predated Islam, and in many cases even predated Christianity. The sacred tree on the hilltop, the spring with healing powers, the stone that women touched for fertility, well, these were all patterns that reached back into the Canaanite religion, into the worship of Baal and Asherah, and the local deities of that long-gone Bronze Age. Well, as for the villagers who visited these sites in the 1920s, they might have had a little bit of an idea that these places were significant, but they didn't know that they were performing rituals with 3,000-year-old roots. As a matter of fact, they didn't really need to know. The landscape remembered enough for them, even when the people had forgotten. This deep continuity is one of the Palestinian folklore's most remarkable features. The anthropologist Shelag Weir, writing about Palestinian village life, observed that the agricultural calendar of Palestinian peasants, the Fellahin, followed rhythms that had been established in the region long before Islam, long before Christianity and anything else, reaching back into the seasonal cycles of the ancient Near East. The timing of planting and harvest, the festivals that marked the solstices and equinoxes, all of these had pre-monotheistic origins that were later absorbed into the Islamic calendar and given Islamic explanations, but whose underlying structure remained to be fundamentally ancient. The Thursday visit to the cemetery, the springtime picnic at the Wali's shrine, and of course the certain nights of fire lighting. These were not inventions of Arab conquest, rather inheritances from a world so old that its origins had been lost even to memory. But one of the most striking survivals was the veneration of sacred trees. Kanan documented dozens of sacred trees across Palestine: oaks, terebinths, carob sycamores, a little bit of everything. They were believed to be inhabited by awliya, saints, or by jinn, or simply by a numinous power that had no name. Rags were tied to the branches by supplicants. Nails were hammered into the trunks as part of healing rituals, transferring the disease from the body into the tree. Oil was poured on the roots. Sick children were passed through hollows in their trunks to be healed. And these practices are attested in Canaanite religion. The worship at high places under sacred trees that the Hebrew Bible condemns repeatedly is in all probability the ancestor of Palestinian tree shrines. The condemnation itself is evidence of continuity. You don't need to repeatedly forbid something that nobody is doing right. But let's move on from that. Let's talk about the jinn. Now, the jinn in Palestinian folklore are not exotic. Rather, they are domestic. They are your neighbors, albeit invisible neighbors, but neighbors nonetheless, living in the same landscape, sharing the same water sources, and ultimately subject to the same god. The Palestinian relationship with the jinn is one of the most richly documented in the Arab world, largely thanks to Kanan's meticulous fieldwork, and it reveals a worldview in which the boundary between the seen and unseen was porous, negotiable, and absolutely central to daily life. Palestinian jinn had addresses. They lived in specific places, abandoned houses, ruined buildings, maybe an old well or a cave, not to mention the corners of bathrooms, and most importantly, beneath certain ancient trees. The putum tree, the Atlantic terebinth, was particularly associated with jinn habitation, as were the very old oaks and carob trees. Now, these trees were not cut down, not because of environmentalism in a modern sense, but because cutting down a jinn's tree would, well, that would bring a terrible retribution. Might be illness, madness, a miscarriage, or death of livestock, things like this. Canaan recorded cases in which villagers attributed specific misfortunes to the felling of a particular tree, even one decades earlier. See, the problem is, the jinn are kind of like elephants. They have long memories, and they're not known for their forgiveness. They tend to hold a grudge a little bit. The rules for coexisting with jinn were elaborate and strictly observed. You said, Bismillah, in the name of God, before putting hot water down a drain, because a jinn might be in the pipe. You said, Dastur, permission, before entering a ruin or an unfamiliar building. You didn't throw stones at night. You might hit a jinn by mistake. And you didn't whistle after dark. You also didn't linger at a crossroad at twilight, the Maghrib hour, the hour between day and night. That belonged to the jinn, the time when they were most active and most dangerous. Children were brought indoors at Maghrib. Laundry was taken off the line, the doors were closed. The transition from day to night was not merely a change in lighting. It was rather a change in sovereignty. Sure, the humans ruled in the daylight, but when the dusk came and night fell, the time belonged to the jinn. Now, certain jinn were known by name and reputation. The Karina, sometimes called al-Subyan, mother of children, was a female jinni who attacked newborns and new mothers. She was the Palestinian equivalent of the Persian al, and the precautions against her were remarkably similar. Iron objects placed around the birthing room, blue beads hung on the baby, amulets containing Quranic verses sewn into the infant's clothing. The fear of the Karina was not abstract, because, well, in practical terms, infant mortality in Palestinian villages was devastatingly high, well into the 20th century. The Karina provided an explanation, a name for the nameless terror of losing a child, but more importantly, a set of actions that you could take. You couldn't really prevent a disease that you didn't understand, but you could hang up an amulet. You could burn some incense, you could recite some protective sutras. Do what you can with what you understand. The Karina gave you something to fight against, and that, in terms of psychologically, was a lot better than just being helpless. But there was also the ghoul, that is Ghul, which is basically ghoul, right? A word that has entered English but lost most of its original meaning. In Palestinian folklore, the ghoul was a shape-shifting jinn of the wilderness, the bar, open country beyond the village. Well, it appeared to solitary travelers, often in the form of a beautiful woman or a friendly stranger, luring them away from the path. And once you followed the ghoul into the wilderness, you were lost, spiritually and literally. The ghoul might then devour you, or it might simply lead you in circles until you died of thirst and exhaustion. The remedy was the adhan, the Islamic call to prayer, which was powerful enough to cause the ghoul to flee, or the striking of iron, which all jinn feared. The ghoul stories are, among other things, a folklore of the desert edge, the borderland between the sown and the unsown, between the village and void, that defined much of the geography of southern Palestine. Palestinian folklore also knew the Afarit, a more powerful and, well, malevolent category of jinn. Now, the Ifrit was bigger, stronger, and more dangerous than an ordinary jinn, and encounters with the Afarit were narrated with a particular dread. They were said to inhabit ruins, and Palestine, with its layered archaeological history, was full of them. You had the Roman columns, the Crusader walls, Ottoman khans, all half buried in the landscape and all potentially home to supernatural occupants who didn't take visitors. The most feared ruins were those that contained underground spaces, cisterns, cellars, burial chambers, because the Afarit preferred darkness and depth. Shepherds gave wide berth to certain ruins, and children were absolutely forbidden from playing in them, not because of the danger of falling stones, though that was real enough, but because an Afarit might seize them. But if you know about kids, they probably played in them anyway. Anyway, the practical and supernatural dangers were in the Palestinian worldview, not separate categories. They were the same danger, but just viewed from a different angle. And then there were the Silah, a female jinn of extraordinary beauty, who appeared to men traveling alone, often near water sources. She would ask for help, a ride, a drink, directions, something like that, and if the man complied, she would reveal her true form and devour him. The Silah could be identified by her feet, which were sometimes described as hoofs or turned backwards. The detail about the feet is widespread in jinn folklore across the Arab world, and it shows a practical message. You have to look at the details. Look carefully. Beauty can be deceiving, and the truth is often found in those details that the illusion cannot quite get right. Palestinian folk narrative was overwhelmingly a woman's art. The stories were told by women, to other women and children, in the domestic space of the home, usually in the evening after a day's work had been done. The storyteller, the Hakawatia, as it's called, was often an older woman, a grandmother or an aunt, and her authority was absolute for the duration of the tale. The opening formula was specific and beautiful. It would be something like, there was, or there was not, in the oldest of times, things like that. Now this formula is shared across the Arab-speaking world, but what followed was distinctly Palestinian in its setting, character, and concerns. The Palestinian hikayeh, which is their oral tradition, as studied by the scholar Ibrahim Muhawi of the folklorist and the folklorist Sharif Kanana in their essential collection Speak, Bird, Speak Again, published in 1989, based on the stories recorded in the West Bank and Gaza, reveals a narrative tradition of remarkable sophistication. The tales were not just simple moral fables. They are complex explorations of social power, gender relations, family dynamics, and the tension between individual desire and community obligation. A typical hikayeh might concern a young woman who is mistreated by her stepmother. Once again, evil stepmothers across the whole global breadth of folklore. Or a younger son who must prove himself against his older brothers, perhaps a girl who is transformed into a bird and must find her way back to human form. The structures are familiar from the folk narrative worldwide. Cinderella types, quest narratives, transformation tales. But the details are where they become consistently local. The food is Palestinian food. Mujadara, Mansaf, Musakan. The landscape is a Palestinian landscape. The olive grove, threshing floor. The social tensions are Palestinian tensions, the dynamics of extended families, the power of the mother-in-law, and the vulnerability of the bride in her husband's household. So, once again, these may be globalized concerns. Muhawi and Kanana made a crucial observation about the gendered nature of these tales. The hikaye functioned, in part, as a space in which women could articulate truths about their lives that they couldn't really state directly. A woman who could not publicly criticize her husband's family could tell a story in which a cruel mother-in-law was punished by supernatural forces. A young woman who dreaded an arranged marriage could listen to a tale in which the clever heroine outwitted an unwanted suitor. Now, these tales were not really escapism. They were more of a parallel discourse, a way of speaking about real power relations through a safe medium of that once upon a time. The closing formula of the hikaye acknowledged this specifically. Basically, that's the end of the story. The bird has flown to its nest, and ours is the best of all. Something like that. The story was over, but those truths lingered in the room. Certain tale types were distinctly Palestinian in their emphasis. The clever maiden stories, in which a young maiden outsmarts a king or a wealthy man through wit and linguistic skill. They're particularly prominent in the Palestinian repertoire. Muhawi and Kanana argue that these stories reflect the real social intelligence that Palestinian women needed to navigate a patriarchal world in which their formal power was limited, but their informal influence was quite considerable. The clever maiden doesn't really rebel. She doesn't overthrow social order. She works within it, using its own rules, language, and values, and she wins. The stories are not revolutionary. They're strategic. They teach survival through intelligence, and they suggest that the deepest form of power is the ability to understand a system so thoroughly that you can turn it to your advantage without appearing to challenge it at all. Animal tales, kurafiat, were another important genre, told especially to children, but enjoyed by adults as well. The hyena appeared frequently as a figure of stupidity and brute force, easily outwitted by smaller and more clever animals. The fox, the talab, that was the trickster, the clever one, the eternal survivor. The gazelle, beauty and grace, the tortoise, patience. These animal tales functioned as a moral education, teaching children that values that the community prized, like cleverness over strength and patience over haste. They were also entertainment, sure, but they were performed with voices, gestures, and sound effects by storytellers who were, in their own way, consummate performers. Palestinian proverbs, amthal, are another vast reservoir of folk wisdom, and they are among the most vivid in the Arab-speaking world. For example, the eye cannot rise above the eyebrow, meaning know your place, do not overreach. And also, he who wants to marry my mother, I'll call him uncle, meaning be pragmatic and accept what you can't change. Next one, the world is never free of traitors, which, well, doesn't really need much explanation. The proverbs are terse, rhythmic, often darkly humorous, and they encode a worldview that's deeply realist, unsentimental about human nature, skeptical of power, and, committed to the family unit as the basic structure of social life. They were used constantly in daily speech, by both men and women, and a person who could deploy the right proverb at the right moment commanded a specific kind of social authority, the authority of the tradition itself, speaking through them. But if there is a single art form that embodies Palestinian folklore more completely than anything else, it's tatriz, the cross-stitch embroidery that adorned the traditional thobe, the long dress worn by Palestinian women. Tatriz isn't a decoration. It's more like a language of sorts, a visual communication tool, a system of communication so precise and so deeply encoded that a knowledgeable observer could look at a woman's dress and tell you where she was from, whether she was married or unmarried, how wealthy her family was, and what region's aesthetic traditions she belonged to, all from those little patterns stitched into fabric. Each village, and Palestine had over 800 villages before 1948, had its own distinctive embroidery patterns, its own preferred color combinations, its own characteristic chest panels and sleeve designs. The women of Ramallah favored bold geometric patterns in deep red and maroon on white linen, with a wide, heavily embroidered chest panel called the kabeh. The women of Bethlehem used couching techniques, with gold and silver thread, producing a shimmering, luxurious effect that reflected the town's relative prosperity and proximity to the markets of Jerusalem. The women of Galilee used bright colors, greens, yellows, oranges, and their patterns tended toward the floral and the curvilinear. The women of the Nakab Desert, the Bedouin, used indigo-dyed fabric, and bold geometric patterns could be read at a distance across the open landscape. To a trained eye, the dress was more of a map, a declaration of identity, kind of like a passport of sorts. The motifs themselves carried meaning. The cypress tree, al-sarwe, symbolized longevity and resistance. The moon, al-kamar, symbolized beauty. The eight-pointed star was a ward against the evil eye. Birds in pairs represented marital harmony. The zigzag pattern of the baker's path evoked the daily rhythms of village life. Some motifs were ancient. The triangular pattern that scholars have identified in Canaanite pottery appears barely changed in Palestinian embroidery 3,000 years later. Others were a bit more modern. By the early 20th century, women were incorporating new images. The British flag during the Mandate period, sometimes mockingly, the map of Palestine after 1948, defiantly. The embroidery was a living tradition, absorbing new content without abandoning old forms. After the Nakba, Tatriz took on an additional dimension. It became an act of memory. Women in refugee camps continued to embroider, and the patterns they stitched were the patterns of the villages they had lost. A woman from Lifta, living in a camp near Amman, would stitch the patterns of Lifta, not because she needed a dress in the old style, but because a pattern was a record. It was proof, a way of saying, this village existed. I was born there. I came from it, and I carry it with me. Palestinian embroidery became, in the decades after 1948, one of those symbols of Palestinian cultural identity, displayed in museums, worn at political gatherings, and taught to daughters and granddaughters as a form of intergenerational transmission. The thread, literally, connecting the present to the past. The colors of Tatriz were themselves a language. Red, the dominant color in most Palestinian embroidery, was associated with life, with blood, with the earth itself, specifically the red soil of the Palestinian hills. A married woman's dress was a heavily red one. An older woman's dress shifted toward darker tones, indigo, black, deep maroons. It reflected her changed status. A woman in mourning wore blue. The green of Islam appeared in some patterns, and the gold thread of Bethlehem work signaled wealth and urban sophistication. The thread itself, originally hand-spun and hand-dyed with natural pigments from pomegranate skin, sumac, and indigo, was by the early 20th century increasingly imported European floss, and the shift in materials brought new colors and new possibilities. But the grammar of embroidery, the relationship between pattern, color, meaning, and placement, it all remained intact, even as the vocabulary expanded. A woman who understood Tatriz could read a dress the way a scholar reads a text, with attention to structure, nuance, and what is said between those lines. The Palestinian wedding, al-Urz, was more of a production than an event. It lasted days, sometimes a full week, and every single stage was ritualized. Every song prescribed and every gesture had this meaning laden to it. The wedding was the supreme social performance of village life, the moment when families displayed their wealth, their alliances, their generosity, adherence to tradition, and it was saturated with folklore from beginning to the end. The process began long before the wedding day itself, with the jaha, the formal delegation of men from the groom's family who went to the bride's family to ask for her hand. The jaha is a highly ritualized negotiation, conducted through intermediaries, governed by precise etiquette, and of course, lubricated by coffee. The offering and acceptance of coffee was itself a coded communication. If the bride's father served coffee, the negotiation could proceed. If he didn't, well, the answer is no, and no means no. The mar, the bride price that is, was agreed upon, and the engagement would be formalized. The night before the wedding was the Leilat al-Henna, the henna night. The bride's party, a woman's celebration of extraordinary richness, would take place. The bride's hands and feet were decorated with intricate henna designs, applied by a specialist, the hanana, while the women of both families sang, ululated, danced, and performed the zakarit, the high-pitched trill of joy that is one of the most recognizable sounds in Palestinian culture. The henna itself was believed to have protective properties. It was not merely cosmetic, but apotropaic, a ward against the evil eye, and against jinn who might be drawn to the bride's vulnerability on the threshold of her new life. The songs sung during the henna night were specific to the occasion. They praised the bride's beauty, teased the groom a little bit, lamented the bride's departure from her family, and affirmed the bonds between the two households. Many of these songs have been recorded by ethnographers and ethnomusicologists, and they constitute one of the richest bodies of women's oral literature in the Arab world. The wedding procession was the crescendo. The groom, accompanied by his male relatives and friends, proceed through the village to claim their bride, accompanied by music, the tabla drum, the flute, the double pipe, and the dabke, the line dance that is perhaps the most iconic element of Palestinian folk culture. The dabke is not merely a dance, it's a statement of identity. A line of men, arms linked, stamping the earth in unison, led by a lawe who improves variations while the line maintains the rhythm. The stamping is deliberate. You're marking the ground, you see, claiming it, pressing your presence into the earth. In the context of a people whose connection to their land has been systematically contested, the dabke carries a weight that transcends entertainment. It is an assertion. We are here. This is our feet on this ground, and we're not bloody leaving. Well, the music of the wedding, and of Palestinian folk life more broadly, was built around a small number of instruments with enormous expressive range. The midwiz, a double-pipe reed instrument played with circular breathing, produced a dense buzzing. Insistent sound was the signature of Palestinian folk music, immediately recognizable and profoundly tied to place. The shababe, a simple end-blown flute, was the shepherd's instrument played in the hills, its sound carrying across valleys. The tabla and the darbuka provided rhythm, and the voice. Above all, the voice carried the poetry. The wedding singer, often a man, the poet singer called the bada, would improvise verses praising families, teasing the groom and complimenting the bride's beauty. and weaving in proverbs and folk wisdom as he went on. A skilled barder was a celebrity, hired from village to village, and his improvisational ability was judged with the same critical attention that a jazz audience might bring to a piano solo. The quality of the wedding singer was a direct reflection on the family's social standing. A great barder means a great wedding, and a great wedding means you're off to a pretty good start. Now, after the wedding itself, the bride entered her husband's household, and a new set of rituals would begin. Rituals designed to ease the transition and protect the new couple from supernatural harm. A piece of bread dipped in olive oil was placed above the door for the bride to touch as she entered. The bread and oil, the two sacred substances of Palestinian agriculture, would bless the threshold. The groom might break a clay pot at the entrance, the shattering driving away any jinn. And in some villages, the bride would step over a trail of water poured from the door to the bed. Water as purification, as blessing, as the element that sustains life. Every little gesture layered with meaning, and the meaning was always double, practical and protective, social and supernatural. The olive tree is to Palestinian folklore what fire is to Persian folklore, or what water is to Polish folklore. It is the sacred center, the organizing symbol and the thing around which everything else arranges itself. Palestine's been an olive country for at least 5,000 years. And well, the archaeological record shows olive cultivation in the region from the early Bronze Age. And the olive tree has accumulated layers of meaning that are almost impossible to disentangle. Economic, spiritual, familial, national. The olive has it all. An olive tree can live for hundreds of years, and in Palestine many trees are genuinely ancient. Gnarled, massive, their trunks split and hollowed by time, but still producing fruit. These trees were not merely property, they were ancestors. A family's olive tree was their most valuable possession. More valuable than the house sometimes, because the house could be rebuilt, but the tree could not be replaced, at least not in a human lifetime. The inheritance of olive trees was governed by specific customs, and disputes over olive trees were among the bitterest feuds in village life. To uproot an olive tree was an act of violence equivalent of destroying a house. Worse in some respects, because you see the tree's alive and killing it's a kind of murder, certainly. And that's not a metaphor. Palestinian farmers spoke of their trees as family members. They gave them names. They mourned when one of them died and celebrated when a young tree bore its first fruit. Kind of like when you watch your own child take its first steps or speak its first words. That's how important they were to them. The olive harvest was the central event of the agricultural year, and it was saturated with ritual and song. The harvest began in October and could last through December, depending on the size of the family's groves. Entire families participated, men, women, children, grandparents, and the harvest songs that accompanied the work were among the most beautiful in Palestinian repertoire. These were work songs. Their rhythm matched the rhythm of picking, of beating branches with sticks, sorting olives on the ground, but there were also songs of love, longing and praise for the land and the tree. The olive tree was addressed directly, praised and thanked, as though it were a person who had chosen to give gifts voluntarily. Olive oil was used in virtually every aspect of Palestinian life. It was food, the basis of cooking, the dip for bread, the preservative for cheese and vegetables. It was medicine, applied to wounds massaged into skin, used to treat ear infections and stomach ailments. It was also fuel. Olive oil lamps lit Palestinian homes for millennia. Soap, too. The famous Nablusi soap, made from olive oil and lye, was one of Palestine's most renowned exports back in the day. And it was sacred. used to anoint the sick, to bless the dead, to fill the lamps in the mosques and churches. The olive tree connected the mundane and the spiritual, the kitchen and the shrine, the family and the land, all in this unbroken chain of meaning. Other agricultural customs were equally rich. The wheat harvest had its own songs and rituals. The threshing floor was a communal space where grain was separated from chaff, using a wooden sled dragged over the stalks. And the Bedar was a social space, a place of gathering, gossip, and courtship. The first rain of the season, the Wasme, was celebrated with special prayers and with the firing of guns into the air. The planting of the first seeds was preceded by a prayer and by the invocation of God's blessing upon the soil. The entire agricultural cycle was, in effect, a liturgy, a continuous conversation between the farmer and the land, mediated by God and by the accumulated wisdom of generations past. The Palestinian agricultural calendar was also marked by specific folk observances tied to the weather and stars. The Saida, the 40 coldest days of the winter, beginning in late December, were a period of particular danger and ritual caution. The elderly villagers tracked the Saida with quite a bit of precision, counting the days and observing specific signs. The flowering of the almond tree marked the midpoint, and the end of the Saida meant that the worst was finally over. The Kamsin, the hot desert wind that blew up in spring, was feared not only for its physical effects, but for its supernatural associations. You see, the Kamsin was believed to agitate the jinn, and people were advised to stay indoors and avoid conflict during Kamsin days, because tempers were frayed and the supernatural world was restless. Even the weather in the Palestinian worldview was not merely meteorological. It was spiritual and moral, connected to a web of meaning that linked the sky, soil, spirits, and community into this single living, breathing system. Palestinian beliefs about death and the dead reveal a worldview in which the boundary between those two was not a wall but a curtain, and a pretty thin, permeable one that occasionally gets parted. The dead were not gone. They were nearby. They could hear, see. They could be pleased or not so pleased. And they retained a connection to the living that required active management. The rituals surrounding death were precise and immediate. When a person died, the body was washed by family members of the same gender, wrapped in a white shroud, and buried before sunset if possible, or at least by the following day at the latest. You could not delay this. The dead person's soul was believed to remain near the body until burial, and prolonging its wait was a unimaginable cruelty. At the grave, prayers were recited, and those present addressed the deceased directly. This is your new home. May God make it spacious for you. The language was intimate and conversational. You spoke to the dead person as though they could hear you, because you believed they could. The mourning period, the Aza, lasted 3 days, during which the bereaved family received condolences in a dedicated space, often a tent erected near the house. Coffee, always unsweetened because sweetness was inappropriate to grief, was served to visitors. Meals were brought by neighbors and extended family, because the bereaved were not expected to do the cooking. They'd been through enough already. The social architecture of mourning was a communal support system of considerable sophistication. The burden of grief was distributed across the community, and the bereaved were never really left fully alone. The dead returned, too, on specific occasions. Thursday nights, the eve of Friday, the holy day, were particularly associated with the visitation of the dead. Incense was burned, candles lit, and food sometimes left out or distributed to the poor in the name of the deceased. During the last 10 nights of Ramadan, The dead were believed to be especially close, and families visited cemeteries, cleaned graves, and recited the Fatiha. The Arba'in, the 40th day after death, was marked by a special gathering, because the soul's final departure from the earthly realm was believed to occur on this day. Until the Arba'in, the deceased was in a kind of liminal state, not fully departed and not completely alive either, and the living bore a responsibility to ease that transition through prayer, remembrance, and a bit of charity. Dreams of the dead were taken with utmost seriousness. If a deceased relative appeared in a dream and asked for something, whether it be water, food, a bit more prayers, the request was fulfilled immediately upon waking. If the deceased appeared unhappy, it was a sign that something was wrong, a debt unpaid, a grudge unresolved, a grave being untended. The dream was a communication, and ignoring it was both disrespectful and dangerous. Canaan recorded numerous cases in which villagers changed their behavior on the basis of dream visitation from a deceased relative. They might have made pilgrimages or paid off their debts, things like this. The dead were in no way passive. They were participants in the ongoing life of the family, and their wishes carried authority that the living could not easily refuse. The cult of the Awliya, the saints, was closely related to the relationship with the dead. Across Palestine, the landscape was dotted with maqamat, shrines to local holy figures, some historical, some legendary, some whose origins had been entirely forgotten. These were not mosques, not really. They were more sites of folk devotion that existed alongside formal Islam, sometimes uneasily so. At a maqam, you could make a vow, a nadir, promising a saint a sacrifice, a donation, or a specific act of piety in exchange for the fulfillment of a prayer. Women visited maqamat for fertility. Mothers brought their sick kids. Farmers prayed for rain. Pretty practical concerns. The saints were intermediaries, wasta, to use the Arabic term for mediation, between the human and the divine, figures who could carry your petition upward, because they were closer to God than you. The practice was and is theologically controversial within Islam. Purist scholars always objected to saint veneration as a form of shirk, the association of partners with God. But the practice persisted, because it met a need that formal theology could not. The need for personal, local, accessible points of contact with the divine. Someone who knew your village, family, and your particular suffering. Hilma Grankvist, the Finnish anthropologist who spent years living in the village of Artas near Bethlehem in the 20s and 30s, produced some of the most detailed accounts ever written of Palestinian death customs. She documented the keening, the ritual wailing performed by women over the body, a formalized expression of grief that followed specific melodic patterns that included direct addresses to the deceased, praise of their virtues, and laments for those they left behind. The keening was not private. It was public, performative, and communally understood as both an expression of genuine grief and social obligations. You wailed for the dead because silence was an insult, because the quality of your mourning was measured by your love, and because the dead person's soul needed to hear that they were mourned before they could fully move on. Next we have the evil eye, al-ayin or ayin al-hasud, the eye of envy, the single most pervasive folk belief in Palestinian culture, cutting across every social boundary. Muslim and Christian, urban and rural, educated and literate. Everyone knows about the evil eye. The conviction that a look of envy, whether conscious or unconscious, could cause real physical harm to its objects was so deeply embedded that it shaped daily speech, social behavior, and material culture in ways that are quite difficult to overstate. The protections against the evil eye were layered and redundant, because the danger was omnipresent. A single defense was never enough. The first line of defense was verbal. You did not praise a child's beauty or health without immediately adding, "Mashallah, what God has willed," which deflected the envy by attributing the good fortune to God rather than to the child itself. If you forgot to say "Mashallah," you were expected to spit lightly, symbolically to avert the evil eye you had just cast. Mothers were particularly vigilant. A beautiful child was often deliberately left slightly dirty or a little bit disheveled so it would not attract too much admiration and therefore dangerous glances. Some mothers gave their children ugly nicknames, calling a beautiful girl the dark one or a healthy boy the sickly one, to deceive the evil eye into thinking that the child was not worth envying. The second line of defense was material. Blue beads were hung on babies, animals, and doorways of houses, even on the dashboards of cars. The color blue was believed to deflect the evil eye, though the reason for this specific association is still a bit debated. The hand of Fatima, the Kamsa, was another ubiquitous protective symbol. An open hand, sometimes with an eye in the palm, hung above doors worn as jewelry, painted on walls. Alum, shab, was burned over coals to diagnose and cure the evil eye. The smoke was wafted over the inflicted person, and the shapes the melting alum formed on the coal were read as indicators of who had cast the eye and how to remove it. Amulets, hijabat, were another crucial element. These were small pouches containing written verses of the Quran, specific prayers or mystical number squares, sewn shut and worn around the neck or pinned to clothing. Amulets were prepared by men, typically a sheikh or a religiously learned person, but they were commissioned and deployed by women who managed the protective infrastructure of the household. A newborn child might wear 3 or 4 hijabats simultaneously, one against the evil eye, one against jinn, one for health, and one for a general blessing. Sort of like a spiritual multivitamin, I suppose. The amulet was a technology of protection, and like any technology, it had its specialists, regional variations, and ongoing debates about efficacy and best practice. Palestinian folk medicine, Tib Shabi, was another domain where the seen and the unseen intertwined. Herbal remedies were the first resort for most ailments. Sage was brewed for stomach complaints and sore throats. Thyme, mixed with olive oil, was both a food and a medicine, believed to sharpen the mind and strengthen the body. Chamomile was used for calming nerves and settling digestion. Black seed was considered a cure for virtually everything. Well, a belief supported by a hadith that black seed cures every disease except death. But when herbal remedies failed, the explanation was often supernatural. The illness was caused by the evil eye, by a jinn or by sorcery, and the remedy shifted from the botanical to the spiritual. Bring back the amulets, Quranic recitations, burning of incense, and perhaps the intervention of a healer who could see what ordinary eyes could not. Of course, there is a before and after in this story, and that is the year 1948, this catastrophe of the Nakba, shattering the world in which Palestinian folklore had lived. Over 700,000 Palestinians were expelled or fled from their homes. Over 400 villages were destroyed or depopulated. The physical landscape of Palestinian folk life, the olive groves, the threshing floors, the shrines, the ancestral houses, was, in vast areas, simply erased. The bulldozers came in and just destroyed everything. The fellahin who had maintained the agricultural rituals, the women who had sung the harvest songs, or those grandmothers who had told the hikayat, They found themselves in refugee camps in Gaza and the West Bank, in Lebanon, Jordan, and Syria, now living in tents and then in concrete block shelters, while their old homes were occupied by these strangers, completely cut off from the land that had given their traditions and lives meaning. But the folklore survived. It survived because it lived in people, not in places. The women in the camps didn't stop embroidering. The grandmas continued to tell stories. They said their tales in landscapes their children had never seen, but they could describe them in precise detail. The songs were still sung, the proverbs still spoken. The recipes were cooked with whatever ingredients were available, modified but recognizable. The dabkeh was danced, the zakarit rang out at weddings, the hijabat was sewn. Folklore was preserved not in a museum, but in the heart. The scholars who documented this survival deserve quite a bit of recognition. Mouhawi and Kanana's Speak Bird Speak Again rescued the Hikaye tradition from oblivion. The work of Palestinian Folklore Society, Inash, INASH, founded by Samia Khalabi, and the Popular Arts Center at Al-Bireh, collected, archived, and displayed embroidery, pottery, costumes, and oral traditions. The ethnomusicologist Nadia Yaqub documented Palestinian wedding songs. The historian Rochelle Davis recorded the village memory books that Palestinian refugees compiled to preserve the details of their lost communities, the names of every family, the location of every well, the pattern of every dress. They're not really academic exercises, but more acts of salvage, performed with the urgency of a people who knew if they did not record these things now, they would be taken away from them forever. And so, today, Palestinian folklore exists in a state of dynamic tension between preservation and transformation, between a diaspora and the homeland, between the rural past and urban present. Young Palestinians in Ramallah and Haifa learn tatreez in workshops. And there's even a few hip-hop artists in Gaza that sample traditional Midwiz melodies. Restaurants in Amman and Beirut serve musakan and muklebe as conscious acts of cultural assertion. The dakbeh is performed in solidarity rallies in London and Chicago and Sao Paulo. The olive tree remains the central symbol, a living metaphor that what has been cut down can grow back again and again, and those roots go a lot deeper than anyone expected. But perhaps this is the most important thing to understand about Palestinian folklore. It is not a relic, not a museum piece or object of nostalgia, but still a living practice. But it is maintained under conditions of extraordinary difficulty, adapted to circumstances that its creators could have never imagined, and charged with significance that goes far beyond entertainment or cultural curiosity. Every story told, quiet, persistent, and unyielding, shows that this culture exists, that it has depth, beauty, and history, and it will not allow itself to be erased. The bird has flown to its nest, and ours is the best. The fascinating folklore of Ireland. It's a rich blend of myth, legend, and tradition that comes from an ancient and medieval past. You'll find heroic sagas of warriors and gods, mysterious spirits and fairies haunting the landscape, and of course the seasonal rites and festivals that mark the turning of the year. Much of this deep lore has its roots in Ireland's pre-Christian Celtic era, passed down orally by Fiali, poet-seers, and Shanahay, storytellers, long before it was inscribed by later medieval monks in Christian times. As a result, what we have that survives today is this blend of pagan myth and later Christian reinterpretation. So what we do today, in our folklore series that we're currently doing, is exploring the breadth of the folklore of Ireland, with a little bit of an academic lens to it too. From the mythological cycles and legendary figures like the Morrigan and Fionn MacCool, to folkloric motives like banshees and changelings, sacred wells, fairy forts, and the great seasonal festivals of Samhain and Imbolc. And throughout it, we'll talk about the regional variations too, because there's a bit of that, and of course the more obscure beliefs. And don't forget the linguistic clues that we have from the really old sources that help us take a more scholarly perspective on these traditions. The goal is, by the end, is to give you a broad picture of what Irish folklore is like, the unique character, the little eccentricities, so you can perhaps hold your own next time you meet an Irish person when you're talking about this conversation. So welcome. And as in good manners, I always give the customary welcome to the channel for anybody new here. Good to meet you. We're going to have a great time today. A little bit of a departure from the normal content, but something that's been quite requested. In any case, if you've not clicked that subscribe button yet, I do invite you to do so. And for those returning to the channel, nice to see you again. Remember, all these videos are ad-free, and that's because of the contributions on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the people who checked out the merch store, and the occasional donation. If you want to find links to that, well, you can look at the pinned comment or the video description. But first and foremost, let's all just get nice and relaxed and begin the video. Oh, and if there are any unnatural breaks, it's because I'm pausing the video to check my pronunciations. I will do my best. Although it's hard to find some old Irish pronunciations, I will search the internet far and wide. Anyway, let us begin. Of course, Irish mythology is traditionally divided into cycles, clusters of tales that form the backbone of this ancient folklore. And foremost among these is the mythological cycle that deals with Ireland's earliest legendary inhabitants, the gods and supernatural races who, in myth, ruled the island before humans. And the primary source for these origin legends is actually a medieval compilation called Lebor Cabala Éireann, the Book of the Taking of Ireland. This text, written by Christian monks, presents a pseudo-historical narrative of successive invasions or takings of Ireland. In it we read how gods and heroes shaped the land, from the exploits of Partholon and Nemed, the mythic patriarchs, to the drama of the Tuatha De Danann, the tribe of the goddess Danu, who represent these old gods of Ireland. According to Lebor Cabala, the Tuatha De Danann were defeated by the mortal Milesians, that is the early Gaelic people, and retreated back into the earth. A resonant detail that echoes in later folklore, where those once gods live on as the fairy folk in their hollow hills. Though clearly influenced by the Christian worldview, the text even attempts to synchronize Irish myth within biblical time frames. Lebor Cabala Éireann provides a foundational framework for Ireland's mythic past. It's a blend of mythology and even a bit of political allegory, preserving ancient names and stories, albeit throughout the filter of a monastic scribe's pen. One striking figure from the mythological cycle is the Morrigan, a goddess whose very name in Old Irish meant Great Queen, or Phantom Queen perhaps, and it hints at her importance but also her mystery. She exemplifies the complexities of Irish myth, often appearing as a trio of sisters or aspects, The Morrigan is associated with figures named Bad, Macha, and Nemain in various texts. But primarily the Morrigan is a deity of war and fate, appearing on the battlefields to influence the outcome and to foretell victory or perhaps even doom. Fingers crossed, it's the right one. Medieval epics describe her as a shapeshifter and even a prophetess, one who might appear as a crow on a warrior's shoulder or a hooded crone washing blood-stained garments in the river. Always an omen, always a deeper meaning. Never clear. The Morrigan's portrayal in such mythic episodes has invited a lot of scholarly interpretation. In Cath Magdured, the Battle of Magdured, an 11th century text recounting the great clash between Tuatha De Danann and their foes, the Fomorians, the Morrigan plays quite an interesting role. On the eve of battle, she meets the Dagda, the chief god, often called the good god at a river ford, and unites with him, thereby blessing the hosts to victory. She then goes forth to battle, using her magic to bewilder the enemy. After the Fomorians are defeated, it is the Morrigan who claims the triumph and a prophecy of Ireland's future prosperity. But medieval texts even differ on whether the Morrigan is one being or three sisters, reflecting the fluid identities in oral tradition. Of course, everyone has a different idea on that when it comes down to oral traditions, and different areas will have different interpretations. Yet all accounts do agree on one thing, that is her formidable presence. She walks that line between life and death, war and prophecy, embodying the otherworldly power at the heart of Irish folklore. So opposing the divine Tuatha De Danann in the mythological cycle are the Fomorians, often characterized as chaotic and destructive beings. In simple terms, the bad guys. They may represent the wild forces of nature, or the darkness that the bright gods must overcome. A famous Fomorian leader is Balor of the Evil Eye, a giant from Tory Island, that is off the Donegal coast, whose single eye could wither an army out of fear. In myth, Balor is eventually slain by his own grandson, the young god Lugh, a tale wherein the new order of gods supplants the old, and light overcomes the darkness. Notably, Balor's legend lives on in local folklore. The people on Tory Island long told stories of a one-eyed giant, tying a specific place and dialect tradition into the grand mythic narrative. And isn't that not just a prime example of how regional folklore can preserve these echoes of the ancient mythology? Of course, things always change over time. Stories get changed a little bit. Maybe it's political, maybe it's a religious thing, spiritual tides changing how things are told, but it certainly does speak to how long things can endure for. Well, the mythological cycle also hints at old religious practices and beliefs too, because of course we have Christian Ireland and pre-Christian Ireland. Medieval writers, often with Christian sensibilities, occasionally included scathing depictions of the pagan cults, and that's nothing new either. The Romans used to depict the Irish as cannibals for quite a long time. Watch my video on Roman contact with Ireland if you want to know more about that. But one dramatic example is the tale of Crom Cru, a mysterious idol said to have stood on the plains of Magslach in present-day County Cavan. According to the lore in the Jinshenkas, it is a medieval collection of place name legends, and in later commentaries, Crom Cru was a chief god of the pre-Christian Irish, sometimes described as a gold-covered stone figure surrounded by lesser stones. and in legend, kings and devotees supposedly offered blood sacrifices to Kromkru to ensure bountiful harvests. Even the sacrifice of his firstborn children is alleged. Sacrifice of firstborn children, rather. The High King Tigurmas and thousands of his followers are said to have perished while worshipping this idol on one Samhain night, struck down by the demon god itself. Such accounts were, well, likely exaggerated by monks to demonize the pagan past, so sprinkle of salt on that last section. Yet the persistence of place names, like Mar Slek, the plain of prostration, suggests that they were rooted in genuine local traditions. The lore goes on to relate that St. Patrick, upon arriving in that area, smashed Kromkruk to pieces, symbolically ending the old rites. So this story encapsulates a kind of duality in sources, part genuine folklore, part polemic, and of course, like I said, get the salt out again. But we do see a vivid, if not, well, if biased, snapshot of indigenous religion and its suppression, as well as the folkloric impulse to link even dark, obscure practices to concrete locations in the Irish landscape. Alongside the mythological cycle, the medieval Irish scribes recorded other cycles of tales. The Ulster cycle is one of the best known, full of warrior heroes and dramatic battles, set in a legendary Iron Age world. These tales, rich in feats of strength, tragic destiny, and intertwined curses, have the flavor of an epic saga and form a crucial part of the Irish folklore canon. And chief among this canon is Táin Bó Cúailnge, the cattle raid of Cooley, often simply called the Táin. This is Ireland's great epic, comparable in cultural stature to the Greek Iliad, I suppose. Written down in Old Irish, too, with versions surviving in the 12th century manuscripts like the Book of Leinster, the Táin tells of a war ignited by a queen's desire for a magnificent bull. Queen Mab of Connacht, a formidable and shrewd leader, launches an invasion of Ulster to seize the famed brown bull of Cooley for her own herd. Standing against her is the teenage prodigy, Cuchulainn, the Ulster's champion, who must defend his province single-handedly. As legend explains, the other Ulster warriors are disabled by a curse. Long ago, the goddess Macha, an aspect of the Morrigan, laid a taboo on the men of Ulster, kind of like a curse, afflicting them with labor pains in their hour of greatest need. And because of this, when Mab's armies march, only Cuchulainn is able to fight. The narrative of the Táin is replete with episodes of folkloric motives. At one point, the young Cuchulainn flies into a ristrad, a warp spasm or battle frenzy, in which his body twists monstrously and he becomes an unrecognizable berserker, defending Ulster's border. In single combat after combat, he defeats a string of champions in duels fought at fords and narrow passes. He even faces Ferdiad, his beloved friend and foster brother, in a pretty heartbreaking duel that lasts 3 days, and ends only when Cuchulainn, grievously wounded himself, manages to slay Ferdiad with the Ge Bolga, a barbed spear he had learned to wield during his training with the warrior woman Satash. All the while, supernatural elements lurk around. The Morrigan herself appears on the battlefield, at one point taking the form of an eel, a wolf, and even a heifer to hinder Cuchulainn as he fights. Although he wounds her in these forms, she later comes to him disguised as an old milkmaid, and the compassionate hero blesses her, unknowingly healing the injury that he caused. Such interactions between hero and deity add a few layers of meaning. For example, some interpretations suggest that Morrigan was just testing Cuchulainn, and his act of mercy toward her sealed his fate to achieve victory, albeit at a terrible cost. In the end, Ulster survives Mab's onslaught at the narrowest margin. The brown bull of Cooley is carried off, but promptly engages in a titanic battle with Connacht's prize white-horned bull, resulting in the death of both animals. Kind of a poetic finale to a cycle of vengeance, a moral tale, I suppose. The tale has reached us in multiple recensions, too. The differences between them reveal how bards and scribes felt free to tweak details or emphasize different aspects of the story. But its core, however, remains a window into the martial, honor-bound society of ancient Ireland, filtered through a few lively exaggerations of oral tradition. Parallel to the Ulster cycle is the Fenian cycle, which centers on the exploits of Fionn MacCool and his band of warriors to the Fianna. These tales are set a little bit later in the mythological chronology, around the 3rd century actually, and thus they celebrate a bit of a different heroic ideal. The Fianna are less tied to one court or king, and more like roving warrior hunter bands living in the forests, defending land and answering only to the High King in times of need. The Fenian stories have a kind of adventurous, free-spirited tone, and were immensely popular in the oral tradition. Many later folk ballads and stories recount the deeds of Fionn and his men, and one key origin tale describes how a young Fionn gained the wisdom that would guide him as a leader. Raised in secrecy, the boy was tasked with watching over a wise druid's cooking of the salmon of knowledge, a mystical fish that contained all the wisdom of the world. When the salmon was accidentally overcooked, Finn touched it with his thumb and burned himself, reflexively sucking his thumb, of course. He imbibed the salmon's knowledge. Thereafter, by placing that thumb in his mouth, Finn could call upon sudden inspiration and insight. This clever tale, brimming with symbolism, explains how Finn's rise from an obscure youth to a leader whose counsel was unparalleled. So, Finn's adventures range from battling supernatural foes to outwitting rivals, and they are linked intimately to Ireland's geography. Let's take one example. One legend says that Finn formed the Giant's Causeway on the Antrim coast as stepping stones to Scotland, doing a duel with a giant, a folkloric explanation for that striking geological formation. Tales like that show how a hero of the medieval manuscripts also became a giant of local folklore, invoked to explain unusual landscapes. As for the Fianna, they roam far and wide in the stories, hunting deer, vanquishing monsters, hosting great feasts at palaces like the Hill of Allen. They are often portrayed as models of bravery and loyalty, but the cycle does not shy away from internal strife and tragedy within their ranks, and that certainly makes us think of the tales of King Arthur, Lancelot, Arthur himself, Guinevere, all the rest. There's certainly a lot of internal conflict. There are betrayals. There are comebacks. And there are falls from grace. Same goes with the Fianna, just a little bit older. Of course, let's talk a little bit about these cycles of betrayal. Good idea. The tale of Diarmuid and Graine is a famous romance. Graine, the daughter of the High King, is betrothed to an aging Fionn, but she falls in love with the handsome warrior, Diarmuid of Dimne. On the eve of her wedding, Graine gives a magical sleeping draught to the company and elopes with Diarmuid. Finn, enraged, and, well, probably heartbroken too, I suppose, pursues the couple across the breadth of Ireland. Many dolmens or ancient stone monuments are poetically dubbed Diarmuid and Graine's beds, as folklore claimed the lovers slept in different hiding places each night. Eventually, Finn's anger cools off, and he allows him to settle. But there is a shadow of doom that remains. Years later, Diarmuid is mortally gored by a supernatural boar during a hunt. Finn, who has the power to heal by letting a wounded person drink water from his hands, initially withholds his help, mainly out of lingering spite. By the time he relents, it's all too late. Diarmuid dies, fulfilling an old curse on him. Now that's an interesting end, isn't it? Even in that heroic world, the most grandest and loftiest of figures, personal grudges can outweigh loyalty. Jealousy, old wounds, they get the best of all of us sometimes. Even Finn McCool. And then we have the narrative of Oisin in Tir na Nog, where we can see the finale of the Fianna story and the intersection of pagan and Christian Ireland. Oisin, the poet's son of Fionn, is lured to the other world by Nima, a fairy woman who promises him eternal happiness. Oisin lives for what he thinks are 3 blissful years in Tir na Nog, that is, the land of youth, only to be overcome by homesickness for his comrades. Nim sadly permits him to return to Ireland, warning him not to dismount his magical horse. Oisin returns and finds that centuries have passed. The glorious Fianna are no more. Their deeds are now legend. Quite shocked, Oisin accidentally falls from his horse, instantly aging into a frail old man. In one version, the newly Christian Ireland greets him. St. Patrick himself meets Oisin and hears of his tales of Finn's warriors and the old pagan ways. Oisin's end, as the last survivor of his epic, carries a wistful note of nostalgia. It symbolically closes the door on Ireland's age of heroes, yielding to the era of saints and Christian chroniclers. Such stories, recorded in medieval texts like Acalam na Senach, the Colloquy of the Elders, allowed Irish writers to weave continuity between the pagan past and Christian present, effectively integrating the Fianna legend into a new cultural context. The final traditional cycle is sometimes called the historical cycle, comprising of almost historical legends, pseudo-historical, we use that term, of early Irish kings and heroes that kind of bridge mythology and recorded history. Figures such as Cormac Mac, the wise high king said to have ruled Tara in the 3rd century, or Nil of the 9 Hostages, a legendary 4th century king. They both feature in tales that mix fact, folklore, and a little bit of political propaganda. These stories, preserved in annals and later compilations, often serve to legitimize medieval dynasties by linking them to illustrious ancestors, if not entirely real. While the historical cycle is more grounded, it still contains supernatural elements. Prophetic dreams, encounters with wise druids, miraculous happenings, things of that nature. And thus it does remain within the realm of folklore. It shows how, in the Irish imagination, history itself was often backfilled with this mythic grandeur. Throughout all these cycles, the primary sources are medieval manuscripts, by the way, penned by those monastic scholars, but it is important to say the tone and the content do suggest that they drew heavily on oral tradition. Books like the Book of Leinster, Book of the Duncow, and later compilations by historians such as Geoffrey Keating offer windows into these stories, sometimes copying older tales verbatim, and other times embellishing them a little bit. The scribes do occasionally insert their own commentary, whether as a pious aside or as a note of skepticism, but for the most part they acted as curators of the lore. thanks to their efforts, Ireland's pagan epics, battles, and romances, they're not lost, though they were often Christianized in subtle ways. Let's take, for instance, the monks might depict the pagan gods not as deities, but as ancient, mortal heroes, or even, on bad days, a demon in disguise. I suppose it depends on the piety, tolerance, and imagination of the scribe who's writing. But modern scholarship, that's where things get a little bit more different. They kind of shift through these writings to distinguish the likely pre-Christian elements from the later additions. And what we have is a picture emerging of a very rich mythological tradition, deeply connected, of course, to a wider Celtic heritage, but uniquely shaped by Ireland's own landscape and unique societal values. And just as importantly, the oral transmission of folklore didn't just cease in the Middle Ages. For many more centuries, the Shanae, storytellers in villages and hearths, kept reciting and adapting the old stories, and in the Irish language too, which I'm really doing my best with, by the way. It's a bit of a challenge, I will say. Well, by the 18th and 19th centuries, when folklorists began to collect those oral stories, they discovered that peasants in remote areas still knew of Cuchulainn's wild deeds, or Finn McCool's adventures, albeit in localized forms, of course. Legends like the Children of Lear, in which a stepmother turns her children into swans, who then lament across Ireland's lakes for 900 years, survived as popular folk tales told to children, even if the medieval manuscript version had a more polished literary form. This continuity illustrates a core principle of folklore tradition. It is dynamic. It changes. With each generation, a new reinterpretation comes, and the old stories shine in the light of a new world. Thus, the boundaries between mythology and its sacred ancient stories and folklore, everyday traditional stories, are pretty porous, especially in the case of Ireland. Characters from the cycles can appear in later folk legends, and mythic motifs trickle down into what we might call superstition or custom. And so in exploring Irish folklore, we are therefore looking at a long river of narrative, one that springs from the deep wells of Celtic antiquity and flows onward, always gathering new meanings over time. But beyond the grand narratives of gods and heroes, Irish folklore is full of multitudes of spirits and uncanny beings that populate that unseen, mysterious world. And here the line between mythology and folklore truly blurs. The majestic Tuatha De Danann of the myths are essentially transformed into the fairy folk of later popular belief. In medieval texts, after the Tuatha De Danann are defeated by the Milesians, they are said to have taken refuge under the hills in the She Mounds. Thereafter, they are often called the Aoshe, the people of the mound, portrayed not as almighty gods, but as a hidden people living in splendid underground courts. And this concept of an other world coexisting with our own is a cornerstone of Irish folklore, by the way. But the other world is not heaven or hell, rather just a parallel realm where the great powers of the old world now reside. It can be reached, however. You've got to go through the ancient burial mounds, perhaps a cave, or even wandering into a mist at the right time, though you'd have to be pretty lucky for that. Many folk tales tell of humans who accidentally cross into this fairy realm. A fiddler enticed to play at a fairy dance, or a midwife brought in to deliver a fairy child, only to return and find that what seemed like a night's merriment was in fact years in the human world. Stories like that capture the eerie idea of time distortion between two worlds, and they carry a burden of both enchantment and caution. Now, among many of the supernatural beings in the Irish tradition is the banshee, and that stands out as a pretty infamous figure. In Irish, it means woman of the she or woman of the fairy mound. In folklore, she is a female spirit who heralds the impending death of a family or clan, usually by keening, that is, wailing or singing a mournful lament. And descriptions of the banshee vary by locale. In some accounts, she appears as a young woman of radiant beauty, with flowing red gold hair and pale skin, sometimes even seen combing her hair with a silver comb in the moonlight. In other accounts, she is an old hag draped in a grey cloak, with long white hair blowing in the wind and eyes of red from centuries of crying. Occasionally, she is said to assume the guise of a washerwoman, washing blood-soaked clothes at the ford, an image strongly reminiscent of Morrigan's wartime aspect, if you remember that one from the previous section. But whatever her form, the banshee's keen is unmistakable, an eerie, heart-piercing wail that can make the blood run cold. Very scary. You'll often hear it at night, drifting on the wind, and those who hear it will know that it's an omen. Someone, often someone of an old Gaelic family, will soon die. In a critical light, one might even see a banshee as an evolved folklore memory of ancestral spirits, or even a diminished echo of the goddess like Bab, whose name means crow, by the way, also portending death. Notably, banshees were often linked to particular Irish families of noble lineage, for example, the O'Briens, O'Neills, or Conquebears, and were said to have their own personal banshee, which is probably not what you want, but it's what you get. If multiple banshees were heard keening together, it was believed to signal the death of someone very eminent, or someone very pious. Scholars have also pointed out the connection to real-world funeral customs. In traditional Irish wakes, women known as keening women would sing laments for the deceased. The banshee can be seen as a supernatural mirror of this practice, a fairy woman performing the lament before the death has even occurred. This blending of cultural ritual and otherworldly lore shows how intertwined daily life and the supernatural world were in Ireland. Hearing the banshee is portrayed as a lonely, solemn encounter. Many of the folk tales of a person hearing a keening outside their window at night, only to find the next day that a relative far away had passed away at the exact time they heard the keen. Well, whether interpreted as an actual spirit or a poetic personification of grief, the banshee remains one of the most iconic and, of course, haunting elements of Irish folklore. Not the friendly leprechaun you were expecting. Now, moving on from the banshee, and gladly so, another widespread motive is the changeling, rooted in the belief that fairies or other entities of the other world could steal a human away, often a baby or a young child, and would leave a false substitute in its place. Now, this notion is not unique to Ireland as found in many parts of Europe, but it was particularly strong in Irish and Scottish folklore. A healthy infant that suddenly fell ill, or a child that displayed strange behavior or developmental issues, might be suspected as a changeling, a frail fairy offspring who had been spirited the real child away to their realm. This is the Dana-Shi who had taken them away. Likewise, a young mother who became mysteriously sick or depressed after childbirth might be thought to have been taken by fairies, with a changeling left in her stead. Folklore offered various ways to confirm and expel a changeling. One famous method was the eggshell test, brewing eggshells in a pot as if they were cooking vessels. Well, this absurd sight would often provoke the changeling to speak or laugh, saying something like, "I've seen the forest of eggshells growing, yet never saw the like of this," thereby revealing its unnatural knowledge. Other remedies were a little more dangerous. Some involved heating a shovel or poker red hot and threatening the changeling with it, or actually placing the child on a hot iron in extreme cases, which, not cool, under the belief that this would make the fairy jump out and the human child be returned. Of course, I think I'd jump pretty damn high if someone put a red-hot poker on me. Sometimes the suspected changeling would be left overnight at a fairy fort or by a sacred well, in hopes that the fairies would come and reverse the swap. But these practices could be abusive or fatal to the unfortunate victims. It might seem a little bit medieval, but we have records of people even into the 19th century who were harmed or killed during such interventions. The most famous example being the case of Bridget Cleary in 1895. She was a young Tipperary woman whose husband became convinced she was a fairy changeling. In trying to drive out the fairy, he and several relatives brutally murdered her. This shows that changeling lore was not just an amusing fireside tale, but a real belief with real consequence, persisting well into modern times. Now, from an academic perspective, changeling stories likely served as an explanation for misunderstood ailments like tuberculosis, or conditions like autism and developmental disabilities in children. They provided a narrative, however frightening, that helped communities cope with misfortune by blaming some supernatural force, which seems to be quite a prevailing trend in not just Irish history, but all over the world. But at the same time, the extreme measure was taken against changelings, and it highlights a darker side of folk belief, and that's a belief where fear could override empathy and, frankly, common sense. The persistence of changeling legends and the consistency of certain remedies across centuries show how deeply embedded this was in the rural psyche. Now, of course, this realm of Irish folklore is exceedingly rich. It's populated by far more than just banshees and changelings. There are countless solitary fairies and magical creatures, each with their own niche, and the most famous known globally is the leprechaun. We had to get to that soon enough, didn't we? Typically depicted as a diminutive old fairy man who makes shoes and guards a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. But in truth, leprechauns are not very prominent in authentic Irish folk tales. They appear occasionally as tricksters who can grant 3 wishes if caught, but always manage to outsmart their captors and scurry away. Nonetheless, a medieval tale does mention those called Lucorpen, which means little bodies, who capture a king and drag him into the sea, suggesting a concept of tiny, mischief-making sprites having deep roots. A close cousin of the leprechaun, in Munster folklore, is the clurachaun, who is similarly small but known to be perpetually tipsy and fond of sneaking into wine cellars to drink up everything they can get. Yet another is the Fadaireg. That means red man. Usually portrayed as a solitary, roguish fairy who dresses in red and loves practical jokes, occasionally of the more gruesome kind. In coastal counties, fishermen's tales of the Mero, or Muruk, essentially a mermaid or merman, exist. Meros are said to have green hair and webbed fingers, and they wear a magic red cap or cloak that lets them travel between the sea and the land. Now, if a human manages to steal a Mero's cap, the Mero can live on land and even marry, but invariably, as many tales relate, the call of the ocean eventually compels the Mero to retrieve the cap and return to the sea, leaving their mortal family behind. Less benign is the Dulan, a headless phantom rider, often seen on a black horse carrying his own head under one arm. The Dulan gallops through the night as a herald of death. He may stop at the door of someone about to die, or call out their name, and there is no real way to stop him. No defense against the Dulan, except perhaps an aversion to gold. Some legends say that even a small gold pin might frighten him off, an old kryptonite for the headless horseman. Another notorious entity is the puka, a shape-shifting creature that can take the form of a black horse, a goat, a dog, or even a goblin. The puka loves to waylay travelers at night and fling them on a wild ride across the countryside, only to dump them in a ditch or a muddy field. While the puka can be malevolent or just impish depending on local law, some regions consider him a harvest spirit. In fact, in parts of Ireland, the last untamed fruits of the harvest were left for the puka, not to be eaten by humans. But what do all these various beings have in common? Well, there's one thing. Did you catch it? It is their tie to the underworld and to nature. The Irish imagination traditionally didn't draw a rigid line between the natural and supernatural realms. Every lonely little hill, every old tree, every glen could harbor an unseen supernatural presence. Even a sudden gust of wind sweeping up through a thicket, a strange flicker of light at night, a little lightning strike somewhere. These might be simply natural phenomena, or perhaps they were actually the movements of hidden folk from another world. Respect for the unseen was ingrained from childhood. Children were taught not to stray off known paths for fear of fairy rings. Farmers would leave a corner of the field untilled, a fairy quarter as a sign of goodwill. And one should never carelessly cut down a lone hawthorn tree in the middle of a field, for such solitary white thorns were often considered meeting places for fairies. The concept of fairy forts exemplifies this integration of landscape and law. Across Ireland you'll find thousands of small earthen ring forts and circular enclosures, the remains of early medieval farmsteads or dwellings. To the rural folks of later times, these overgrown rings were inexplicable ruins from a long, mysterious past, and so they became known as fairy forts. Stories often abounded about the she that lived there. It was taboo to disturb a fairy fort, of course. Many tales recount dire punishments for those who tried to dig them up or level them. There are accounts, too, of farmers whose cattle died mysteriously, or whose own health failed after they attempted to plough a fairy ring. Well, even in the early 20th century, the belief held strong. In 1940, for instance, when a ring fort in Kerry was bulldozed to make way for a field, the locals whispered that the machines repeatedly broke down, and that the man who led the project had a string of bad luck thereafter. As recently as the 1990s, highway construction plans were altered to avoid destroying a particular lone hawthorn tree on a fairy mound in County Clare, thanks in part to the warnings of storytellers that the fairy folk would wreak havoc if their domain was disturbed. Well, anecdotes like this show how seriously these old beliefs were sometimes taken. An elected official in modern Ireland might even casually blame his misfortunes on having angered fairies. It's a good excuse for losing an election, I suppose. Well, of course, in 2025, these claims are made with a bit of a wink and a dose of humour. But many an Irish person, if pressed, would admit that they wouldn't personally go and cut the tree down, just as many English wouldn't purposely walk beneath a ladder or open an umbrella inside, this kind of thing. So in effect, the folklore has cast a protective aura over those archaeological sites, conserving them through fear of supernatural retribution. But of course, one can't discuss the other world without mentioning the significance of music and poetry as gifts from that realm. Folklore often claims that the sweetest tunes and most haunting airs played by Irish harpers and fiddlers were learned from the fairies themselves. A common motive is the musician who falls asleep on a fairy mound or is drawn inside it on Samhain night, and when he gets there, he hears that unearthly music. He does come back, though, sometimes thinking it only minutes having passed when it's in fact been years, and he finds that he can play a melody no one has heard before. Many traditional Irish jigs and reels have fanciful names like the Fairy's Reel or the Fairy Queen, reflecting this belief in otherworldly inspiration. Similarly, poets were thought to receive ailing, that is, vision poems from fairy muses, often as she-women, granting them creative insight. The Irish language itself contains euphemisms born of respect for the fairies. Terms like the good people and the neighbours were used instead of saying fairies so as not to offend them by direct mention. In Gaelic-speaking regions, even into the 20th century, older storytellers would lower their voice or give a little nod to the side when alluding to the other crowd, acknowledging their presence in the most polite manner. All these cultural nuances, they illustrate an essential truth. The other world was not merely a fanciful idea, but an integral part of how people understood the world around them, their fortunes, their art, and perhaps even their fate. It offered up an explanation for the mysterious and a source of wonder, while also demanding a certain etiquette of fear and respect. So let's not forget that Irish folklore is deeply tied to the land itself. Every little hill, every hollow seems to have a legend, every lake its little secret story to tell, and every ancient tree has a guardian spirit, at least according to some people that you ask. Of course, you'll get different answers. But this reverence for the landscape goes back to very ancient roots. The very earth was seen as infused with the sacred, not just in grand sites like Tara or Newgrange, but in humble corners of the countryside, where everyday people sought out blessings and sometimes omens. Prime example, sacred wells. That's a prime example of the connection between the divine and nature. Since prehistoric times, springs and wells were places of ritual. Water was life-giving, and often thought to have healing properties. So, of course, naturally, over time, it became the focus of worship. But when Christianity took hold in Ireland, many of these pagan water shrines were renamed for saints, yet the practices around them remained remarkably similar. All across Ireland, even today you can find holy wells, often dedicated to St. Bridget, St. Patrick, perhaps a local saint. People visit these wells on the saint's feast day, or at certain times of the year to pray and take the waters. The rituals include walking around the well a prescribed number of times, reciting prayers, a likely substitution for older incantations and spells of the sort, and of course leaving offerings, another substitution for the old sacrifices. One common offering, actually, is a strip of cloth tied to a nearby tree. These trees, festooned with faded ribbons and rags, stand as a testimony to the countless wishes and thank yous left for the well's spirit or saint. Coins, rosaries, even personal items also accumulate at wells in great number. A famous example of this is Toba Bride, that is, St. Bridget's well in Kildare, where to this day people leave an array of tokens and kneel to sip or sprinkle the holy water for cures. These wells often have origin legends, bridging pagan and Christian errors, and it is commonly said that St. Patrick or St. Bridget struck the ground and caused the spring to well up, sanctifying the pre-existing sacred spot. Now, in the case of Bridget, who's of course quite a bit less well-known than Patrick, likely a Celtic goddess of healing and spring before she was a saint, the well's veneration may go back to pagan worship of the life-giving waters. Holy wells were also scenes of communal gatherings known as patens, that is from patron, as in the patron's saint day, where people from the local area would meet once a year, combining religious devotion with a fair-like atmosphere, I suppose, of food, music, sometimes quite boisterous revelry. A big old party, so much that some 19th century priests discouraged the practice due to the rampant drunkenness and faction fights that sometimes ensued alongside the prayers. Always somebody to ruin the fun, isn't there? This mix of the sacred and profane at Holy Well shows how folklore and faith intermingle in Irish tradition. It's a really good example. And like I said, you can still find the Holy Wells. Ask the locals if you're in Ireland. Maybe they'll tell you a story too, and hopefully you'll be able to hold your own in that conversation after learning all of this today. Well, of course, these wells, connect to the turning of the seasons too. On Imbolc, that is, February the 1st, which is St. Bridget's Day in the Christian calendar, it was customary in many regions to visit the nearest holy well associated with Bridget. People would pray for health and the fertility of their livestock and fields, as Imbolc was the time when the ewes began to lactate, and the first signs of spring would appear. Imbolc traditions also included the making of St. Bridget's crosses, a simple yet elegant cross woven from rushes or straw. These crosses, fashioned on Imbolc Eve, were hung above doorways and rafters to protect the home from fire, lightning, and illness in the coming year. The forearms of the Bridget's cross, often woven into a square shape, are sometimes interpreted as representing the 4 major festivals or the 4 elements. Some even see it as a solar symbol. While today they're blessed in church, their widespread presence hints at a protective talisman rooted in pre-Christian symbolism. Another Imbolc custom in parts of Ireland was the Bray-Dog procession. Young girls, or sometimes adults carrying a girl, would carry a doll or effigy of Bridget around the village, often singing or reciting verses and receiving small gifts or food at each house. And this clearly echoes earlier processions of a spring goddess figure, ensuring that Bridget, and thus spring's vitality, visited each home. If wells and springs were sacred to Bridget and the gentle stirrings of spring, other parts of the landscape were seen as the domain of different powers or legends. There are also standing stones and ancient monuments that have gathered folklore over the ages. For instance, a single standing stone might be called Clocfada, the long stone, and said to have been a petrified warrior. Or a glacial erratic boulder on the plain might be explained as a rock thrown in battle by Finn McCool. Dolmens, that is, megalithic portal tombs, are often cloaked in legend as well. One well-known dolmen in Clare is called the Bed of Dermid and Grainer, tying it to lovers on the run. Even if the stones are Neolithic, far from the Fianna legends, of course, Neolithic being the Stone Age times, New Stone Age, folklore remixed them into later stories. showing the tendency to retrofit visible ancient structures into a narrative. In County Cork, on the Beara Peninsula, a famous rock known as the Hag of Beara stands overlooking the Cola Bay. Local lore, of course, identifies this weathered boulder as the Hag or the Crone of Beara, a powerful figure in both mythology and folklore. The Hag of Beara, according to legend, was at one time a beautiful goddess who personified the land's sovereignty and the cycles of the seasons. She enjoyed 7 periods of youth, marrying 7 husbands in succession, but eventually her youth was spent as she remained an old woman, watching all her descendants prosper. The rock is said to be the Cailleach herself, that is, the hag, turned to stone as she gazes eternally out to the sea, always awaiting the return of her lost youth. The lore of the Hag of Beara is rich in poetic imagery and renewal and decay. She is associated with the harshness of winter and the barren time of the year that is winter. Some versions of the folklore, she renews herself each season by bathing in certain waters or using a hidden magical veil. The very specific placement of her legend in the Beara Peninsula, one of Ireland's southwestern extremities, shows how a pan-Irish mythic figure can become rooted in particular local folklore. To local people, that craggy rock is not just a geological curiosity. It is rather the embodiment of an ancient story and an object of respect. And indeed, people historically would leave offerings or say prayers there, treating the hag as a sort of wise old guardian of the land. Local customs also flourished around daily life and the agricultural calendar, often preserving fragments of older beliefs in particular rituals. One notable aspect was the use of folk charms or spells, and protective practices essentially concerning farming and livestock. At Beltane, that is May 1st, the traditional start of summer, cattle were driven to their summer pastures, and with that movement came the fear of maleficent forces or jealous neighbors who might magically steal the herd's fertility. To guard against that, people would light great bonfires on the eve of May, a tradition with clear ancient Celtic pedigree. That is, Beltane fires were recorded by medieval writers as pagan rites. The cattle would then be driven between 2 bonfires or made to jump over small fires, with the smoke believed to have a purifying and protective effect. People would also take some of the blessed fire back to their homes, ashes or embers to rekindle their own hearths, thus carrying the summer's protective warmth into their very living places. Living places, what am I talking about? Into their very homes. Well, another Beltane practice was decorating the May bush, typically a thorn bush or branch bedecked with bright ribbons, flowers, sometimes shells or candles, anything that looked nice, really. The decorated bush set outside the house was thought to welcome in the summer and keep away mischievous spirits or ill luck. This custom was particularly strong in some eastern counties and has parallels in parts of Britain and Europe, hinting at common ancient origins celebrating the life force of spring turning into summer. And at the same time, May Eve was considered a dangerous night for supernatural mischief, especially involving witches or fairy sorcerers stealing dairy produce. There were widespread peace talks about not giving away milk or fire on May Day, for fear that you might be handing over your farm's luck. There are tales of people skulking out at dawn to skim the wells of their prosperous neighbors, symbolically stealing the cream of their crop for the year. Cream of the crop. Reminds me of Macho Man Randy Savage, that does. Well, to counteract this, farmers might sprinkle holy water in their barns, hang primrose or rowan above the door, or ensure the first churn of butter in May was done with special prayers in mind. One colorful ritual in some areas was to gather yellow flowers like buttercups and gorse and scatter them at the thresholds, sunshine-colored blooms to repel the darkness of evil intent. Customs like that, while pretty much just ritual superstitions, can still be traced back to older ritual practices for safeguarding the community's food supply, especially at a critical time of the year. And speaking of critical times of the year, Lunasa, August 1st. That was the start of the harvest season, and another major festival with strong folkloric observance. Lunasa is named for the god Lug, and the many-skilled champion of the Tuatha De Danann. According to myth, Lug inaugurated this festival as a funeral feast and athletic tribute to his foster mother, Tailto, an earth goddess, or perhaps a queen who died of exhaustion after clearing the plains of Ireland for agriculture. The principal site of this celebration was Tailton in County Meath, where in ancient times the great Olnech, that is, assemblies or fairs, were held. Medieval texts mention the Aonach Tailtan as a time of truce, markets, games, and even if you were lucky, a bit of matchmaking too. Get yourself a girlfriend at the Lunasa festival. Not a bad idea. The tradition of athletic contests in late July persisted into historical times, and indeed the Irish government in the 20th century revived the Tailteann Games a little bit whimsically, but still a good way to connect with their heritage. And I appreciate governments doing that side of things. It's good to see. Well, across Ireland, Lunasa was traditionally a time for bilberry picking on hilltops, family outings, and community gatherings on high places. People would climb local mountains. Many of these climbs have now been Christianized as pilgrimages, of course, like the famous Reek Sunday climb of Graug Patrick in late July. But their timing and revelry betray Lunasa's origins. You see, at the summits or scenic spots there would be sports, music, and dancing. In County Kerry, the ancient Lunasa Fair transformed into the Puck Fair, held annually in early August in Killoglin. There a wild mountain goat, a puck, that is crowned king for 3 days of merrymaking, likely a vestige of pagan sacrifice or fertility rites, dressed up as a quirky local tradition. It's all a good bit of fun, and in many areas, customary it was to bring home the first berries or first sheaf of grain and honor it, sometimes by baking the first loaf of bread of the season, hence the English folk name Lammas, that being loaf mass. Well, this Lunasa festival was essentially a harvest thanksgiving, and not to mention a pretty strong community bonding event. Everyone showed up. I mean, it was the event of the year. It's kind of like showing up to New Year's Eve in our modern world, I suppose, but depending on where you're from. And even as the festival was Christianized or fell out of official favor, because like other folk festivals, it could get quite rowdy, drink involved, of course, elements of it did survive regardless. Up to the 20th century, rural communities in Ireland still held pattern days on the last Sunday of July at holy wells or special hills, where they mixed prayers and rounds at a sacred site with music, horse races, and, of course, the long-looked-forward-to courting opportunities. The patchwork of Lunasa customs across different counties, each with their own local flavor, really is a folklorist's delight, and it shows how a very old pan-Celtic festival could be localized into many unique expressions. Now finally, the year would come full circle to Samhain, which in Irish is pronounced Samhain, but we generally know it as Samhain, at least that's how we pronounce it in English vernacular, so I'll try not to confuse by doing too many departures from what we already know. I do apologize for anyone who wants me to stick to the Irish pronunciation purism. Well, this was a festival marking the summer's end on October 31st. Samhain was, in many respects, the most significant quarter day in the Irish calendar, essentially the Celtic New Year, and it remains so in the folk memory since its echoes live on in Halloween. The old Irish world view, actually, the day began at sunset, a remnant of which how we see the Gaelic languages even today. The word for tomorrow can actually mean morning of the next day, or literally the day on the morrow after this night. Thus, Samhain Eve, what we would call the night of October 31st, was a transitional point when the old year died, and the New Year's dark half commenced, rather. This night and the day following were believed to be the time of weak boundaries between our world and the next. Spirits of the dead could return to their former homes, and the denizens of the She could become forth freely. The medieval literature shows the uncanny nature of Samhain. Many adventurers and battles began on this night. At Emain Marsha, the Nevin fort, the seat of the Ulster kings, a prophecy said that no battle should be undertaken except on Samhain, when heroes' powers could be greated, but supernatural forces also running high. At Cruachan, the Connacht stronghold, that is, there is a tale of Nera, who on Samhain accepts a dare to put a willow twig on the corpse's foot, and in doing so, he witnesses hordes of spirits arising, and follows them into the other world, barely returning to warn King Ailill of a coming disaster. Now such tales show the belief that doors to the other world did open at Samhain. One reason why people stayed close to hearth and home that night, well, because the supernatural was expected to roam, people took precautions and also enacted rituals of hospitality toward the unseen. Samhain was a time for bonfires on hilltops, continuing the fire festival tradition. But now the fires were for protection and cleansing as the winter approached. Cattle, having come down from summer pastures, might be driven between flames as at Beltane, to bless them and the community. Families would gather round the hearth and share the fruits of the final harvest, slaughtering the fatted calf or pig for a feast. Yet alongside feasting for the living, there was an emphasis on the dead. On Samhain it was customary to set an extra place at the table or leave a portion of food and drink out overnight for visiting ancestors or wandering spirits. These offerings were the original treats given to the ghosts and fairies, who would not feel slighted and not play tricks on the household if they got a little something in return. The idea of it was to show respect and kinship to those who had passed on, recognizing that at every new year they would come back for a little visit. And then there is the custom of the interestingly named dumb supper. Let me explain. It is the custom of eating in silence or leaving a meal on the table for those unseen guests. It was one way of acknowledging the dead on Samhain. Another custom was mumming or guising. People, often youths, would dress in old clothes, animal skins, or costumes, and go around the village after dark, stopping at homes to perform little skits or songs in exchange for food. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Like we said, the roots of Halloween, right there for us to dig up. Now, this practice served as a dual purpose: entertainment and a ritualistic warding off of malignant spirits, by rather impersonating them or perhaps confusing them. The disguises might prevent a malevolent spirit from recognizing the person, or simply scare it off, The practice is clearly a forebearer of what we just mentioned, the costuming and trick-or-treating. Children and adults donned the frightening masks, or even blackened their faces with soot, becoming unrecognizable as they roamed with turnip lanterns or torches. Another enduring Samian custom was the carving of jack-o'-lanterns. In Ireland, people traditionally carved grotesque faces into large turnips or mangled wurzels, placed a candle or ember inside, and set those lanterns by the road or in windows to ward off evil. These were sometimes said to represent spirits or a damned soul. Jack-o'-lantern in folklore is a wandering soul who tricked the devil and was condemned to roam with only an ember and a carved turnip to light his way. Irish immigrants later carried this tradition to North America, where the more plentiful pumpkin became the vegetable of choice, giving us the now familiar pumpkin lanterns of Halloween. Samhain also had many divinatory rituals, especially for young people curious about love and marriage. There was one popular game, too, to blindfoldly bite at a hanging apple on a string, or to bob for apples in a tub of water. Apples were strongly associated with fertility in the underworld. The other world, rather. We can't really say the underworld, it's the other world. Excuse me. Another was to pour molten lead or egg whites into water and interpret the shapes as symbols of future spouses or fortunes. The bambrak, a special kind of fruit bread baked at Halloween, traditionally contained tokens. A ring, meaning impending marriage, a coin, wealth, a thimble, which might mean bachelorhood, a pea, poverty, and so on. One's fate for the year ahead was thus randomly assigned by whichever token ended up in one's slice. Bad luck to the people who got the poverty one. Not a good night for them. Now, the Christian Church, they were unable to suppress such a popular festival. So, instead, they repurposed it. November 1st became All Saints' Day, or All Hallows' Day, and November 2nd, All Souls' Day, a time to honor the blessed dead and pray for all departed souls, and it is no coincidence that these observances align with Samhain. In effect, the Church provided a sanctioned way to continue the tradition of remembering the dead, while layering it with Christian theology. Yet many Samhain folk practices simply persisted alongside, slightly rebranded. Fires in remembrance of the dead, visiting graves with candles, the ongoing belief in wandering souls, it all remained a part of this seasonal observance. So, from a folklore viewpoint, Samhain is perhaps the clearest window into that old Celtic mindset. A view of time as cyclical, and a view of the world as inherently enchanted. That the essential character of Samhain survived into the present as Halloween, now a almost global night of costumes and pumpkin lanterns, is a testament to the enduring power of Irish folklore, and of course its ability to adapt and thrive through millennia. And just as we wrap up that great legacy of Ireland's folklore, I think we'll leave it at that. Of course, there's probably more that we can talk about, but maybe, well, maybe you've had enough. I don't know. I haven't. I think tonight as I relax, maybe I'll go and read a little bit more up onto it. Who knows? Maybe I'll go back and edit the video and add a few little things of my own, but for now, that's where we head off. We've done an hour and 15 minutes. Now let me thank my top tier patrons and supporters. No ads in this video because of them. How lovely. Christine, Sally, hang on, let me find them. There they are. Ember, Susan, Kimberly, Cameron, Carrie, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Alfred Neer, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuronerd, Aaron, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Talvery, Anthony, where am I? Brandon, there we go. Lucy, Gugu Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Neftus, Alexander, Gokhan, Dorsey, Vanita, Claire, Courtesy, Carol, Robert, Mary, Bridget, Nefertari, Yvette, Miss Mochi, 11, Allison, Free American, Jennifer, and Brittany. Thank you so much. Thailand. It's a country with its own myths and legends, where ancient folklore thrives just beneath that surface of everyday modern life. From the serene village temples to the bustling streets of Bangkok, the old tales of spirits, gods, and legendary heroes are continually whispered, performed, and celebrated. Thai folklore has a vast array of mythology, animist traditions, ghost stories, and religious belief that have been passed down through many generations. And the stories aren't just confined to the history books. They live on in local festivals, superstitious customs, and the daily rituals of everyday Thai people. It's a unique blend of indigenous beliefs with Buddhist and Brahmanic influence. So for centuries, Thai folklore was preserved primarily through oral tradition and communal storytelling. Long before being actually written down, the narratives were shared by word of mouth in monasteries and homes, details evolving with each retelling, and early royal chronicles and temple inscriptions occasionally hint at these folk beliefs, recording omens, miracles, and mythical lineages. But it wasn't until the 20th century that systematic efforts were made to document Thai folklore. Pioneering scholars devoted themselves to collecting folk tales, superstitions, and village customs, recognizing the cultural value of knowledge that had long been considered common or everyday. And it is thanks to such efforts that the rich tapestry of Thai folklore has been studied, preserved, and left for people like us of the future generations to enjoy. But importantly, Thai folklore varies a lot from one region to another. It's shaped by the area's history and ethnic heritage. The rugged mountains of the north, they have their own ghost stories and founding myths, and they're quite distinct from the rain-soaked rice fields of the central plains. And in the northeast, Isan region, with Lao cultural ties, you can find a rich treasury of serpent legends and spirit rituals, while the southern peninsula boasts tales infused with Malay influence and seafaring lore. Yet across these regional differences, there is a shared reverence for the unseen and the supernatural. The Thai people, whether urban or rural, often honor ancestral spirits alongside Buddhist saints, and consult fortune tellers and monks alike for guidance. And so here we are today, continuing our story on the folklore of all nations. You can find them all in the playlist. I think we're up to number 8 by now. And today we talk about the folklore of Thailand. Of course, we'll do it in an academic manner, but we'll keep it accessible. Any terms that are jargon-like, I'll make sure to explain them the best I can. It's a journey from old to new. And so, let us begin that exploration together and spend the next hour together talking about Thai folklore. Before we do, though, allow me to just quickly welcome you. Anyone new to the channel, I invite you to subscribe. And for people coming back, good to see you again. Now remember that this video is completely ad-free along with all of the other videos on this channel. And this is because we are sponsored by, well, no one. No one sponsors us, but we do have a lot of support on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and the occasional donation. All links can be found in the pinned comment and channel description. But also your word of mouth, telling your friends, a like, a comment, a subscribe, it boosts us up in the algorithm, and that means the world to us. So thank you in advance for clicking those few buttons. Now, with that being said and done, all out of the way, let's begin. You see, Thai mythology draws on a rich blend of indigenous tales and ancient Indian epics. A bit of a crossroads, has produced a pantheon of heroic figures, celestial beings, and even a few of the more fantastical creatures. One of the cornerstones of Thai mythic lore is the Ramakien, the Thai version of the Ramayana. Adapted from the Hindu tradition and officially recorded in the early 19th century under King Rama I, the Ramakien tells of the divine prince Rama, his loyal wife Sita, and the monkey general Hanuman in their battle against a 10-headed demon king. Of course, the Indian tradition has their own names for it, but in Thai it's known as Tosakan. The epic has been thoroughly, I suppose, Thaiified. Hanuman, for example, is not only a brave warrior, but he's also a bit of a trickster in the Thai renditions, and local audiences seem to enjoy the added humor and romance woven into the character. Scenes from the Ramakien adorn the walls of Bangkok's famous temples and are brought to life in classical dance dramas, the Khon performances, showing once again how an ancient myth still thrives in modern Thai culture. But beyond all these grand epics, there are also countless local legends that explain the origins of cities, the deeds of past kings, and the mysteries of the natural landscape, which is absolutely gorgeous, by the way. Well, many Thai kings and heroes have been enveloped in folklore over time, their real deeds enhanced with these mythical elements. Let's take just one example. The legend of King Naresuan's elephant duel. It's often recounted as a mix of history and myth. In the 16th century, Naresuan is said to have challenged a Burmese crown prince to single combat on war elephants, dramatically defeating him with a single blow. Now, while historical records of that battle do exist, the folkloric version adds supernatural omens and a sense of destiny to the event, such as claims that Naresuan's victory fulfilled an ancient prophecy and was watched over by guardian spirits. Tales like that serve to glorify national heroes, and to this day they instill a sense of pride and unity. But the legends also speak of mythical creatures that bridge the human and divine worlds. First of all, and among the most revered, is the Naga, a giant, serpent-like spirit, believed to inhabit waterways and underground realms. Naga appear in countless stories, and they can be both tricksters and protectors, depending on what kind of story you encounter them in. But in Buddhist lore, a Naga king once sheltered the Buddha from a storm, and ever since, serpent motifs have guarded Thai temple stairways. In folk belief, entire communities along the Mekong River credit the Naga with creating mysterious fireballs seen rising from the water at the end of the rainy season, a phenomena they celebrate as proof of these serpent spirits paying homage to the Buddha. Another beloved creature is the Garuda, a mighty half-man, half-bird originally from Hindu mythology, which in Thailand became a symbol of royalty and divine protection. Now the Garuda is actually even the national emblem, so there you go. Meanwhile, the enchanted Kinare, half-woman, half-swan beings of the legendary Himavanta forest, are celebrated for their grace and beauty in Thai tales and traditional dance. These creatures populate Thai art and storytelling, embodying ideals of virtue, strength, and beauty all at once. And some folktales have distinctly local flavors. And of course, it wouldn't be folklore without a few moral lessons thrown into the mix. One popular origin myth among the Lao-speaking people of the Northeast is the tale of Kun Borom, a culture hero of sorts sent from the heavens. According to this legend, Kun Borom had 7 sons who dispersed to find various Thai kingdoms, a story that symbolically ties the peoples of Laos, northern Thailand, and surrounding areas to a common divine ancestor. Other tales explain natural landmarks. One northern lore recounts that the formation of a certain lake came from the tragic love story of Fa Deng and Nang Ai, in which a furious Naga king flooded an entire city when his serpent daughter's human lover was brutally killed. Well, it left behind a lake said to be the remnants of that fateful drowned kingdom. It's through such myths and legends that Thai folklore provides not only entertainment, but a sense of identity and even a moral compass. Like I said, it's not really folklore without that moral story thrown in there too. Heroes exemplify courage, loyalty, and even a bit of cleverness, often rewarded by the intervention of heaven, while those who act with greed or cruelty meet poetic justice. Listeners, young and old, learn cultural values from these stories, whether it be the importance of keeping one's word, as in the tale of Prince Suthon and Minora, where a prince's fidelity to a magical bird princess is tested, or the belief that just governance brings divine favor, as many chronicles assert about righteous kings. And of course we'll get to a few more of those stories as we go on. So having explored the lofty realm of gods, heroes, and mythical beasts, we now turn to the other side of Thai folklore, and it's one that's much closer to the fears and fascinations of daily life. It is beyond the benevolent, beyond the noble figures of myth. Thailand's cultural landscape teems with spirits and ghosts, you see, and these supernatural beings, sometimes malevolent, sometimes merely mischievous, form the core of countless Thai ghost stories and continue to influence behavior and customs to this very day. Indeed, there's few aspects of Thai folklore that are as pervasive and vivid as that belief in ghosts and ghost-like creatures. They're known collectively in the Thai language as Phi. Ghost stories are shared in every corner of Thailand, too, and fear of restless spirits lingers even amid the trappings of modern life. In Thai tradition, the line between the living and the supernatural is quite thin, and it's long been accepted that certain unseen beings inhabit this world alongside us, influencing the fortunes of the living. These, of course, range from protective household spirits all the way up to angry and vengeful ghosts of the dead. The lore is remarkably rich, that's for sure, with spirits classified by their origins and temperaments. Many are the souls of who died in tragic or unnatural circumstances, unable to move on, staying on earth with their grief. One notorious example is Me Nek Phra Kanong, perhaps Thailand's most famous ghost. The legend goes like this. Me Nak was a beautiful young wife in 19th century Bangkok who died along with her infant during childbirth, while her husband, Mak, was away at war. But so great was her love and her sorrow that her ghost remained in the home, maintaining the illusion of life, not willing to let go. When Mak returned, he lived with Maynak's ghost, blissfully unaware of her demise, until a revelatory moment. It depends by the version, but in one version he sees his wife's arm stretched unnaturally long to pick up a dropped lime, an inhuman act that exposes her true nature. Understandably terrified to find out that his wife is actually a ghost, Mak flees. Flees at Mach speed, perhaps. Oh, I shouldn't joke. Well, Maynak's spirit, grief-stricken and angry, then terrorizes the village until a respected Buddhist monk intervenes and finally puts her soul to rest. Now, according to some tellings, the monk confines her restless spirit in an earthen jar, or in a piece of bone from her forehead, tossing it into the river, finally ending the haunting. But to this day, and I suppose the story has not ended, Mainak is revered at a shrine in Bangkok, where people offer prayers for love and good fortune, turning a frightening tale into a cultural symbol of devotion and tragedy. And Mainak's just one of the dozens of ghosts that populate Thai folklore. Another infamous spirit is the Phi Tai Hong, a ghost of someone who suffered a sudden and violent death. Phi Tai Hong are considered especially dangerous and hungry, often haunting the place of their death until the proper rituals are performed to put their soul at ease. Travelers have long been weary of such spots, a lonely stretch of road or a deserted field, lest a Phi Tai Hong latch on to them as they pass by. And the villagers also tell of the horrifying Phi Kra Sui, a cursed woman whose disembodied head floats through the night, trailing organs, and her male counterpart, Phi Kra Hang, a filthy spirit flying on a winnowing basket. Not a good sight to see out on a night walk. And these nocturnal ghosts prey on livestock, and folk wisdom holds that hanging thorny vines around a house can help deter them. But not all Thai spirits are sinister. Some are merely capricious. Some are even benevolent. Tree-dwelling female spirits known as Nang Mai, that is, ladies of the wood, such as Nang Takyan of the ironwood tree or Nang Tani of the wild banana grove, are generally benign if respected, but they can punish those who defile their domain. People tie colorful cloth around the trunks of such trees and leave offerings, flowers, incense, and even cosmetics. It's all to keep the spirits happy, another practice that hints at how seriously these nature spirits are taken. Thai ghost belief also intersects with Buddhist concepts. Of course, they're a Buddhist country. The gaunt, towering preta, that is the hungry ghost, is something that comes straight from the Buddhist teachings. It is said to be the spirit of an extremely greedy person, now wandering in the earth in torment, and with an insatiable hunger, but a mouth too small to eat. A moral warning in a ghostly form. Monks even hold rituals to offer food to pret spirits during certain ceremonies, reflecting how religion and folklore once again merge in practice. Meanwhile, a more domestic ghost called Phi Am is blamed for the eerie phenomenon of sleep paralysis. Now, the word Phi Am literally means a ghost pressing on one's chest, which is an absolutely horrifying thought for those light sleepers among us. Many Thais half seriously believe that a ghost might sit on the chest of a sleeping person, leaving them completely immobile. So a sufferer might wear a protective amulet or recite a prayer before bed to ward off any Phi Am or other nightly spirits. Now, ghost belief also influences everyday customs, down to the smallest things too. For example, when someone dies, some families carry the body out through a hole cut in the wall instead of a door, so that the spirit, confused by the unusual exit, cannot easily find its way back into the house. I suppose there's a logic to that too. Well, many traditional Thai houses have high thresholds that one must step over. One explanation is that ghosts who glide just above the ground might be tripped up by the raised threshold, and thus they'd be too scared to cross it, and they'd keep out of the house. Though ghost stories, important social norms, through ghost stories, important social norms are reinforced. Young children are warned not to play outside at dusk to avoid the roaming ghosts, and pregnant women are cautioned about Phi Pob, a notorious spirit in rural lore said to possess victims and feast on their insides. A pretty terrifying notion, likely born from attempts to explain sudden wasting illness. In the past, entire villages might band together for an exorcism if a fob was believed to be attacking someone, with a shaman performing an ecstatic dance to drive the spirit out. Well, such events like this, whether or not they truly expelled ghosts, it doesn't really matter. What does matter is that they rather undeniably strengthened community bonds and allowed normal people to collectively face their fears. After all, there's strength in numbers, even against the other world. The prevalence of ghosts in Thai folklore shows a worldview in which the supernatural is accepted as part of the natural order, just a different side of the same coin. Every old house, every quiet riverbank, every dense forest, it might have its own unseen inhabitants, and learning to live with them, whether that be through rituals, respect, or a little bit of healthy fear, has long been part of Thai cultural wisdom. These supernatural tales have persisted, not just because they entertain, but because they offer explanations for life's mysteries and a sense of continuity with the past. And as we shall see next, the deep respect for spirits extends beyond the ghosts of the departed. It is closely tied to Thailand's animist traditions, in which a multitude of spirits are believed to inhabit the world around us, influencing the prosperity and well-being of normal people. Of course, underlying these many ghost stories and myths of Thailand is an older stratum of belief. And when I say old, I mean prehistoric, a form of animism and spirit worship with roots that predate and coexist with organized religion. You see, in the traditional Thai world view, the natural world is alive with all sorts of spirits. In a broad sense, we can say Phi. They inhabit trees, rivers, mountains, even human-made spaces. And appeasing these spirits and enlisting their favor, that is a cornerstone of folk practice. Walk through any Thai neighborhood, be it a rural village or a modern city block, and you'll likely see a spirit house standing in the corner of the property. These miniature shrine-like structures, often perched on a pedestal, are built as dwelling places for the guardian spirits of the land, or for any roaming entities who might otherwise cause mischief. By providing the spirits a pleasant little home of their own, complete with daily offerings of incense, rice, fruit, maybe some flowers, people hope to keep the household safe and prosperous. The practice is so widespread that even shops, hotels, and office buildings maintain spirit houses, a striking example of ancient beliefs persisting seamlessly in a modern capitalist environment. Every Thai village traditionally has its own protective spirit, often called the Chao Te, Lord of the Palace, Lord of the Place rather, or Phi Ban, the village guardian ghost. It is a spirit regarded as the territorial patron of the community's well-being. To honor Chao Te, communities hold annual ceremonies at a spirit shrine, offering food and sometimes performing dances or music to ensure good harvests and protection from calamities. In fact, in some locales, the village guardian is conceptualized as a female deity, Chao Mei, or Mother Spirit, and in others as a male warrior or even as a tiger spirit. That, of course, all depends on the local lore. The details vary widely, but the underlying principle is quite consistent. If humans show respect to the invisible beings around them, those beings will in turn bless the community. But in addition to guardian spirits of places, Thais pay respect to a host of other spirits linked to daily activities. Farmers, for instance, honor May Phosop, the rice goddess, who personifies the life-giving rice crop, of course. So during planting and harvest, small offerings and rituals are dedicated to May Phosop to thank her for abundance, and of course beg forgiveness for cutting the stalks. You see, harvesting is seen as harming the rice's spirit. So by taking away from it, you have to give back, I suppose, a kind of reciprocity of sorts. This reverence for the rice spirit reflects the agrarian roots of Thai society and ensures that even an act as mundane as farming is imbued with spiritual significance. Likewise, before chopping down a large tree for wood, a villager might perform a brief ritual to ask permission from the tree's resident spirit, and failing to do so, well, you could be inviting yourself quite a bit of misfortune. Fishermen and seafarers in southern Thailand have traditionally offered prayers or simple offerings to the Mei Ya Nang, that is the guardian spirit of boats, to ensure safe voyages. Across occupations and religions, such customs integrate respect for unseen forces into the fabric of everyday life. And I don't think it's going away anytime soon. In fact, I hope it never does. Now there's another living aspect of Thai animist tradition that's still around too, and that's spirit mediumship. In many communities, certain individuals, often called mo fi, meaning spirit doctors or shamans, serve as intermediaries between the human and spirit worlds. These mediums may enter trance states during ceremonies, believed to be possessed by a particular spirit or deity who then speaks or heals through them. And it's not uncommon for a medium to channel the spirit of a local guardian, a famous monk perhaps, or even a Hindu god like Shiva during these rather involved rituals. People consult spirit mediums for various reasons. It could be to cure illness, thought to be caused by angry spirits, or even to bless new business ventures, perhaps even just communicating with deceased ancestors. For example, if a family experiences a streak of bad luck, things going wrong left and right, well, they might not just put it up to circumstance. They might actually invite a mo fi to perform a house-cleansing ritual. And you'd get a bit of everything. It's complete with offerings, chants, all to appease any offended spirits lingering on the property. In the Northeast, for example, ceremonies such as the Baki or the Su Quan, the soul-calling ritual, involve elders tying sacred threads around a person's wrist to recall and bind that person's quan, that is the vital essence or soul, after a fright or perhaps an illness. While Buddhist monks often participate in these rites today, the belief behind them, that the soul can wander and must be ritually secured, that has its roots in ancient animism. Many of Thailand's most colorful folk festivals also have animist origins. One such event is the famous Phi Ta Kon, that is the Ghost Festival in Loei Province, where villagers don whimsical ghost masks and costumes in a raucous procession to wake the spirits and invite good fortune during a Buddhist merit-making holiday. As festivals like these that clearly show how pre-Buddhist spirit rites have been woven into the seasonal calendar alongside the more modern Buddhist observances. Of course, you can't forget about the amulets and charms. They also play a role in Thailand's spiritual practice. You might notice it too. Many Thais still wear Buddha amulets or occult talismans, but it's not really an expression of faith. Perhaps some are, but for most people it's more of a source of protective power, believed to ward off evil, and even, in a better case, to attract a bit of luck. Some amulets feature images of Hindu deities, legendary hermits, or fearsome animals, drawing from a syncretic mix of animist and religious symbolism. The tradition of Sakyant, that is sacred tattoos, similarly straddles animism and Buddhism. Holy men or tattoo masters inscribe mystical diagrams and deity images onto the skin, accompanied by incantations, to imbue the wearer with a supernatural aid of sorts. All the way from taxi drivers up to soldiers, many attest to uncanny stories of survival or success, and it's all thanks to the charms, reinforcing the ancient conviction that the right ritual or talisman can harness supernatural help in times of grave need. So in essence, Thai animist traditions provide a spiritual framework that address the uncertainties of life, the sickness, the poor harvests, the natural disasters, and all those little things in between, unexplained misfortunes. It attributes them to displeased spirits in a cosmic imbalance. And of course, once you have a problem, you have a remedy through ritual. This framework operates in harmony with formal religions, rather than opposition. A Thai person might, in the same day, offer alms to Buddhist monks at dawn, and then consult a spirit medium in the afternoon about a personal problem. And there'd be no sense of contradiction in this. You just, well, take both of them in your stride. The integration of animism into daily life has certainly fostered a cultural ethos of respect. That's respect for elders and monks, yeah, sure, but also respect for the unseen guardians of the land and even one's home. And so as we move on to discuss the role of organized religion in Thai folklore, it will become clear how Buddhism in particular has adapted to and absorbed these age-old spirit beliefs. It creates a uniquely Thai spiritual tapestry, where nearly every aspect of life has a mythic explanation. Of course, Thailand's often described as a devoutly Buddhist country, and that's fair enough. Indeed, the majority of Thais do follow Theravada Buddhism as their main religion. However, Buddhism in Thailand has developed in tandem with the folk beliefs that we've discussed, so it's a little bit different. It's not like the normal run-of-the-mill Buddhism. It's a syncretic spiritual landscape, and rather than displacing older animist and Brahmanic traditions, Buddhism has rather absorbed and accommodated them. Now, this result is that many Thai folk tales, rituals, and cultural practices are suffused with religious meaning, and conversely, religious narratives often take on a local folkloric flavor. Let's take one clear example of religion blending with folklore. That is the incorporation of Buddhist Jataka tales. These are the stories of the Buddha's past lives into popular culture. For centuries, monks in temple courtyards have captivated lay people with Jataka tales that kind of double up as folk stories too. And one of the most famous is the Vesantara Jakata, the tale of a prince whose extreme generosity is retold in Thailand with local embellishments to teach lessons of charity. Monks narrating the story often add folk characters or dramatic miracles to keep the audience engaged, blending a moral doctrine again with a bit of village humor. Temple murals across the country visually recount Jataka stories alongside scenes of the Ramakien and local legends, and creates a kind of illustrated encyclopedia of Thai sacred folklore on temple walls. It's really fascinating to see. There's that really good one up in, it's up in the north somewhere, I can't remember. Is it Nakhon? Oh, no, it's Chiang Rai, I think, that big white temple. That's it, I think it's Chiang Rai. You can go there and you can see all sorts of this sort of stuff. It's one thing to learn about it in the video, but to actually go there and just see it for yourself, yeah, that's something special. So, Hindu or Brahmanic influence, also called Brahmin influence, also persists in many religious folklore practices. And this is especially seen in ceremonies associated with the monarchy and the annual agricultural cycle. And yes, Thailand is a monarchy. They have a king. Now, the Thai kings historically patronized Brahmin priests who officiate at royal ceremonies that are essentially living folklore itself. For instance, the annual royal ploughing ceremony in Bangkok, led by Brahmin priests and observed by the king or his representatives. It revives an ancient fertility rite to bless the rice planting season. During this event, sacred oxen plough a furrow and choose from trays of food and drink. Now, whatever choices they make are interpreted as omens for the coming harvest. Though Brahmanic in origin, this spectacle is fully embraced as part of a national tradition. And of course, it's now very Thai in its nature. Everything adapts to the locality. Similarly, Thai coronations and other state events often feature Brahmanic rites. Conch shell fanfares, sacred waters poured over the monarch, and invocations of Hindu deities alongside the run-of-the-mill Buddhist prayers. And these rituals even hark back to ancient Indian concepts of kingship, though filtered through Khmer traditions of old Siam, showing again how the Thai state wove folklore, religion, and politics together to sanctify the authority. But at the popular level, many Thais worship or pay respects to Hindu gods in certain contexts, seeing no conflict with their Buddhist faith. It is common to find shrines to Ganesh, which the Thai people call Phra Phikanet, the elephant-headed deity. You can find them at universities and art departments, and students might pray to Ganesh for success in exams or creative endeavors. One of Bangkok's busiest spiritual sites today is the Erawan Shrine, dedicated to the god Brahma, Phra Phrom. Originally erected in the 1950s to pacify spirits troubling the construction of a hotel, this shrine in particular has gained a reputation for granting wishes. And even now, people line up to offer flowers and take wood elephants to Phra Phrom, and they hire traditional dancers to perform when a prayer has been answered, essentially treating the Hindu creator god as a powerful local spirit who can intervene in daily affairs. And it's phenomena like that that certainly show how imported gods became part of the local folklore tradition, integrating seamlessly into the Thai spiritual worldview. Thai Buddhism itself has generated new folk legends through the lives of charismatic monks and holy men. Many revered monks have miracles attributed to them, which then circulate as folklore. Let's look at the southern region first, where we find the tales of Luang Por Tuat, and they have achieved legendary status. Now, Luang Por Tuat was a 17th century monk historically recorded as a wise and pious man. Folklore remembers him for extraordinary miracles. Most famous of all, once during a sea voyage he turned salt water into fresh water with a prayer, of course saving the ship's crew from thirst. Today, amulets bearing Luang Por Tuat's likeness are among the most sought after in Thailand, because people believed his protective power resides within them. So it's not uncommon to hear someone credit their survival in an accident to the Luang Por Tuat amulet around their neck. In this way, a real monk has become a kind of a mythical guardian figure. Similarly, if we look into central Thailand traditions, the 19th century monk Somdet To is a historical personage around whom many legends have grown, and that is including, as mentioned earlier, his triumph over the ghost Mai Nak, using his holiness and a little bit of knowledge of magic. Monastic figures in Thailand often straddle the line between history and myth, and that shows how religious devotion can give rise to new folklore. One thing enriches the other. The Buddhism enriches the Hinduism, vice versa, and the folklore influences the religion. Major Buddhist festivals in Thailand also carry layers of folklore within them. Let's take Loi Krathong, the festival of lights, held on the full moon of the 12th lunar month. On this night, people release small floats, krathong, decorated with flowers, candles, and incense onto rivers and ponds. Officially, it's explained as a time to pay respects to the Buddha. Some say the floating lights honor as a footprint of the Buddha on a riverbank in India, and to thank the water goddess for her bounty. Yet the origins of Loi Krathong are wrapped up in legend. One story credits a woman named Nang Nopamas, a consort in the Sukhothai royal court, with creating the first decorated raft to impress the king, and of course to honor the spirits of the river. Whether or not she was real, I don't think it really matters. The tale is widely told and gives a romantic folkloric sheen to the festival, so no harm done. During Loi Krathong, many Thais make silent wishes as they set their candle-lit rafts afloat, believing that the act carries away misfortune and pleases the spirits of the river. The Thai New Year water festival, Songkran, even has a Brahmanic backstory. A deity loses his head in a wager, and his 7 goddess daughters take turns in carrying it, a tale still referenced in holiday pageants. Meanwhile, ordinary people celebrate Songkran by visiting temples, washing Buddha statues with scented water, and gently sprinkling water on their elders to seek blessings. Myth and practice once again coexisting. Thai religious expression often uses folklore as a means to convey moral and ethical teachings. It's common for monks to sprinkle their sermons with local ghost stories or fables to illustrate the law of karma or the importance of kindness. A monk might tell the story of a greedy nobleman who becomes a roaming preta to stress generosity, or he might equally recount a trickster tale like that of Sri Tanonchai to gently chide people into not being too gullible. Well, in this way, folklore serves as a pedagogical tool in religious life. A Thai person growing up will hear the same core values echoed in the temple sermons and in bedtime stories told by their grandparents. The medium might differ, one formal religious setting, the other casual family entertainment. But the messages reinforce each other. It makes morality a natural part of the narrative landscape. In Thai society, there is little perceived conflict between folk belief and formal religious doctrine. A person can light incense at a spirit house, attend a Buddhist chanting ceremony, and consult an astrologer or fortune teller in the same week, and there's no real sense of spiritual inconsistency in doing all these things, because each of them addresses a different need. The spirit house for the immediate worldly concerns, the temple for cultivating merit and inner peace, and of course the fortune teller, because after all, how else would we navigate our personal destiny? It's all part of a holistic approach to life's uncertainties. And this syncretic harmony between Buddhism and folklore is a hallmark of Thai culture. It's allowed ancient beliefs to survive, not as fossilized relics to be put in museums, but as real dynamic parts of a living tradition. And with this understanding of the religious dimensions of Thai folklore, we can all better appreciate how deeply ingrained these traditions are. But to truly grasp the richness, we should also recognize how it varies across the country, each region adding its own flavor to this grand national story. So, let's talk a little bit more about that now. The themes and characters of Thai folklore weave a common cultural fabric, and each region of Thailand has its own distinctive color and flavor. It comes down to the historical, ethnic, and environmental differences that give us all these different kinds of stories and practices. A folktale told in one province might be completely unknown in another, or a ritual performed in the northern mountains might differ from one by the southern mountains, or southern sea rather. Let's look first at northern Thailand. In the Lana Kingdom of the North around Chiang Mai, folklore reflects the region's mountainous environment and blended Thai-Burmese heritage. Many northern legends highlight divine guidance in the founding of settlements. For instance, a famous tale recounts that a sacred white elephant carrying a Buddha relic climbed the Doi Sutep mountain, and when he got to the summit, he died, marking it as the heaven-chosen site for Chiang Mai's most revered temple. Thus, northerners feel that their land was sanctified from the start. The north also abounds in stories of forest guardians, village ghosts, befitting its dense forests, of course. Travelers once left offerings at giant trees or misty mountain passes to appease the spirits and ensure safe passage. During the Northern Yi Peng festival, coinciding with Loi Krathong, thousands of lanterns are released into the sky, a beautiful custom meant to carry away misfortune and send blessings upward. Lana folklore emphasizes harmony between Buddhism and nature, and the gentle spirits and protective deities reflect the region's serene cultural ethos. Next we have northeastern Thailand, that is the region of Isan. This region shares many traditions with Laos, and is known for its exuberant, earthy folklore tied to the rice farming cycle. One celebrated Isan legend is the epic of Fa Deng and Nang Ai, a tragic romance between a human prince and a serpent princess that ends in a cataclysmic war between humans and the Naga, those aforementioned dragon serpents. Locals say that this battle created certain lakes and formed the land, and even today, people along the Mekong River attribute the mysterious glowing orbs known as Naga fireballs to serpent spirits honoring the Buddha. Isan villagers have long feared spirits like Phi Phob, blamed for unexplained illnesses, any real misfortune, and they developed communal healing rituals where shamans performed dances to expel these spirits, events that doubled as community theater. The region's festivals retain a raw animist spirit. The annual Rocket Festival, that is Bung Bang Phai, sees villagers launching homemade rockets into the sky to urge gods for rain amid raucous music and laughter. Sounds really fun, actually. In any case, these lively customs show how Isan people blend humor, spirituality, and communal solidarity, keeping ancient fertility rites and ghostly lore alive alongside their strong Buddhist faith. And then we have central Thailand. The Central Plains, home to historic capitals of Ayutthaya and Bangkok, have produced many folk tales that became national classics. Stories like Kun Chang Kun Fang, a long romantic epic filled with magic and adventure, and of course the ghost tale of Mae Nak, the loyal wife ghost of Bangkok, originated in central Thailand and spread to all corners of the country through literature and drama. Because the central region housed royal courts, many local legends were recorded by scholars and transformed into literary works which helped establish them as the official Thai folklore. Central Thai folklore is a blend of courtly influence and rural superstition. Even in bustling modern Bangkok, it's common to see a spirit house tucked beside a skyscraper or office workers pausing at noon to pray at a sidewalk shrine. It's a coexistence of old beliefs with a new lifestyle, and it really exemplifies central Thailand's role as the heart of Thai culture. It preserves the revered old stories and ghostly legends, right in the midst of that bustling modernity. Well, let's look at folklore in the south now. That is colored by the region's seas, jungles, and it's mixed of Thai, Buddhist, and Malay Muslim communities. One famous tale is that of Manora, the half-bird, half-woman princess who falls in love with a human prince. This story of love, loss, and reunion is commemorated in a vigorous dance drama unique to the South, keeping the legend alive through performance. Many southern folktales revolve around the sea. Along the Andanam coast, fishermen still pay respects to the water spirits. In Krabi, for example, a cave shrine dedicated to a mythical princess spirit is filled with wooden offerings from locals seeking safe voyage and plentiful fishing catch. In the deep southern provinces, local Muslim lore about holy men, jinn spirits, and miraculous events parallel the supernatural beliefs of the Thai Buddhists, showing once again a different cultural context for similar themes of faith and magic. But despite religious differences, southern people share one belief, and that is that in guardian spirits and sacred powers, whether attributed to a Buddhist monk's relic, or perhaps even the tomb of an Islamic saint. Well, southern folklore, from its serpent tales and its healing rituals, thus reflects a blend of Thai and Malay influences, once again adapted to a lush coastal world. In any case, across all regions, These diverse traditions form a collective tapestry of Thai folklore. Each locale has its own characters and its own customs, but there is a strong common thread of reverence for the spiritual and the unseen. A northerner can appreciate the ghost of Mae Nak from central Thailand, and a southerner knows of the Naga fireballs of the Mekong. In this way, regional folklore has become a shared national heritage. In a rapidly modernizing country, Thai people continue to cherish their folk tales, rituals, and festivals as a vital link to their history and identity. And by preserving and adapting these traditions, telling the old stories, honoring the spirits, and celebrating the ancient festivals, they ensure that the wisdom and wonder of Thai folklore endures for the future generations to enjoy. And just like that, we reach the end of another folklore guide. I really hope you're enjoying them, actually. It's quite fun, at least I think. And I know it's a bit of a departure from history and all the rest, but this isn't a stuffed shirt channel. Really, we just do things that we think will be enjoyable for people to hear about. Of course, we don't go too off the rails. I think a little while back somebody asked me if I could do a history of the feud between, it was two rappers. It was Drake and some other person. I've never even listened to Drake's music, but yeah, that's what I mean by going a little bit too off the rails. I appreciate all suggestions, but some I think might have to go into the maybe pile. I don't think you'll be seeing that video anytime soon. In a dense, moonlit forest, gnarled trees cast down eerie shadows on a headless hunter who gallops by with a phantom hound. And in a nearby cottage, a kobold spirit rattles dishes while unseen witches soar toward the broken mountain. This is German folklore, and that's just a hint, a glimpse into that rich tradition. It is indeed a sprawling realm of fairy tales, folk customs, supernatural beings and myths that have been developed over many centuries, one where history and imagination intertwine. An old peasant superstition might sit alongside a polished literary fairy tale, and pre-Christian gods live on, disguised as mountain specters or helpful house elves. We're going to talk about it all today. A bit of a longer video, but such is the nature of a topic that demands a good amount of time to be told. Allow me to welcome you to the channel. If you are new here, I invite you to hit the subscribe button. And why don't you leave a like and a comment? It helps push the video out a little bit more. Oh, and you can enjoy the video completely uninterrupted. There's no ads in any of the videos on this channel, and that's because we are sustained by the generous people on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation through Super Thanks and PayPal, and of course, the merch store. All links can be found in the pinned comment, video description, and channel description, if you are interested in going and checking them out. Now, without further ado, let us continue our series, which can be found in the playlist, and today we talk about German folklore. So let's begin all the way back to those ancient mythological roots. Of course, long before Germany existed as our modern conception of a nation, we talk about it in a more regional sense, and the region was indeed inhabited by various Germanic tribes, whose beliefs and oral traditions lay the groundwork for much of what we now call folklore. The early Germanic mythos was a pagan one, sharing a common origin with the Nordic mythology. Gods such as Woden, more widely known as Odin, and Donar, Thor, were worshipped in sacred groves. Goddesses of earth and fertility were also revered at springs and forests. And this is where the Roman historian Tacitus
comes in with his first-century work, Germania, when he notes that the Germanic peoples had no temples of stone, but instead they consecrated groves and woodland sanctuaries, believing divinity was embedded in nature itself. This is a reverence for nature and the unseen spirits of the land, and it would persist in folklore belief long after Christianity had become dominant. But let's take it slow first. We are certainly starting well before Christian times, and those old times demand a bit more explanation. Let's first look at a striking example of ancient surviving folklore. That is the figure of Frau Hole, or Mother Hole. On the surface, Frau Hole appears in later folk tales as a kindly old woman of the sky who makes snow by shaking out her feather bed and rewards hard-working girls with gold. Yet, scholars have long noted that she strongly resembles an ancient mother goddess or spinning goddess from pre-Christian times. In fact, folk tradition casts Frau Hole as a guardian of women's crafts like spinning flax, and is a spirit associated with winter's snows and the rejuvenation of spring. Similarly, there's another old female spirit. Berta, or Perchta, was venerated in alpine regions. Now, Perchta was said to roam during the 12 nights of Christmas, inspecting spinning work, and whenever she found anyone being lazy, would dish out a punishment. In her dual nature, she could also appear either as a beautiful lady or a haggard crone. These figures likely echo a pre-Christian goddess of fate and fertility, preserved in disguise within Christian-era folklore. But they also demonstrate how pagan deities were not entirely forgotten, but they lived on in folk tales. Sometimes they were Christianized, sometimes even demonized, but ultimately they were still recognizable for those who knew where to look. Now, when Christianity spread through German lands from the late Roman period into the early Middle Ages, it didn't just erase all of the old beliefs overnight. Instead, there was a long period of adaptation and syncretism. Church authorities often condemned folk practices that betrayed pagan origins. For instance, medieval clergy wrote penance manuals, scolding peasants for leaving milk out for house elves, or believing that certain women flew with the goddess Diana or Holder on night rides. While this later belief in nocturnal spirit rides would later feed into witch legends, but we'll get to that a bit later. But despite clerical disapproval, the common people held on to many customs. They had sacred trees, harvest rituals, holy wells, and charms for healing or fertility. They all continued, but under a very thin Christian veneer, just enough to get away with it, it seems. Some pagan festivals were rebranded with Christian meanings. A famous example is how the old midwinter Yule celebrations eventually became associated with Christmas. Or how, for example, spring fertility rites folded into Easter traditions. In fact, even the name Easter, from the German Ostern, might derive from Ostera, a putative dawn goddess of spring, though known mainly through the speculations of Jacob Grimm rather than concrete early records. But whether or not Ostera was truly worshipped, the fact remains that seasonal customs in Germany retained a strong folkloric character reflecting cycles of nature and, of course, agrarian life, a lot more strictly than their scriptural origins would. And then there's the cosmic battle of pagan and Christian worldviews. That is something that is widely recorded in German folklore, but quite quietly at some points. One vivid motive is the wild hunt, the Wilderjagd, a ghostly procession of spirits or demons sweeping across the sky on stormy nights. In German stories, the wild hunt is sometimes led by the old god Wodan himself, thundering through the clouds with his spectral hounds, chasing souls, or even the unhallowed dead. Other times, the leader is a cursed mortal hunter, such as the legendary Count Hackelberg, doomed to hunt forever for his sins, or even Frau Hall or Berchta in some regions, transformed into a nocturnal hunt mistress. In any case, and variations aside, peasants from centuries told tales of hearing the hounds of the wild hunt raging above the treetops. Anyone who encountered it might be swept away or struck down, so folk wisdom advised people to take cover indoors during wild weather and to avoid whistling, lest it attract those ghostly riders. Of course, the church raised an eyebrow to this kind of thing, and they tried to recast such phenomena as demonic illusions, or even the work of the devil himself. But the imagery of the wild hunt was so deeply rooted in the collective imagination that it persisted in legend. It illustrates how pre-Christian traditions, that furious host of Wodan, was not forgotten but kept alive as folklore, albeit now tinged with fear and infernal awe under Christian interpretation. And here's another relic of Germanic myth and folklore. That's the storytelling of heroic legends. Long ago, Germanic bards sang of heroes and gods. Poems like the Hildebrandslied and the oral lays that later inspired the great medieval epics. The medieval poem, the Song of the Nibelungs, composed around the 13th century, crystallized some of the older heroic legends into a more national epic in print. But it recounts the exploits of one Siegfried, a dragon slayer who bathes in the dragon's blood to become invulnerable, save for one spot on his back, by the way, and the tragic tale of his wife Kriemhild and the Burgundian knights. Though written by an unknown court poet, the Song of the Nibelungs drew on much older traditions, and that includes elements of mythology and possibly echoes of historical events from the time of migrating tribes. Everything comes from somewhere, after all. In any case, the endurance of the Nibelungen saga in popular imagination, later revived by Richard Wagner's operas in the 19th century, certainly shows how myth can merge with folklore. Characters like Siegfried, the treasure of the Nibelungs, and the dragon he slew became staples in German folklore and art, representing the valor but also the tragedy of the old times. Of course, German folklore continued to evolve through a medieval and early modern lens, and during these times it gathered an enormous trove of legends and heroic figures. Of course, it only enriches the entire landscape of it. These legends often blur the line between myth and history, of course, and they provide people with moral lessons, entertainment, and a sense of shared heritage, long before the existence of mass media. So let's meet a few of them. First of all, let's look at the sleeping emperor, Barbarossa. It is a widespread German legend that speaks of an emperor who never truly died, but sleeps away in a hidden mountain, awaiting the hour of his country's greatest need. The emperor is usually identified as Frederick Barbarossa, a red-bearded 12th century king. According to law, Barbarossa rests in a deep cavern in central Germany, in a place called the Kyffhauser Mountain. He sits at a stone table, so that his fiery red beard has grown through the table's surface. Ravens circle the mountain peaks. As long as they fly, the tale goes, Barbarossa must slumber. But one day, when the ravens cease to fly and Germany is in its direst peril, the emperor will awaken, and his knights will restore purity to the realm. Such a legend shows how folklore can turn historical figures into mythic saviors. In times of turmoil, the Kyffhauser legend gained popularity after Barbarossa's line died out, and again in the 19th century, amid nationalist hopes. People found comfort in the notion of a dormant hero who embodied the spirit of Germany. The Barbarossa myth also shows parallels to King Arthur legends in Britain, a once and future king motive, showing how common human longings for deliverance manifest in different cultures' folklore. Well, then we have Faust, the man who sold his soul. Few German legends have made such literary and cultural impact as Dr. Faust. The legend is rooted in a historical person too, Johann Georg Faust, a wandering scholar, alchemist, and magician who lived in the 16th century. He gained notoriety for allegedly practicing sorcery and necromancy, and after his death, various fantastical tales sprang up about him. The central legend is that Faust, in his insatiable quest for knowledge and pleasure, made a pact with the devil, trading his soul in exchange for demonic service for a number of years. With the devil, often named Mephistopheles, as his servant, Faust purportedly indulged in all manner of marvels and misdeeds, from the summoning of the spirit of Helen of Troy to drunkenly flying on a barrel. But in the end, when his time was up, the devil carried Faust off to hell as his payment. It is a cautionary tale of hubris and damnation, first popularized in an 1857 chapbook, that is a cheap printed folk book, that circulated widely in Germany. It became so famous that the name Faust is now synonymous with a Faustian bargain, sacrificing moral integrity for power or knowledge. Importantly, German folklore's Faust legend was later transformed into great literature by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, whose poetic drama, Faust Part 1, published in 1808, humanized the character and added these complex philosophical dimensions to him. Goethe even incorporated folkloric elements like the Walpurgis Night witch revel, more on that soon, into the masterpiece. Well, thus, Faust legend shows how a folk tale can evolve from a fireside legend to a printed book, and then to a refined literary work, all while retaining its core as a tale that resonated with the German people, who understood the temptations of forbidden knowledge. But there is perhaps the most haunting of Germany's legends. That is the story of the Rattenfänger von Hamelin, that is the Pied Piper of Hamelin. Set in the town of Hameln in Lower Saxony, the legend describes a mysterious piper, dressed in multicolored, pied clothing, who appeared in the year 1284. The town, according to later versions of the tale, was suffering from a terrible infestation of rats, and the piper offered to rid them of the plague for a sum of money. He played his flute and lured the rats into the river Weser to drown. Yet when the townsfolk refused to pay him the promised reward, the piper took a bitter revenge. On June 26, 1284, while the adults were in church, he played a different melody and lured away the town's children, leading 130 boys and girls out of the town and into a mountain, where they vanished forever. This macabre story is not mere fancy. It is attested by medieval references. An inscription in Hamelin and references in manuscripts note that around 130 children were lost in 1284 under puzzling circumstances. But interestingly, early accounts do not mention rats at all. The rat plague detail was added to the folklore in later centuries, perhaps to give the piper a bit of a motive, and of course to give the story a bit of a moral element. The Pied Piper legend has invited countless interpretations. Was it a metaphor for the plague, the children dying or leaving in a migration? Was the piper a personification of death, or even of a pagan god leading the children to the other world. Well, whatever its origin, the tale became a classic German folk tale, retold by the brothers Grimm among others, and it serves as a lasting cautionary legend about the consequences of not fulfilling your end of the bargain. A deal is a deal. And to this day, Hamelin embraces the legend within its identity, with names like street names like Bungelonsenstrasse, the street without drums, said to mark where the music is forbidden since the children's disappearance. In any case, the piper's eerie call still echoes as one of folklore's most compelling mysteries. Well, next we have Till Eulenspiegel, the trickster peasant. And not all folk legends are tragic or solemn. Some, like this one, are filled with earthy humor and social satire, embodied, of course, in trickster figures. And Germany's most famous folkloric trickster is Till Eulenspiegel, a character whose exploits were first published in 1510, but were part of a long oral tradition. Now, Eulenspiegel, whose name in Low German literally means owl mirror, symbolically an owl mirror reflecting foolishness, is portrayed as a wandering jester or rogue in the 14th century, who plays pranks on the proud and gullible. The cycle of tales about him shows him traveling from town to town across Germany and beyond, cleverly exposing human vices, greed, vanity, hypocrisy, by taking people's words quite literally. For example, in one story, a baker angrily tells Eulenspiegel to stop loafing around and literally bake owls and monkeys, an idiom for wasting time in German, by the way. I know, I don't make the rules. In any case, the mischievous Till proceeds to do exactly that. He shapes dough into owl and monkey forms and then bakes them. Well, the baker's not very impressed by it, I'm afraid. In another tale, he hangs out a shingle as a doctor, promising to teach people to squeeze blood from a stone when a patient seeks this miracle. Till simply drops a stone on the man's foot until it bleeds, thus technically fulfilling the claim. Well, these absurd antics entertained common folk, but also subtly mocked authority figures, clergy, nobility, and town burghers, who often end up looking foolish in Eulenspiegel's tricks. As a folklore character, Till Eulenspiegel embodies the everyman's wit and irreverence, akin to tricksters in many cultures, like foxes in fables or Anansi the spider in African lore. And yes, we'll get to African lore later on. He is said to be buried in the town of Moln, where a tombstone with an owl and mirror is a tourist attraction. Through centuries, Eulenspiegel's name became proverbial in German for someone sly and humorous, showing once again how a folkloric character can become ingrained in the language and, of course, popular conscience. Well, then we have Lorelei, the siren of the Rhine. High above the Rhine River, on a steep slate rock cliff near St. Gorshausen, there is a legendary spot called the Lorelei. According to German legend, this rock is haunted by a siren maiden, whose enchanting song lures boatmen to their doom on the treacherous river rocks below. The story goes like this. Lorelei was once a mortal woman, usually said to be a beautiful maiden betrayed by a faithless lover. In despair, she threw herself into the Rhine and was transformed into a kind of water spirit. Thereafter, she would sit atop the cliff, combing her golden hair and singing with a voice so alluring that sailors passing by would be mesmerized, forget to steer, and then wreck their ships on the reef. It's a romantic yet deadly image. Lorelei's captured imaginations since the 19th century. And interestingly, the Lorelei tale is the product of a romantic literature that became folklore, You see, the German writer Clemens Brentano first introduced a poem about a siren named Lorelei in 1801, and the poet Heinrich Heine's famous 1824 poem De Lorelei sealed her fame. Local folks began to treat the literary creation as if it were an old legend of the Rhine. After all, the echo of the real Lorelei rock could inspire thoughts of a singing spirit. In this way, the Lorelei demonstrates how literature and folklore intertwine. A newly invented story can be so evocative that it enters the popular tradition, as though it had always been there. And today any river cruise down the Rhine will likely include the tale of the Lorelei, and her mythic figure stands as an iconic example of German Rhine romanticism and legendary lore. Of course, when I hear the word Lorelei, I think of the old song by Theatre of Tragedy, with Lorelei as well, which kind of tells the story, but yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of an older band. Maybe I'm showing my age a bit. In any case, these examples are just a little sampling. German folklore boasts countless other legendary figures. Knightly figures like Roland, whose statue stands in Bremen as a symbol of civic liberty based on the hero from medieval chansons, and charismatic outlaws like the robber baron Schinderhannes, who became folk anti-heroes. And then we have saints and Christian legends such as St. Boniface felling the Donar oak, or the compassionate St. Martin sharing his cloak celebrated in the lantern-lit Martinstag each November. But of course, there's darker legends, like the many German werewolf tales that surface in times of chaos. The word werewolf itself is German for man-wolf, and in the 16th and 17th centuries, German regions experienced their share of werewolf paranoia, alongside the witch trials. Maybe I'll do a full video about werewolves. I've done once about vampire history. I know, vampire history, but if you watch the video, you'll know what I mean. It's more about the concept and the hysteria surrounding those creatures. In any case, all of this just contributes to a quite interesting oral narrative. They serve to teach values, explain the unexplainable, or just entertain. Of course, it's all in good fun at the end. Of course, let's look at the forests, mountains, and even the nights of Germany, because they have long been believed to hide all manner of otherworldly entities, as through these creatures that we glimpse the fears, hopes, and ultimately the creative imagination of the people who told stories about them. Some of them are frightening, some are mischievous, some are even helpful, but they're all fascinating. So first, let's have a look at the Heinzelmanken and kobolds, that is, the household spirits. German homes were traditionally thought to host invisible house spirits that could be beneficial if treated well, or of course troublesome if offended. The city of Cologne, for example, has the famous legend of the Heinzelmanken, tiny house-dwelling gnomes or elves. According to the tale, these little folk would come at night and help people out with their work, baking bread, stitching clothes, doing chores in secret, so that by morning the human homeowners found that their tasks were all miraculously finished. Now the Heinzelmanken asked for no payment other than the occasional bowl of milk or food left out. However, as the legend goes, one curious woman scattered peas on the floor to trip the helpers or spy on them. Offended at this breach of trust, the Heinzelmanken vanished forever from Cologne, never to return. Well, this story not only entertains, but also imparts a gentle moral about gratitude and the perils of human curiosity spoiling a good thing. Someone always ruins it, don't they? Well, the broader category for such beings is the kobold, as a word that in German folklore refers to a mischievous household spirit in particular. A kobold might do chores, or bring luck, but if insulted, say by not being given share of supper or by hearing complaints, it would turn into a poltergeist, hiding tools, breaking dishes, this kind of thing. So many German families kept little rituals to stay on a kobold's good side, like offering a bit of beer or bread in the attic. The very idea of a poltergeist, German for noisy ghost, by the way, that throws things around in a house likely stems from these old kobold tales. Such beliefs reveal how pre-scientific societies tried to explain the odd household happening. A missing sock or a creaky floorboard, all attributed to some capricious, invisible friend, or perhaps foe. Well, given Germany's abundance of deep forests and rugged mountains, it's no surprise that folklore places many magical races in the wilderness. Dwarves, or Zwerg in German, are among the most commonly mentioned. A small, bearded folk, living among hills or in mines, often guarding treasures or practicing metallurgy, and quite good at it as well. Long before Walt Disney's cheerful Seven Dwarves, Germany had its own version, and their mythology and folklore depicted dwarves as skilled blacksmiths and miners, and indeed in the Nibelungen legend, the treasure of the Nibelungs is guarded by the dwarf Ulbrich. Dwarves in folk tales can sometimes help humans out too, forging a splendid sword or revealing a load of ore, but they demand respect, and above all, secrecy. Don't go running your mouth off. Well, many legends warn against stealing from the dwarves or trying to outsmart them, as they can curse the thief with misfortune. Alongside dwarves are the so-called Waldgeister, or forest spirits, and one notable figure is the Wildermann, or the wild man, a mythical hairy giant said to lurk in forests clad in leaves or moss. Wild men, also called woodwosers, appear in medieval lore as symbols of untamed nature. In some legends, they are benighted humans living like beasts. In others, they're kind of more like magical guardians of the woods. In the folklore of the Alps, related to the wild man are the moss people, the moss Weiblen or the moss Manlin, small moss-clad forest dwarves that can be benign if respected. And there's a charming tale from Thuringia, which tells of a moss woman who taught a farmer the art of making white beer, on the condition that he not reveal her secret. Well, guess what? He broke the promise, and the forest folk abducted him. We don't really know what happened to that poor soul. Well, through such stories, we see the theme of reciprocity with nature's spirits. Humans can benefit from woodland elves and wild folk, but only if they honor their word and the sanctity of the forest. And beware the giant of the mountains, for instance, Rubizal, the giant trickster spirit of the giant mountains, the Reisengebirge in Silesia. The Rubizal could sometimes appear as a monstrous giant or a humble mountaineer. He was known to play pranks on travelers or punish the arrogant, yet he might also guide lost wanderers to safety. His name actually means turnip counter, comes from one humorous tale where a would-be suitor mockingly asked this spirit to count turnips in a field, hoping to be rid of him, only for Rubizal to retaliate by sending a storm or kidnapping the man's bride. Rubizal became a beloved folklore figure, appearing in countless Silesian and Bohemian legends, and later in literary folk tales. Now, just quickly, a little joke. This came into my head. Did you hear about the vegetable wedding? Apparently, there was a huge turn-up. Right. Well, through Rubizal and others, the mountains and forests gained kind of personalities of their own in German storytelling. at once awe-inspiring, dangerous, and sometimes generous to those who showed humility. But of course, best be on your good behavior. The spirits do not take kindly to being used up. Well, away from the forests, we have the rivers and the lakes, and those in Germany are similarly enlivened by folklore. We have nixies, or nixen, water spirits akin to mermaids or water nymphs, and in German tales, a nixie is often a beautiful female figure seen in rivers or ponds, sometimes benign but quite often dangerous. A famous legend tells of the Rhine maidens, 3 water nymphs who guard a treasure of gold in the Rhine River, an element Wagner wove into his opera, by the way. These maidens enchanting songs could beguile sailors. Likewise, various lakes have their legends of nixies who drag down those who swim alone at dusk, or who yearn for human lovers with tragic results. Perhaps the most iconic water spirit story is that of Lorelei that we discussed earlier, essentially a nixie on a rock. But there are also male water spirits, like the Nickelmann or the Wassergeist, who might appear as an old man in wet clothes to warn of floods, or the Klabautermann, who lives on ships, technically a kobold of the naval kind, I suppose. Shifting from spirits to shapeshifters, German folklore is replete with tales of werewolves and other were-creatures, and the concept of a werewolf, a human cursed or charmed into turning into a wolf at the full moon, was not only a horror story, but in dark times a very real fear. Of course, some accused werewolves were even tried across from witches in the 17th century. I suppose wait for the full moon, and if they don't turn into a werewolf, well, that's the best evidence you can get. At least it's an easy crime to prove wrong. Folktales speak of men who made pacts or put on a magic belt to become a wolf and attack their enemies or livestock, only to be eventually caught when the spell wore off. In the region of the Harz Mountains, a creature called the bear wolf was spoken of. Not literally a bear wolf, but, despite the name's look, rather a term for a malevolent werewolf-like being, or sometimes a metaphorically name for a violent criminal, something like this. After all, a bear and a wolf put together, well, they're 2 very malevolent forces in nature. Now, these tales served as both chilling entertainment, but also cautionary tales about beasts within humans. They also tie into the reality that wolf attacks were a genuine concern in earlier centuries, thus generating lore to rationalize why someone might turn savage. In contrast, some shape-shifting stories have a lighter touch. For instance, the Wolpertinger of Bavarian folklore, a whimsical mismatched creature said to inhabit alpine forests, with the body of a hare, antlers of a deer, wings of a bird, and fangs. Now, clearly a tall tale, and a source of amusing fake taxidermy sold to gullible visitors too, by the way. The Wolpertinger represents the playful side of folklore, where people enjoy spinning fantastical yarns for just a bit of fun, because why not? Well, then we have the more, I suppose, the scarier side of things. Witches, nightmares, the demonic. Beliefs about malevolent forces reached a peak in the witchcraft lore of the late medieval and early modern period. Witches in German folklore were typically imagined as women, and sometimes men. They're called warlocks, Hexenmeister, who made a pact with the devil and gained magical powers to harm neighbors or livestock. Folklore held that witches could fly on broomsticks or even pitchforks, brew foul potions, blight crops, cause storms, and shapeshift into animals like cats or wolves. A unique element of German witch lore is the Walpurgisnacht, or the Witch's Night. It was believed that on the night of April 30th, that is May Eve, all the witches of Germany would gather together for a Sabbath on the Brocken, the highest peak of the Harz Mountains. This belief is vividly depicted in Goethe's Faust, where Mephistopheles takes Faust to the witches in the wild revelry, dancing with the devil on the Brocken on Walpurgis night. The very name, Walpurgisnacht, blends pagan and Christian. Saint Walpurga was an 8th century English missionary whose feast day coincides with the 1st of May. But in folklore, her eve became associated with the ancient spring festival of Beltane, when the veil between worlds thinned and witches supposedly rode out among the living. To protect themselves on this fearsome night, villagers would light bonfires, and they would accompany this with the very noisy fireworks too. They would also hang sprigs of blessed herbs on doorways and hide their brooms so witches couldn't steal them for riding. Even as the witch trial hysteria of the 15th and 17th centuries subsided, the idea of Walpurgisnacht persisted in popular imagination and has in modern times become quite a fun folkloric celebration in part of Germany, where people dressing as witches and dancing into the May. Well, along with witch lore, German folklore has given us the very concept of the nightmare, a word which in English comes from the German Nachtmar. Now, the Nachtmar, or Alp, was thought to be an evil spirit, sometimes a witch's soul traveling by night, that sits on a sleeper's chest, causing distressing dreams and a feeling of suffocation. Many a German farmer placed a carved horse head or a broom under the bed as a charm to keep the Alp at bay, and some recited rhymes to prevent the witch from riding them in their sleep. Their words, not mine. That's, well, how they put it. Well, these beliefs surrounding sleep paralysis and bad dreams highlight how folklore tried to personify and thus control human fears, giving a name and shape to the unknown forces that cause nightmares. Now, similarly, the folklore of the doppelganger, that is the double goer, arises from psychological fear. It is the idea that every person has a spectral double, and seeing that exact duplicate of oneself is an omen of death. This concept became a motive in German Romantic literature, but it began as an eerie folklore notion that perhaps stemmed from the real anecdotes, people claiming to have seen someone who looked exactly like them or mistaking a stranger for a familiar person who was actually elsewhere. Of course, the term doppelganger has entered the English lexicon from German, testament perhaps to how compelling the idea is, but it's not so grim in our vernacular, I suppose. In essence, whether through witches causing milk to spoil or shapeless things to go bump in the night, German folklore certainly got a rich catalogue of supernatural ways to explain misfortune, enforce moral norms, and also entertain with a good bit of scaring behind it. Next, we have ghosts, and just in general, cursed souls. Plenty of them, too, to keep you up at night in German contexts. It's as diverse as its regions are. Many castles and old mansions are said to be haunted by the Weberfrau, the White Lady, a female ghost often thought to be the spirit of a wronged noblewoman, or a grief-stricken mother. For example, Hohenzollern royal family's folklore included a white lady ghost who would appear, dressed in a white gown. Whenever a death in the family was impending, she would show up. Not the kind of person you want to see. So she was believed to be a revenant of a medieval countess who committed some kind of sin. Versions vary, but often involving infanticide or a tragic loss, and thus she was doomed to wander as a spectre. German folklore also speaks of the headless rider, a decapitated ghost on horseback, sometimes identified as a victim of war or as a relentless hunter who injured the forest sprites, but also of vengeful ghosts that seek redress for past wrongs. The concept of the Nachzehrer, a type of undead in northern German lore, is particularly gruesome. Essentially an idea of a proto-vampire, where a dead person, often a victim of the plague, or perhaps they took their own lives, does not rest peacefully, but chews on their burial shroud or their own flesh, causing a wasting illness to their surviving family. To prevent such undead, people in some regions would place a stone or a coin in the corpse's mouth, or drive a stake through the corpse, practices akin to vampire lore in Eastern Europe. While not as globally famous as Transylvanian vampires, these German folkloric measures show a common human concern with ensuring that the dead stay that way. But on a kinder note, some ghost stories were almost moral in tone, like the tale of the Klagemumme, a banshee-like wailing aunt figure whose mournful cries warned of an upcoming death, but also indicated the soul's longing for prayer. Once the proper prayers or masses were said, the Klagemumme's cries would cease, implying the wandering soul finally found peace. In rural communities, sharing ghost stories by the hearth was a way to affirm beliefs about the afterlife, justice, and of course the proper rituals for the dead. But it also certainly gave listeners a thrill, perhaps made them think twice about walking alone near the village graveyard after dark. One can only imagine. Okay, well, moving on from all of that, leaving all the ghosts and werewolves behind us, I suppose we can't talk about the German folklore traditions without talking about the Brothers Grimm. Of course, when you think of German folklore, it's often fairy tales that most readily spring to mind, and those enchanting and sometimes dark stories of morality, magic, and everything in between have been told and retold around the world. In fact, Germany's contribution to the fairy tale canon is monumental, largely in fact to efforts by collectors like the Brothers Grimm. So let's explore the German fairy tale tradition under that lens, shall we? So long before any fairy tales were written down, like most countries in the world, they survived in oral tradition, told by grandmothers and grandchildren, grandmothers to grandchildren rather, spinners at the spinning wheel or travellers resting at the inn, this kind of thing. In German lands, as elsewhere in Europe, countless generations passed on stories that served to entertain on those dark nights, but also to impart lessons. Now these oral tales, called Märchen in German, roughly meaning little stories, often featured timeless settings. It would start off something like, there once was a poor baker, or once upon a time in a faraway land, that kind of thing. That kind of familiarity kind of replaced that concrete historical context, and it kind of set the tone of what you were in for. But it also allowed stories to travel and transform, easily adaptable to any local era. Yet, keen listeners can detect reflections of the historical reality of the common folk in these tales. Themes of famine, hard labor, social injustice, they crop up frequently, just dressed up in a fantasy setting. For example, the well-known story of Hansel and Gretel. It tells of children abandoned in the woods due to their parents' extreme poverty during a famine. Now, a scenario not completely unimaginable in medieval or early modern times of scarcity. It happened, unfortunately, a bit more than you would think. But in this story, the grim situation gives way to the fantastical gingerbread house and the witch. But at its heart is the memory of a real hardship and the instinct of children to survive. Similarly, Cinderella, or Aschenputtel in German variants, endures cruel treatment by a stepmother reflecting the not uncommon plight of orphans or stepchildren in traditional societies who might be disfavored in a household. Fairy tales provided a kind of imaginative escape and resolution to these difficulties. In the tales, virtue is rewarded, evil is punished. Cinderella goes from the cinders to marrying a prince, while her wicked stepsisters in the grim version receive a rather violent comeuppance. In fact, if you don't know, actually doves fly in and peck their eyes out during the wedding. Yeah, not all fairy tales are for children, I suppose. In any case, orally transmitted fairy tales carried the values and hopes of ordinary people. And kindness, cleverness, courage might triumph over cruelty and misfortune, overcome the odds. And, well, the genius of these stories is that they convey messages in a symbolic and memorable way. And many of them, of course, we have because of the Brothers Grimm. So by the early 19th century, oral tales were in danger of being forgotten or changed beyond recognition as Europe rapidly modernized. And so enter Jacob and Wilhelm. Jacob, born in 1785, Wilhelm, a year later. Two scholars from Hessen, who had a passion for German language and tradition. Initially trained in law and linguistics, the brothers Grimm became inspired by the romantic nationalist idea that the true soul of a people, the Volksseele, resides in its folk culture. The song, tales and language, untouched by sophisticated courtly influence. So, in 1806, Germany was a patchwork of small states, and the Napoleonic occupation was well and truly underway. A sense of national and cultural identity was growing as individuals and intellectuals sought something distinctly German in its flavor. Well, the Grimms believed that collecting the Märchen of the common folk would both preserve precious cultural heritage and perhaps even define a German identity that transcended the many tiny principalities. They began gathering tales, not by wandering the countryside incognito, as is sometimes romantically imagined, but largely by interviewing friends, relatives, and local peasants or middle-class storytellers who knew the old tales. One of their noted sources was a woman named Dorothea Weyman, the daughter of an innkeeper who had a prodigious memory for stories. Many of Hesse's oral tales were recorded from her dictation. In 1812, Jacob and Wilhelm published the first volume of Kinder- und Hausmärchen, Children's and Household Tales, containing 86 stories, and a second volume in 1815 brought the total to 170. These books are now famously known as Grimm's Fairy Tales. And you might be surprised that they were not immediate bestsellers, but over subsequent editions, they issued many revisions up through 1857, they began to grow in popularity, especially as the brothers edited the content and style to be a little more appealing to families. So it is worth noting that the Grimms approached their work as folklorists and language scholars, not as mere entertainers. It was a bit more academic in its nature, and they didn't really see it as strictly children's books either. It was more a cultural preservation project. Jacob Grimm's prefaces proclaimed the authenticity of the old Germanic nature of these tales. He and Wilhelm at first preserved archaic turns of phrase and rustic frankness. For instance, early versions of their tales could be quite blunt or gruesome. One infamous story they included in the first edition was quote, how some children played at slaughtering, a tale where young kids reenact a pig slaughter and accidentally kill each other instead. Well, needless to say, that one was dropped in the later editions. It was not as popular with the public. Well, anyway, as the Kinder- und Hausmärchen underwent revisions, Wilhelm especially polished the narratives, adding literary flourishes or Christian moral touches, sometimes even toning down a few of these sexual elements, while actually heightening some of the violent retribution against villains. The result, by the final 1857 edition, was a collection of tales that still felt authentically folk-like, but were a lot smoother to read, and more clearly moral. Some critics then and now have pointed out that the Grimms were not just passive collectors, but rather editors and shapers of the folklore to fit a vision, one that emphasized piety, work ethic, and family values consistent in the 19th century bourgeois norms. For example, in early oral visions, the villain in Hansel and Gretel was likely the biological mother, desperate due to hunger. The Grimms made her a stepmother, perhaps to soften the horror of a real mother betraying her own children, and to adhere to the image of an ideal loving mother. Likewise, the Grimms added the image of Little Red Riding Hood being rescued by a huntsman who cuts the wolf open, a scene that is not found in Charles Perrault's classic French version, which ended a little bit more grimly, I suppose we can say. Well, this gave a more redemptive, less cynical ending, and introduced a heroic masculine figure to save the day. These editorial choices indicate how the Grimm's fairy tales were filtered through their own era's lens. Yet, despite modifications, the core of the tales remained the voices of the Volk, the people. The Grimms succeeded in their mission. They salvaged dozens upon dozens of tales, which might have otherwise faded away, and in doing so, they created a treasury that has since been translated into 160 languages, and, well, up to the point of this video, it has never gone out of print. Well, let's look at a few notable German fairy tales and their themes. First of all, we have Snow White, which is Schneewittchen, a tale of a princess with skin as white as snow, hair as black as ebony, lips as red as blood, whose jealous stepmother, there's that stepmother motive again, tries to repeatedly murder her. The 7 dwarves, with whom Snow White finds refuge, reflect the traditional mining culture of Germany. In fact, some scholars think the tale might have been inspired by memories of miners, as children in some regions did work the mines in past centuries. The villainess's queen's use of a poison apple and her magic mirror have become quite iconic. Ultimately, her punishment in the Grimm's version, being forced to dance in red-hot iron shoes until she dies, illustrates a harsh poetic justice common in older fairy tales. You won't find that in the Disney version, won't you? In any case, Snow White's death-like sleep and revival by a prince, it might symbolize a kind of rebirth or even reference old folk beliefs of magic causing trances. The story also may encode a warning about vanity and envy, given the fate of the queen, who could not tolerate someone else's beauty. Well, then we have, of course, Hansel and Gretel. Very typical German tale. It's rich in its symbolism, too. The breadcrumb trail eaten by birds shows the theme of being lost in the woods, and historically that's a very real fear, since forests were indeed dangerous frontiers. The Witch's Gingerbread House, well, that presents a fascinating duality. It's a child dream, that being unlimited sweets, but also a trap for cannibalistic intent at the same time. And that dual nature, enticing yet deadly, I suppose we could read it as a metaphor for temptation itself. Interestingly, the witch in Grimm's telling has poor eyesight but a keen sense of smell. She chants, "Nibble, nibble, little mouse who is nibbling at my house." Ugh. Hansel tricks her by offering her a bone through a cage to feel instead of his finger to delay his fate, showing that cleverness can outwit brute evil. Gretel's climactic act of shoving the witch into the oven is a cathartic reversal of victim and oppressor. The children's eventual return home with jewels taken from the witch's house transforms their initial poverty into prosperity, a common fairy tale ending, promising that suffering can be overcome. Well, then we have Rumpelstiltskin, which is pronounced pretty much the same in German. It's a distinctly German-flavored tale about the peril of making promises under duress. You see, a miller's daughter is forced by a king to spin straw into gold. That's an impossible task, as we all know, unless there's somebody out there who can do it. Well, a dwarf-like imp appears to perform the magic in exchange for all of her possessions, culminating in a demand of her first-born child. Of course, when the child is born, the only way to break the contract is for the now queen to guess the name of the imp. When she discovers, through pure luck, the imp dances around a fire in the woods singing his own name, Rumpelstiltskin, no one knows my little name. The drama here revolves around the power of names, of course, a theme in many cultures, indicating that knowing a being's true name gives you power over it. Well, the name Rumpelstiltskin in German literally refers to a little rattle-stilt-or goblin, an archaic term. Knowing the character is a folkloric sprite personifying perhaps the chaos of unkept promises. But this tale might also be interpreted as a commentary on greed and pride. The miller's foolish boast that his daughter can do impossible things sets the entire trouble into motion. The king's greed for gold drives his cruelty, and the strange helper's pride in his name leads to his downfall. Well, a little more of a light-hearted one, the Bremen town musicians, of 4 aging animals, a donkey, a dog, a cat, and a rooster, who, mistreated or neglected by their masters, run away to become musicians in Bremen. Along their journey, they scare off a band of robbers from a cottage by standing on each other's backs and cacophonously shouting and making noise. The robbers think that a terrible monster is attacking. Though they never actually reach Bremen, the animals do live happily at the robber's cottage. This tale is essentially about finding a new purpose later in life. The animals were old and considered useless, but together they found strength. And about the value of cooperation, too. The animals' comic teamwork and the triumph of underdogs, over the human criminals. Well, that made it a beloved and remembered tale. Now, as for the city of Bremen, they also embrace the story that a statue of the 4-tiered animal stands there to this very day. It's interesting that the tale has no magical elements either. Well, if you don't cast talking animals as magical. Well, in fable tradition at least, that is more of a representation of ordinary folks. And not every beloved folktale in Germany was about a princess or a witch, and not all of it ended in violence either. This one's more about friendship and optimism. But then, of course, we have Rotkapken, that is Little Red Riding Hood. Everyone knows that one for sure. Now, the version told in Germany, has a happier ending than its French predecessor. Well, in the Grimm tale, a hunter cuts open the wolf to save Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother, and later sows the wolf's belly with stones as punishment, causing him to collapse. Another instance of harsh justice. Little Red's story is often discussed for its symbolism of growing up and also a little bit of sexual danger, that being the big bad wolf being the predatory male figure, and Little Red Riding Hood possibly signifying the maturation. Well, folklorists do debate those interpretations. but certainly straightforward and moral given by Perrault, that is, children, especially pretty girls, should never talk to strangers, would have been well appreciated in folk culture, where such admonitions could certainly save lives. Now, the German name Rotkäppchen, little red cap, indicates she wore a cap rather than a hood in the original telling, indicating perhaps an older, rural fashion. Well, the tale's enduring popularity has made the figure of the big bad wolf a quintessential villain, and this is notable in Germany, considering that actual wolves had largely been exterminated there by the 19th century. The folk memory of the wolf as a menace survived in stories long after the real animal vanished. Only in recent decades have wolves begun to return to German forests. So, well, be careful on your hikes, I suppose. Well, beyond all of these, the brothers Grimm preserved a myriad of other tales. Rapunzel with her long hair, the Frog King. Well, actually, the one with the Frog King, where a princess disgusts turns to love, famously ending with a transformation either by a kiss, in the original Grimm version, by the princess throwing the frog against a wall in frustration, which is a little bit more straightforward way of dealing with it. Also, there's the elves and the shoemaker, Mother Hole, which we discussed, and then we have the goose girl, the 6 swans, fisherman and his wife, all that sort of thing. Through all these stories, certain themes shine quite brightly. The virtue of hard work, humility, kindness, the vice of pride, greed, and envy, it's all there. But there is also an underlying faith that even the lowliest, a mistreated child, an old donkey, poor miller's son, can rise to happiness with a bit of luck and a bit of magical assistance from time to time. Of course, the publication of Grimm's fairy tales had a pretty big influence not only within Germany, but eventually internationally. The stories inspired poets, playwrights, and composers, from German romantic artists to later global creators of children's books and movies. But they also founded the academic field of folklore studies, that is, Volkskunde, as the Grimm's methodology and the Arne Thompson tale type index that later grew from such collections allowed scholars to compare variants of tales across cultures. Yet, it is important to apply a bit of critical thinking to fairy tales as cultural artifacts. For one, the Grimm collection gave the impression of a unified German folklore. But in reality, many of these tales were transnational. The Grimms included variants of stories that also existed in France, Italy, or elsewhere. For example, Briar Rose, Sleeping Beauty, had a known literary source in Perrault's French tales, and also Little Red Riding Hood, and otherwise. The brothers were sometimes consciously assembling a tapestry of European folklore, but just through a German lens. In any case, they corresponded with and were aware of other folklorists. Thus, while we celebrate Grimm's tales as German folklore, it's not the be-all and end-all. We also acknowledge that folklore ignores political borders. It travels with migrants, soldiers, marriages, meaning many German tales are quite international, at least in the European sense, but who knows really how far it all goes back. And here's another consideration. That is how the values in fairy tales align or conflict with modern sensibilities. Over time, editors and educators sanitized some of the content. The Grimms themselves started that by editing some violent or risque bits in the 20th century. English translations often further softened the cruelty too. While 20th century adaptations, notably Disney films, altered plots quite a bit to significantly fit contemporary tastes and moral messages. And this reflects changing attitudes. For instance, modern retellings might try to remove the passive damsel in distress trope, giving agency to heroines who were originally quite helpless. One can compare the Grimm's Snow White, who pretty much relies on fate and the prince, with a modern Snow White reimagined as more active, but, well, we all know how that movie went. A financial disaster. I think they should probably stick with the old stories. They're a little bit more appealing. In any case, these evolving interpretations do demonstrate that while fairy tales are rooted in the old times, each generation is going to reinterpret them anew. Interestingly, scholarly interpretations also abound. Freudian and Jungian psychologists have probed Grimm's tales for symbols of subconscious struggles, that being the devouring wolf as a parental figure, the forest as the unconscious mind, etc. While socio-historical researchers point out that some tales, like the robber bridegroom, which is a frightening tale of cannibalistic murder, may encode real dangers, and the news of the day. That story might reflect anxieties about arranged marriages or actual crime events that turned into a cautionary fairy tale. In any case, in Germany, the legacy of the fairy tale is woven into the very cultural fabric, from Kinder- und Hausmärchen, being found in nearly every household, to tourist attractions, like the German fairy tale route, which links towns associated with the Grimm tales or the storytellers who told them, and that is a good little holiday to go on. Got to keep that in mind, that's for sure. Well, statues of Red Riding Hood, museums for the Brothers Grimm, and annual fairy tale festivals keep the tradition well and truly visible. Yet Germans also approach their fairy tales with an appreciation of their original darkness and complexity. There is not just the sugar-coated versions. There's the older stuff, too. Perhaps if you would explain the plot for the Disney-fied fairy tales to a German, they might laugh and said, "Oh yes, that is the one where they all get killed at the end, or a flock of crows shows up and pecks everybody's eyes out or something." This kind of thing. Like I said, Disney-fied tales. I'm not a fan of it. I know it's for kids and everything, but it seems they take the old stories, then they change them completely, and then they copyright the names and everything behind it and say no one else is allowed to tell this because our company owns it. But you cannot own such a thing like folklore. I think it's a little bit insulting. Not a big fan of Disney in this channel. Well, indeed. I think today we have to treat everything quite seriously. And we can't look at it just in a modern context. It's a window into folk thought, and also history too, rather than just bedtime fodder. And indeed, the Grimms never saw it just as that. They didn't initially target children as their primary audience. That happened gradually, as parents realized the usefulness of these tales for sort of slipping in moral education, despite the occasional nightmare-inducing scene. It's kind of like hiding vegetables in the meatloaf, giving it to your children, that kind of thing.
The desert, despite its silence, is not empty. That is the first mistake that the outsiders make, and Bedouin folklore corrects it immediately. The desert is, after all, an environment of terrifying extremes. Heat that kills in hours, waterlessness that kills in days, and distances that swallow up the unprepared. And it is full of jinn, full of codes, full of poetry, so central to daily life that a well-turned verse could end a blood feud, and sometimes start one. You see, every element of Bedouin culture is a response to that environment. The hospitality customs, the tribal laws, migration knowledge, oral literature. None of it is ornamental. It is a set of instructions for surviving a landscape that tolerates no error, passed from generation to generation in verse and story, because there were no books, there were no schools, no walls to write on. There was just memory, and the voice, and the night sky overhead. This is the story of a people who built a society from sand and silence. And it's a lot more complex than the surface level may seem. Today let's talk about the folklore of the Bedouins. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Quick reminder to give thanks to those supporting us financially. That's what keeps us ad-free and sponsor-free. Entirely crowd-funded on Patreon memberships. Donations in the merch store, or the links are available in pinned comment and description. If you don't want to do that, fair enough. But give us a like, comment, and subscribe because it really helps us in the algorithm. Thank you very much, and let's begin. But before we can really discuss the supernatural world of Bedouin folklore, you sort of need to understand who the Bedouins are. Because, well, it's not really the folklore of individuals, it's more the folklore of the tribe, the Kabila, as they call it. And every story, custom, and belief is embedded in the tribal structure, and cannot really be understood apart from it. Because the tribe was everything. It was your identity, your protection, your legal system, your welfare state, and when things get a little bit, push comes to shove, it was also your army. In the desert, a person without a tribe was a person without existence. Literally, because without the collective resource of the tribe, survival in the desert was virtually impossible. The tribe provided access to water, to pasture, to the camel herds that were the basis of the economy. It provided military protection against raids. It provided a legal framework, customary law, the urf protection against, the urf that rather governed everything from marriage to murder, and the inheritance of camels, excuse me for misspeaking. Now, it also provided a name. In Bedouin culture, your name was not just your name, I guess. You see, it was your genealogy. Names in Arab culture and Bedouin culture are quite complex. It would be so-and-so, son of so-and-so, of the such-and-such clan, of the such-and-such tribe. It would be a chain of names that connected you to your ancestors, and through them to the tribe's founding patriarch, whether that be a real patriarch or one of a legendary status, who knows. To recite your genealogy was to recite your claim to existence. Here I am. This is what I am, who I am, where I am from. People get a good idea from that kind of introduction. But to be unable to recite it, or worse, to have no genealogy at all, well, if you don't belong to anything, you're nothing. The Bait al-Sha'ar, the house of hair, as they call it, the black goat hair tent, was the physical and symbolic center of Bedouin life. It was woven by women from the hair of the family's goats, and it was divided into two sections. The men's side, the sheik, where the guests were received, coffee was prepared, and tribal business was conducted. And then there was the woman's side, the mahrama, where the family lived, ate, and slept. Now, the division was not merely in spatial terms, it was somewhat cosmological. The men's side was the public face of the household, the interface between the family and the tribe, the space of honor, politics, and performance. And the women's side was the private core, the space of sustenance, reproduction, and the intimate knowledge that kept the household functioning. A man's reputation was made in the sheik. A woman's power was exercised in the mahrama. And the tent itself, portable, collapsible, reassemblable within hours, was the supreme expression of nomadic architecture. It was a home that went with you. You could carry it on the back of your camels, a civilization that left no ruins, because it was designed to move. The tent also had its own folklore. The central tent pole, the wasit, was a symbolic thing in terms of its importance. You see, to break it was to destroy the household. If a fugitive grasped the tent pole of the sheikh's tent, he was under the sheikh's protection and could not be harmed. A physical enactment of the concept of dakala, entry into protection. The ropes that held the tent were cut ritually when a household was in mourning. The tent flap was left open on the windward side so that the smell of the coffee fire would carry downward and guide the travelers to the camp. A material expression of the hospitality obligation that was the supreme law of Bedouin society. And speaking of obligation, there's no element of Bedouin culture more famous and more frequently described, and perhaps more poorly understood by outsiders, than hospitality, or as they call it, al-diafa. It is the first thing every traveler mentions, and it is almost always romanticized. But Bedouin hospitality is not really romantic, it is existential. In an environment where a traveler lost in the desert without water can die within 24 hours, the refusal to offer shelter, food, and water is not merely rude. They're killing you. They're giving you a death sentence. It's murder. So hospitality is a survival pact, elevated to the status of sacred law, and it is governed by rules as precise and as binding as any legal code. Speaking of rules, they're quite specific. A guest has to be received immediately, regardless of the hour, regardless of the host's own resources, and regardless of whether the guest is a friend or an enemy. The famous maxim is this: the guest is the guest of God. To turn away a guest is to turn away an emissary of God. So, they have to make the coffee. The ritual of Bedouin coffee, the kahwa, is itself a performance of considerable complexity. The beans are roasted over the fire in a long-handled pan called a mikhmas, and the sound of the roasting and the aroma of the coffee are themselves a signal to the surrounding camps that guests have arrived, and they're being taken care of. Gee, it all sounds pretty good, huh? I think so. Anyway, the beans are ground in a brass mortar called a mibaj, and the rhythmic pounding of the mibaj has a specific cadence that can be heard over great distances. The coffee is brewed in a series of pots and served in small handleless cups, always with the left hand holding the pot and the right hand offering the cup. The guest drinks. The first cup is called the cup of the guest. The second is called the cup of the sword, an implicit pledge of protection. And the third is the cup of mood, pleasure, enjoyment. Now, very important, you can't refuse the coffee. You have to drink it. To refuse it is an insult so severe that, well, bad things can happen. I mean, they're not going to kill you on the spot, but, it can start feuds, that's what I'm trying to say. Anyway, a guest is protected for 3 days and 1/3, which is the time it takes according to tradition for the food he has eaten to pass through his body completely. During this period, the guest is inviolable. Even if he is your blood enemy, even if he's killed your brother, you can't harm him while he is under your roof and your food is in his stomach. After 3 days, the obligation has expired, and matters of vengeance can be resumed, but not before. You have to wait 3 days. And this is the law, enforced by the collective judgment of the tribe and by the overwhelming shame that would fall on anyone who violated it. The stories of hospitality in Bedouin folklore are always stories about honor and the violations of hospitality, i.e., a host who betrayed a guest, the tribe that turned away a traveler, a narrated kind of like moral disasters, I suppose, equivalent to natural ones, these kind of catastrophes in poor manners. So, speaking of which, there is a story of Hatim al-Tayi, the pre-Islamic Arab chieftain of the Tai tribe. Well, he lived in the 6th century CE. It's the supreme exemplar of hospitality in Bedouin tradition. Hatim's generosity was so legendary that his name became a synonym for generosity itself. There's an old proverb, more generous than Hatim, well, still used across the Arab world today. The stories about him are quite extravagant. He slaughtered his last camel to feed a guest. He gave away his horse, his only horse, by the way, in the desert where a horse was survival, to a stranger who admired it. He bankrupted himself repeatedly, and he never complained. His wife once scolded him for his reckless generosity, and he replied, "It's better to be generous and hungry than wealthy and shamed." You see, Hatim is kind of like a folk hero of sorts, but he's also a bit of a moral instruction manual. His stories teach that generosity is not a luxury of the rich, but rather an obligation of anyone who claims to be honorable. And its cost, however extreme, is always less than the cost of shame. The food of hospitality was itself ritualized. The mansaf, a great dish of lamb cooked in fermented dried yogurt, served on a bed of rice and flatbread. Good Lord, that sounds good. I can imagine it now. Well, that is the supreme hospitality meal of the Bedouin in Jordan and parts of the Levant. I love flatbread. I tell you what, you get things like Greek gyros and all that sort of thing. Anything that's meat wrapped in bread is just fantastic. You cannot go wrong. Well, in terms of the mansaf that we're talking about now, it is served on an enormous communal platter, and eating it is a bit of performance. You eat with the right hand, forming the rice and meat into balls. You do not reach across another person's space. You do not take the choicest cuts for yourself. Those are pushed toward the guest of honor. And if you're visiting a Bedouin family, that's probably going to be you anyway. The head of the lamb is placed on the platter facing the most honored guest, and the cheek meat, which is considered the tenderest, is offered by the host personally. To eat mansaf is to participate in a social ceremony, as precise as any formal dinner in any culture. And the rules, who sits where, who is served first, who receives the choicest portion, encode the social hierarchy of the gathering with absolute clarity. The slaughter of the sheep or a goat for a guest was itself quite an honor. A host who slaughtered a fat sheep was making a statement about the importance of his guest and about his own resources. A host who could only offer bread and yogurt was in a bit more of a modest position, but hey, that was still acceptable. You do what you can. The obligation was not to bankrupt yourself, I suppose, but just to give what you have to give. Don't give anything that you don't have. The stories of Bedouin hosts who bankrupted themselves feeding guests are not merely tales of excess. There's plenty of them. They're statements about the calculus of honor. Material wealth is temporary, but reputation, that is permanent. And a reputation for generosity, that's going to attract allies, supporters, marriage proposals that material wealth alone can never really buy. But we can't dwell on that too much. That's just a small facet. Let's talk a little bit about poetry. In Bedouin culture, the poet is kind of a weapon. It's a historian, a judge, the voice of the tribe, the world that he or she speaks, because Bedouin poetry has included women, has a power that is, in the deepest sense, quite magical. The pre-Islamic Arabs believed that poets were inspired by jinn, and that a jinni whispered verses into the poet's ear, and the poet transmitted them to the human world. The Arab word for poet, shair, literally means one who perceives, one who has access to knowledge that is hidden from ordinary people. So in that sense, poetry was a bit of divination. a bit of propaganda, a bit of law, and a bit of warfare. A poem of praise could elevate a tribe's reputation for generations, and a poem of satire could destroy it. The qasida, the ode, is the foundational form of Bedouin poetry, and its structure is remarkably consistent across the entire Arab-speaking world. A classical qasida begins with a nasib, a lyrical prelude, in which the poet stands before the ruins of his beloved abandoned campsite and weeps for its departure, describing the traces of the camp, the ash of the fire, the marks of the tent pegs, in a language of heartbreaking precision. The campsite is empty, the beloved is gone, and the poet is alone. This is the opening move, and it is one of the most distinctive and beautiful conventions in world literature. The poem begins in loss, in the contemplation of absence, in the reading of traces left by those who have departed. And the desert is full of such traces, the tracks of caravans, the marks of camps, bones of animals, and the Bedouin poet reads them the way a scholar reads a text, with attention, with skill, and with the understanding that what is absent can be as eloquent as what is present. Now, after the nasib, the poet moves through to a rakhil, a journey passage, describing his ride through the desert, his camel, the landscape, heat, and stars, and arrives at the main purpose of the poem, the madi, the praise, or the fakir, boast, sometimes the hija, satire, or the ritha, the elegy. Each of these modes has enormous social power. A Mahdi poem praising a sheikh's generosity or bravery was a political act. It elevated the sheikh's standing, and by extension, the standing of his tribe. A hijah, mocking an enemy, was a weapon. It could shame an opponent more effectively than a raid, because the shame of a poem lasted forever, while the effects of a raid, you could recover from that. Next you had the mu'allakat, the suspended odes, 7 or 10 depending on tradition, pre-Islamic poems that were said to have been so admired that they were written in gold and hung on the walls of the Kaaba in Mecca, the supreme examples of the qasida form, and they are the foundation texts of Arabic literature. They are Bedouin poems, the voices of the desert, speaking across 15 centuries, and they are still recited, studied, and revered. Shows you how important they are. Bedouin poetry was not confined to the classical qasida. The Nabati tradition, vernacular poetry in the dialects of the Arabian Peninsula, well, that had been a living art form for centuries and still remains vital today, particularly in Saudi and the Gulf states and Jordan. The Nabati poetry deals with the same themes as classical poetry: love, honor, tribal pride, the beauty and cruelty of the desert, but in the spoken language of the people rather than the literary Arabic of the scholars, a little bit easier to understand. It is performed, sung, debated, judged at competitions. The Millions Poet television program in the UAE, while launched in 2007, is essentially like kind of like the X Factor for Bedouin poets. It draws millions of viewers across the Arab world. The fact that a poetry competition could be a prime-time television feature in the 21st century tells you something quite fundamental about the culture. The word has never lost its power. And then there's women's poetry. That deserves particular attention. Bedouin women had their own traditions: lullabies, wedding songs, mourning songs, and crucially, incitement poems. Now, the incitement poem, the tarid, was sung by women during battle or before a raid, urging the men to fight bravely, shaming cowards, praising the brave, and declaring that they would rather die than be taken by the enemy. They were central to the war effort, of course, a powerful form of psychological warfare directed at the tribe's own warriors, reminding them that the women were watching, They were judging, and they would remember. A warrior who was praised in a woman's poem carried that praise for life. A warrior who was mocked in one carried the shame. The woman's poetic voice was one of the most potent forces in Bedouin society, and it operated in a space that was formally outside the male domain of power, but functionally at its very center. Well, let's move on. Let's talk about the unseen things. The jinn. The Bedouin relationship with the jinn is older than Islam, deeper than theology, and more intimate than most any other human-spirit relationships in world folklore. The desert is, in Bedouin understanding, quite full, populated, densely so by beings you can't see. Jinn are everywhere, in the wadis, the ruins, the sand dunes, the wells, the wind, all over the place. They are the other inhabitants of the desert, and they were there first. Humans are, in a sense, the newcomers, the guests, and the proper attitude toward the jinn is therefore one of respectful caution. I suppose it's the same attitude you would extend to any powerful neighbor whose territory you are traversing. Bedouin jinn beliefs are notable for their specifically practical nature. The jinn are not abstract theological entities, but rather beings with habits, preferences, and addresses. They don't like salt, they don't like iron, and the recitation of certain Quranic verses. They are most active at dusk, the hour of Maghrib, and at noon, when the desert heat shimmers and the air itself seems to be alive. They live in specific places, the bottoms of wells, the interiors of caves, ruins of old settlements, and most distinctly, in the whirlwinds that spin across the desert floor. A dust devil, the Zaba'a, is not merely a meteorological phenomenon in Bedouin understanding. It's a jinn, visible for a moment in the spinning sand moving across the landscape on business of its own. Now, when you see one of them, you better not walk through it. You step aside, you say Bismillah in the name of God, and you let it pass. To cross its path is to invite illness, madness, or maybe even possession, and you don't want any of them. Right? I hope not. Now next we have the ghoul. It's the most feared desert jinn in Bedouin folklore, and the Bedouin ghoul is a bit different from the ghoul of settled Arab societies. In the desert, the ghoul is specifically a creature of the empty places, the stretches of sand and rock between water sources, the areas where you are most vulnerable and most alone. That's where it gets you. It appears to solitary travelers, often in the form of a beautiful woman or a friendly companion, and it leads them away from the path, deeper into the desert. Well, by the time they realize what's going on, they're hopelessly lost. The ghoul feeds on the dead, on corpses, on the bodies of those who have died of thirst, and its ultimate goal is to add you to its menu. The Bedouin remedy for the ghoul is quite straightforward. If you see a stranger in the desert who shouldn't be there, who appears from nowhere and invites you to follow, don't do it. Speak the name of God, strike at it with iron or a sword, and above all, don't lose the trail. The ghoul can't find you if you stay on the path. It can only reach you if you go away from the road. So, watch where you're stepping. Next we have the Sila, a female jinn of extraordinary cunning. It appears in Bedouin lore, often as a figure who lives among humans in disguise, marrying a man and bearing his children before her true nature is discovered. The stories of Sila marriages follow a consistent pattern. The man discovers his wife's secret. Perhaps he sees her feet, which are hoofs, or turned backward. Or he finds her eating raw meat or conversing with invisible beings at night. And the Sila, exposed, either destroys the household or vanishes, taking the children with her. These stories encode anxieties about marriage, about the unknown woman who enters the tent from outside the tribe, about the fear that the person you share your life with might be fundamentally not human, not knowable, and not safe. Be careful who you choose to put a ring on, I suppose. Now, jinn possession, mas or labs, as they call it, was treated with considerable seriousness. A possessed person, someone who had been struck by a jinn, or was behaving erratically, speaking in strange voices, convulsing, or displaying inexplicable illness, required the attention of a specialist. And in Bedouin society, this might be a shaykh with religious knowledge who could recite Quranic verses over the inflicted person, or it might be a more traditional figure with inherited knowledge of jinn, who could negotiate with a possessing genie to determine what it wanted and broker its departure. The negotiation was often quite literal. The healer spoke to the genie through the possessed person's mouth, asking its name, its tribe, and yes, the jinn have tribes just as humans do, its reason for attacking this particular person, and what it wants, its terms for leaving. Now, the parallels with modern therapeutic practices are pretty striking. The naming of the problem, the dialogue with the affliction, and negotiation of terms. They suggest that jinn possession was, among other things, a culturally specific framework for understanding and treating psychological distress. The evil eye, al-ayin, was the most pervasive everyday supernatural concern in Bedouin life, and the protections against it were also quite elaborate. A newborn camel, a valuable and therefore enviable possession, might have a blue bead tied to its halter and a smear of coal around its eyes. Now that's not C-O-A-L, that's K-O-H-L. Different thing. A beautiful child was deliberately left slightly dirty. A man who had enjoyed a good run of luck would avoid mentioning it, or would immediately follow any reference to it with mashallah, attributing the fortune to God, and thereby deflecting the envy that might otherwise be attached to it. I mean, you can't be envious of God, right? The burning of harmal, wild rue seeds, was a common Bedouin protection. The crackling of seeds and the fire believed to destroy the evil eye was just as the crackling broke the silence. Salt was thrown into the fire. Iron was carried as a talisman. And the hand of Fatima, the Kamsa, was worn as jewelry, hung from tents and embossed on camel saddles. The Bedouin world was a world of constant vigilance against invisible malice, a world in which every good thing attracted a corresponding danger, and survival required not only physical skill, but spiritual caution. Now, the next thing we're going to talk about is a little bit more earthly, and something quite recognizable. That is the camel. I know, right? It is to Bedouin folklore what the olive tree is to Palestinian folklore, or the corn plant to Mesoamerican folklore. It's sacred, not just useful. It is the animal that made everything in the desert possible, the creature upon which the entire Bedouin civilization was built, and its presence in the folklore of the Bedouins is so pervasive that it's almost impossible to discuss any aspect of Bedouin folklore without really mentioning the camels. The Bedouin vocabulary for camels is one of the most elaborate animal vocabularies in any language. In fact, there are hundreds of words for camels in Arabic, words that distinguish age, sex, color, temperament, breeding status, gait, function. A young female camel has a different name at every stage of her life. A riding camel is different from a baggage camel, which is different from a racing camel, which is different from a milk camel. Camel milk, huh? Never tried that. No idea where to get it from. I'll have to ask a Bedouin. Any Bedouins in the comments? Please tell me where to get some camel milk. Well, the color vocabulary alone is quite staggering. There are separate terms for white, cream, reddish, dark, every shade in between, and it's really precise. It's the same kind of precision that the Inuit apply to snow or a sommelier applies to wine. When your survival depends on an animal, you develop the language to describe it with absolute exactness. Camels appear throughout Bedouin poetry as objects of beauty, pride, and emotional attachment. A poet describing his camel's strength, endurance, speed, loyalty is not being quaint. He's describing the most important being in his life after his family. The pre-Islamic poet Tarafa ibn al-Abid, one of the authors of the Mu'allaqat, devoted a famous passage of his ode to an extended description of his she-camel, comparing her limbs to parts of a fortress, her stride to the movement of clouds, and her eyes to mirrors. The passage is often cited as evidence of a Bedouin obsession with camels, as though it were eccentric. Well, it's not eccentric. It's just devotion, and it's entirely proportionate to a camel's importance. That's the same way that, I don't know, if you're in the Western cultures listening to this, which I assume you are because that's 80% of my audience, or probably more than that, think about the importance of the family dog, this kind of thing, for safety, companionship, everything else, a true part of the family. And we would describe it in such endearing terms. At least I would. Now, camel lore was also quite extensive. Certain camels were believed to have supernatural qualities. A white she-camel, in some traditions, could see jinn. An animal that refused to drink from a particular well was warning you. There was something wrong with the water, or there was a jinn in the well. The she-camel's milk was not merely food, but medicine, drunk for stomach ailments, for weaknesses, for recovery from illness. Camel urine, too, was used medicinally, a practice attributed to a hadith of the Prophet Muhammad. The slaughter of a camel was a significant ritual act. It was done for guests, for celebrations, and the resolution of blood feuds. And the manner of the slaughter, distribution of the meat, and preparation of the feast were all governed by custom too. The camel bones were not discarded randomly. They were placed carefully, because to scatter a camel's bones disrespectfully was to invite misfortune. Camel raiding was, before the imposition of modern state authority, one of the central activities of Bedouin life, and it was governed by its own elaborate code. Now, don't think of a raid as banditry. This was more like economic redistribution and a test of skill, courage, and cunning. The objective was to capture the enemy's camels, not to just go around killing people. Although, well, killing sometimes occurred, but that's besides the point. A well-executed raid was a thing of beauty in the Bedouin estimation. The scouts who located the enemy herds, the night approach and a sudden strike at dawn, all of this was narrated in poetry, celebrated and judged with the same aesthetic criteria one might apply to a work of art like a painting or a sculpture. The great raiders, men like Auda Abu Tayyeh and Hawayat, who later fought alongside Lawrence of Arabia, T.E. Lawrence, they were celebrity figures, their exploits recited around campfires for generations. The Ghazwa was brutal, but it was not lawless. Women, children, and the elderly were not to be harmed. A man who surrendered was to be spared, and the defeated had the right to launch a counter-raid. The cycle continued, ensuring that wealth circulated, but that no tribe accumulated permanent advantage. Now, Bedouin customary law, the urf, as we've mentioned, is one of the most elaborate unwritten legal systems in history, and it's inseparable from the folklore because the folklore is, in many cases, the medium through which the law is transmitted. The great stories of Bedouin tradition, they are case law, precedents, exemplary judgments, moral instructions, encoded in narrative form, and memorized by successive generations as guides to correct behavior. The central concept of Bedouin law is ird, honor, and it operates at every level: personal, familial, tribal. Your honor is not a private possession, it is shared. Your actions honor or dishonor your entire family, clan, and tribe. A brave act elevates everyone connected to you, and a shameful one drags everyone down. You see what I'm getting at. And this is why folklore places such emphasis on exemplary behavior, on Hatim's generosity, on the warrior's courage, the women's chastity, on the host's open tent. Because, well, they all contribute to collective honor, the shared reputation that determines a tribe's standing in the desert's complex hierarchy. Next, the most dramatic expression of the honor system, the blood feud, known as the Tha'ar, extensively documented in Bedouin folklore as well. If a member of your tribe was killed, the tribe was obligated to avenge the death, either by killing a member of the killer's tribe of equivalent status, or by accepting blood money. Now, the blood feud could last for generations, with cycles of killing and counter-killing that devastated both sides. The stories about blood feuds in the folklore are, well, meditations on its costs. They're not really celebrations of violence, at least they're not meant to be. They talk about the families destroyed, the tribes weakened, the lands depopulated by cycles of revenge that no one could really stop. The figure of the mediator, the wasta, the neutral party who brokered peace between the feuding tribes, is one of the great heroic figures in Bedouin lore, because the mediator's task was to end the cycle and to find a formula of compensation and reconciliation that would allow both sides to preserve their honor while stopping the killing. The best mediators were poets, because they had the linguistic skill to reframe a situation, to offer words that allowed a proud man to accept peace without losing face. The concept of dakala, the seeking of protection, is another legally and folklorically rich tradition. A person in danger could throw himself on the mercy of a powerful shaykh by entering his tent, grasping the tent pole, touching the hem of his robe, or even in some desperate cases, suckling from the breast of the sheikh's wife, which, hey, no judgment, it is what it is, right? It created a bond of kinship that obligated the entire tribe to protect the fugitive. Well, the stories of Dakala are among the most dramatic in Bedouin lore. The fugitive arriving at the tent of his enemy, or the agonizing tension between the desire for revenge and the obligation of protection. These are legal precedents of stories. I know they sound a bit like fairy tales and moral parables, but they're really meant to drive a point home. They're meant to teach the rules of the system, and more importantly, they teach that rules apply even, or especially, when they are painful to follow. All right, now moving on. The Bedouin relationship with the night sky is perhaps one of the most practically consequential human-cosmos relationships in any culture. You see, in the desert, where there are no landmarks, roads, signs, and where the featureless landscape can reduce even experienced travelers down to disorientation, there's only one map, and that's the stars. They're the clock, the calendar. They are inevitably the stage on which a rich body of folklore is performed. Excuse me. Now, Bedouin star lore is not astronomy in the modern scientific sense. It's more like a practical system of observation and interpretation that integrates navigation, weather prediction, seasonal timing, and mythology into a single body of knowledge. The stars are grouped into constellations that do not always correspond to Western ones. The Bedouins see different patterns in the same sky, and each constellation has stories, characters, and associations that encode practical information. The Pleiades, or as they call it, Al-Turaya, are among the most important stars in the Bedouin sky. Their rising and setting mark the seasons, and the rains associated with their appearance are critical to pastoralism. The expression, the rain of the Turaya, refers to precious late spring rains that green the desert and fill the water holes. A Bedouin who could not read the Turaya could not time his migrations, he couldn't position his herds, and ultimately he couldn't survive. Then there was the Anwar system, the system of rain stars, specifically Arabian form of meteorological folklore that was around long before Islam, and preserved partially and sometimes condemned by Islamic theologians. In the Anwar system, the year is divided into 28 periods, each associated with a specific star or constellation whose rising or setting corresponds to a particular type of weather. Well, there was a common Bedouin expression that they received the rain by the Noor of such and such star. Well, it was the expression that the Prophet Muhammad repeatedly cautioned against, because attributing rain to the stars rather than to God was a form of polytheism. And that's, they don't like that. They don't let you do that anymore over there. Well, the theological objection did not, however, eliminate the practice. Bedouins continued to observe the Anwar. They simply prefaced their observations with, "by God's will," and continued exactly as they did before. You see, the stars were just too useful as a predictive system to be abandoned on theological grounds, and the compromise, giving God ultimate credit while using the stars as practical indicators, is a characteristic example of how Bedouin culture had to negotiate between Islamic orthodoxy and pre-Islamic knowledge. Then there's the Milky Way, the Darb al-Tabana, the straw path in some Bedouin dialects. It was said to be the trail of straw left by a thief who stole a bale from a farmer and fled across the sky, leaving a glowing trail behind him. Other stars have stories. Canopus, or Suhail, was a bridegroom who had traveled south for his wedding and never returned. The two stars of Gemini, Al-Dira'an, and the two forearms, as they call it, were a lion's outstretched paw. The pole star, Al-Judai, was the stake around which the heavens turned, the one fixed point in a rotating sky, and it was the navigator's anchor, the star you found first, from which all other directions followed. To teach a child the stars was to teach them to read the desert's only reliable map, and the stories attached to the stars were mnemonic devices, ways of remembering which star was which, because a mistake in identification could mean a mistake in navigation, and a mistake in navigation, you know what that means. The desert landscape itself was rich with folklore. Certain rock formations, wadis, and water sources had stories attached to them. Stories of battles, escapes, jinn encounters, or ancient camps. The Bedouin landscape was a text dense with narrative, and a knowledgeable traveler read it constantly. You could say things like, here is where this battle was fought, or this rock is where a jinn appeared to so-and-so's shepherd. Perhaps it was a well that was dug by some saint. Things like that. The stories mapped in the landscape more effectively than any cartography could, because they attached emotional and practical significance to specific places. This well has good water, and this place floods in spring. Don't go over here, it's ambush country, things like that. The folklore was the map was the law, and to know one was to know the other. Then there was the lore about the weather. That was equally rich. Bedouin could predict weather from the behavior of animals. Ants building high mounds meant rain was coming. A camel phasing into the wind meant a sandstorm. The color of the sunset, the shape of the clouds, the direction of the wind at dawn, all of these were read as signs, and the readings were transmitted as proverbs. They were empirical observations tested across generations of exposure to the desert climate, and they were often remarkably accurate. The Bedouin were, in their own way, a kind of scientists, I guess, observers of natural phenomena who developed predictive models based on pattern recognition and transmitted them through the most durable medium available, i.e., the human voice. But then there's something else, the other half of the equation. Bedouin folklore is recorded by most Western scholars and many Arab ones. It is overwhelmingly male. It's men's poetry, men's battles, men's honor, this kind of thing. Now, this is not because women didn't have anything to say. It's just because the scholars who recorded the tradition were overwhelmingly men, and the gender segregation meant that male researchers had limited or no access to the women's side of the tent. I mean, you just weren't allowed in there, so they couldn't really tell you. The women's folklore tradition existed in a parallel world that was until relatively recently entirely undocumented. So, what we do know is that women's folklore was not a diminished version of the men's folklore. It was a different tradition, with different concerns, forms, and relationships to power. Women's poetry, the ginawa, the little song, was typically shorter, more emotionally direct and more concerned with the interior life, love, longing, grief, anger, resistance to the constraints of an arranged marriage or perhaps an unhappy household, where men's poetry was more public and concerned with tribal honor. Women's was a bit more intimate, whispered and concerned with the truths that could not really be spoken aloud in the formal spaces of the tribe. Abu Lugod's insight was that women's poetry was not merely expression but resistance, a way of articulating emotions and perspectives that were suppressed by the honor code of the Bedouin society. A woman who could not publicly object to her marriage, who could not openly express desire for a man who was not her husband, who could not voice anger at her father or brothers, could do all of these things in poetry, because the poem existed in a liminal space, acknowledged but not confronted, heard but not answered, a voice the social system permitted precisely because it was contained within a form that posed no threat to the order of things. I suppose it's the equivalent of the Palestinian equivalent, the hikayah that we discussed in the Palestinian folklore video, a space of permitted truth. You could say something that could otherwise not be said. You see, women were the primary transmitters of folk belief, the practical knowledge of jinn, the evil eye, the protective practices, herbal medicine, divination. It was the grandmother who warned the kids about the jinn in the well, the mother who hung amulets on the baby, the old woman who read the fortunes in the coffee grounds or in the patterns of sand thrown onto a flat surface. These were the custodians of a knowledge system that was as elaborate as any pharmacy or any other theology, and it was transmitted exclusively through female networks. When a Bedouin camp moved, it was the women who dismantled the tent, and the women who put it back up again. When the kids were sick, they knew the remedies. But women also controlled the folklore of weaving. The Bedouin tent, the saddlebags, rugs, cushion covers, they were all done by the girls, and the patterns they wove were not arbitrary. Just like the Palestinian tatris embroidery, Bedouin weaving encoded information, tribal identity, family status, ascetic tradition. The Bani Rashid wove differently from the Mura, who wove differently from the Hawayat. A knowledgeable observer could identify a tribe from its weaving, as surely from any genealogy. The weaving also had a social element to it. Women wove together, singing, gossiping, telling stories, transmitting the oral tradition in the intimate, informal space of the loom. The great social transitions of a woman's life, from girlhood to marriage, bride to mother, mother to grandmother. They were marked by changes in what she wove and how she wove it. A girl learned to weave by watching her mother. The bride wove her trousseau. An elderly woman wove the finest, most complex pieces, her decades of skill visible in every little stitch. The loom was, in its own way, a powerful medium of cultural transmission as the poet's voice. A lot quieter, a lot slower, but equally as durable. And the patterns it produced could outlast the person who made them by centuries. In fact, some have. So how do we sum it all up? Well, the Bedouin world is in a bit of a funny position. It's been transformed almost beyond recognition in the last century. Good old modernity, huh? Borders, transport, oil wealth, urbanization, the relentless encroachment of the state on nomadic territory. They've all changed the material conditions of Bedouin lives in ways that have been unimaginable back in the early 20th century. The black goat hair tent has been replaced by a concrete house. It's just more practical. The camel has been supplanted, though not entirely replaced. The seasonal migration has been curtailed or eliminated by borders and government settlement programs. The tribal authority has been eroded. The nation-state handles the laws now. And the desert itself, well, that's now full of highways, pipelines, military installations. Things have changed. And yet among it all, the folklore persists. And it persists because it was never merely about the material conditions of desert life. It was more about the values: honor, generosity, loyalty, eloquence, courage. And they're not dependent on living in a tent or riding a camel. The poetry is still composed, performed, judged with the same critical intensity that the pre-Islamic audiences brought to the mulalakat. The hospitality, too. Even when the tent is a concrete house with a satellite, television, and air conditioning, which, hey, the air conditioning is probably a welcome addition. The genealogies are still recited. The jinn are still feared and respected, too, and the stories of Hatim and of the great tribal heroes, they're still told to children in camps and cities, in Saudi Arabia and the Jordanian diaspora, in the suburbs of Detroit, wherever Bedouin families have settled. The oral tradition has also found new media. Bedouin poetry is shared on WhatsApp, recited on YouTube, debated on Twitter. Go look it up. You'll find some on YouTube for sure. The great oral tradition that depended on campfire gatherings and tribal assemblies now moves at the speed of the internet, reaching audiences that pre-Islamic poets could have only dreamed of. Some purists actually lament this. They argue that the immediacy and intimacy of face-to-face poetic performance is lost in this digital convenience. But others see it as a remarkable continuity. The medium has changed, but the form has not. The qasida still opens with loss. The ginawa still whispers its forbidden truths, and the hijaz still wounds. The ritha still weeps. The Bedouin discovered before any other culture in the Arab-speaking world that the spoken word is the most portable technology in existence. It requires no equipment, no infrastructure, no electricity. And the internet has only confirmed what they always knew, and that is that word travels, and the word endures. And then there's the camel, too. That's undergone its own renaissance. Camel racing is now a major sport in the Gulf states, with prizes in the millions of dollars. And then there's camel beauty pageants, believe it or not. They attract thousands of entries and are taken with deadly seriousness. In 2018, contestants at the Camel Festival in Saudi Arabia were disqualified for using Botox to enhance their camel's lips. Now, the absurdity of that, Botox for camels, should not obscure the deeper point. The camel remains symbolically central to Bedouin identity, even in an age of oil and supercars. And think about it. We have dog beauty pageants. They probably think we're a little strange. The camel is not merely an animal. It's a statement about who you are and where you came from. But perhaps the deepest legacy of Bedouin folklore is the Arabic language itself. The Arabic of the Quran, the most influential text in the Arabic-speaking world, is rooted in the language of the pre-Islamic Bedouin poets. The grammar of classical Arabic was codified in part by scholars who went into the desert to record the speech of the Bedouin, on the theory that the desert dwellers had preserved the purest and most ancient form of the language. Now, whether or not that theory is correct, the influence is enormous. The Bedouin are, in the Arabic literary tradition, the custodians of the language, the people who kept the word pure. Every Arabic speaker, from Cairo to Casablanca to Jakarta, is in some sense a beneficiary of the Bedouin oral tradition, the tradition that valued the spoken word above all things, that believed a poem could make or destroy a reputation, that understood that in the beginning was the word, and the word was power, and the word was everything. Scotland. What comes to mind when you hear the word? Is it the Highlands? Perhaps you think of Braveheart. Or perhaps you think of lake monsters, shape-shifting spirits, or even hordes of restless souls flying through the night sky in a wild and chaotic swarm. There is a blurry line that exists between history and folklore, a little truth in the stories that shape a culture's identity, deep roots of old tales told around campfires for generations. It's part of what makes a culture unique, and therefore, continuing our series on folklore today, we go up north a little bit, and we find ourselves in the misty land of Scotland. And I believe that you'll be surprised about what kind of creatures and stories we are going to encounter. So, if you'll come with me, we can go on a deep dive into Scottish folklore, all the way from those ancient roots up to the medieval times, and we'll even look at it from a bit of a modern interpretation. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. I hope you've been enjoying the series if you've been following along, but if you are new here, why don't you check out the playlist, and you'll find the other folklore videos in there. This video and all the other videos on this channel are ad-free, always and 100%. This is due to the contributions of those on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, and also those who checked out the merch store and gave the occasional donation. Thank you very much for your continued support. And now with that all out of the way, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can go up north to Scotland. Let's start in the ancient times, where Scotland was a crossroads of Celtic, Pictic, Norse, and Anglo-Norman peoples, and each one of these cultures contributed threads to that national tapestry of stories. The dominant influence for much of Scottish myth and folklore comes from the Celtic tradition, particularly the Gaelic culture shared with Ireland. Gaelic-speaking Scots, especially in the Highlands and Islands, inherited a pantheon of Celtic gods and heroes, nature spirits, and of course, a belief in an other world. Not an underworld, but rather a parallel realm where all the supernatural beings gathered. But with the coming of Christianity, from around the 6th century onward, older pagan beliefs took a bit of a beating. But they did not vanish overnight. Instead, they often transformed. Former Celtic deities might survive in folk memory as fairies or local saints, and sacred pagan sites could become sanctified wells or churchyards. And this layering of belief is key to Scottish folklore. You see, it's deeply syncretic. It blends pagan and Christian influences together, indigenous and foreign. The landscape of Scotland itself plays a role in its folklore. It's a country of dramatic natural features, from brooding mountains, dense forests, roaring seas, and of course those misty moors. For ancient and medieval Scots, the natural world was simply teeming with spirits. Every lonely glen or craggy hill might be home to a supernatural presence. The towering peaks and dark lochs inspired stories to explain their awe-inspiring and sometimes terrifying qualities. For example, the Highland Mountains in winter were personified as Beara, the Queen of Winter, an ancient giantess or hag who made the storms and shaped the land. One folktale says Beara, also called Kayak Bear, the Blue Hag, built Scotland's mountains by dropping stones from her creel, that is a basket, as she trudged across the land. When snow cloaks the high bends and the winds howl, one can imagine that old hag is still roaming around, determined that winter should ultimately hold its grip. Now conversely, with the coming of spring, Scots celebrated the goddess Breda, a youthful figure of growth and light, a lot more friendly than the aforementioned. She's often identified with Saint Bridget in Christian times, and like we've said, things stuck around in all their changed forms. In folklore, Breda and Kayak are sometimes cast as opposing forces, or even the same being, just in different moods and seasons. A rather poetic way to explain the turning of the year. These mythic personifications of nature show how folklore helped the pre-modern people understand natural cycles, harsh winters, fertile summers, and anything else in between. But we also see a blending of cultures in the folklore that arise from Scotland's historical connections and conflicts. The Picts, an ancient people of Scotland, left carved stones and hints of a rich symbolic culture. Later folklore sometimes credits them with otherworldly qualities. Some legends of wee folk living in underground places have been speculatively linked to memories of Picts hiding in hills, though this is more romantic conjecture. Not really verified history, but it's worth mentioning. Norse Viking settlers who arrived in the Northern Isles and parts of the mainland from the 8th century onward brought a little bit of Norse mythology into the mix too. The influence is strongest in Orkney and Shetland folklore, where tales of trolls, that is, troll-like goblins, and sea spirits too, have a distinctly Scandinavian flavour. Lowland Scotland, meanwhile, shared a mix of its folklore with northern England in the form of border ballads, Arthurian legends, and even fairy lore. Of course, everything getting adapted into the Scots language. Over centuries, the Gaelic, Norse, and lowland streams of tradition mingled together, and it creates that wonderfully diverse set of legends that we're going to talk about in more detail as we move on. But of course, then we have the oral tradition, and that is a crucial aspect of Scottish folklore. You see, for most Scottish history, common people transmitted knowledge and entertainment not through books, but by storytelling, whether it's by the fireside, in a ballad or a song. Skilled storytellers were highly respected in clans and communities, serving as living libraries of tradition. It was through them that medieval hero tales and wondrous stories were passed down through the generations. When literacy spread, and folklorists began collecting tales in the 18th and 19th centuries, they often marveled at how deep and old some of these oral narratives were. And of course, we owe much of our knowledge of Scottish folklore to these later collectors. But the stories themselves Well, they come from a much earlier time, over the medieval era, or even earlier. For example, fragments of Gaelic heroic ballads about Finn MacCool and his warrior band survived orally in the Highlands for centuries. James Macpherson's famous and controversial 1760s publications of Ossian claimed to be translations of ancient Gaelic epics from Scotland. While Macpherson took great creative liberties, he was drawing on genuine Fenian cycle of folklore that really did exist in oral form, a cycle that links Scottish Gaelic storytelling to a pan-Celtic mythos shared with Ireland. And finally, we should note how critical thinking and multiple perspectives can be applied to folklore. After all, this is a history channel, right? But the academic study of folklore does often ask us, what do these myths and legends mean? Rather than asking us something like, is it true? We more look at what it's trying to tell us, what kind of interpretation it's trying to give us. But we should avoid overly biased or one-note interpretations. Folklore has served many purposes. It might have been entertainment, moral lessons, explanations for the unknown, or simply an expression of cultural identity and values in a way that the people of the time can understand. A tale about a water monster might have been a genuine cautionary tale to keep children out of dangerous lochs, and at the same time a piece of communal, imaginative play. A legend about an ancestral hero could instill pride or teach virtues, and give people a role model to live up to, even if the facts were a little bit embellished. And so in examining folklore in general, we do consider such perspectives. And we will see, for instance, how the church in medieval times reinterpreted these old beliefs as either harmless fancy, or, at the worst of times, demonic deception, whereas the common folk might sincerely view fairies as real, but morally ambivalent neighbours. We'll also see how, even within Scotland, attitudes differed. A Highland villager in 1600 might deeply fear offending the fairies, while an educated town minister in the same era might publicly denounce such belief as superstition, even if, behind closed doors, he'd leave a little bowl of milk out and a few crusts of bread, just in case. Well, all in all, it's this complexity that makes folklore so fascinating. It sits just at the nexus of belief, skepticism, tradition, and change. And that's what makes it so fun. So let's not take it too seriously. Let's just have a good time and understand. Now, with that background in mind, let's move forward, and we can get to our next section about the fair folk. Of course, if there's one group that really dominates Scottish folklore, it's them. The mysterious entities known variously as fairies, seath, or elves. But banish your mind from the tiny, winged pixies of those Victorian paintings. Traditional Scottish fairies are quite a bit different. They are an older, more ambivalent breed, sometimes human-sized, sometimes diminutive, quite often invisible, and all in all deeply entwined with the landscape and fate of mortals. They can be benevolent helpsters, or, if you're unlucky, a dangerous trickster. It all depends on how humans treat them. But let's explore the rich beliefs of Scotland around fairies, all the way from the household brownie to the mighty Queen of Elfland herself. That's right, there is an Elfland, and they do have a queen. In the Scottish Highlands, Gaelic folklore speaks of the Eshi, literally the people of the hills or mounds. These fairies were believed to live in the ancient earthen mounds and barrows that dot the countryside, old burial mounds or natural knolls that country folk treated with quite a bit of respect. Many a hill has the Gaelic name Sithane attached. For example, there is a mountain that has its name derived from Sid Cailin, That is the fairy hill of the Caledonians. The fairies here were not necessarily tiny. They were basically a supernatural folk, living parallel to humans, but usually hidden from our sight, perhaps for our own good. Medieval and early modern testimonies about fairies describe them as a people who appear kind of like humans, though sometimes strikingly beautiful, pale, or oddly dressed. They live underground in splendid halls. They steal away humans on occasions, and they have their own strange customs. One Scottish minister from the 17th century, Reverend Robert Kirk by name, took such beliefs so seriously that he set about describing them in his very own treatise. Written in 1691, in The Secret Commonwealth, Kirk calls the fairies, quote, subterranean inhabitants, and he attempts to catalogue their nature. According to Kirk's account, based on conversations with local seers, the fair folk have bodies composed of subtler matter, a kind of congealed air, and they can make themselves invisible at will. They live much longer than humans too, and possess a great knowledge, yet they are not immortal or equal to angels. They have their own marriages, their own arts, and they even have petty conflicts among themselves. And here's a fascinating note. Kirk also said that certain gifted people with second sight claim to see the fairies and describe their world in detail. Banquets served by fairy servants, music from invisible pipers, and even fairy women spinning cloth on their tiny little wheels. But these were no child's tales for the Highlanders. They were very serious, a part of what formed their world view. Indeed, one paradox of Scottish folklore is that many educated folk privately entertained the possibility that these creatures were indeed real. Just look at Reverend Kirk himself. He became part of the folklore after his death. Local legend in Aberfoyle claims that Kirk was taken by the fairies, or the good people, as one would euphemistically call them. They took him for revealing their secrets. Apparently they weren't quite impressed with him running his mouth off, and that now, to this very day, his spirit is trapped there, in the fairy realm. Bad luck for him. Well, one type of fairy well known throughout Scotland, and much of Britain, by the way, is the brownie. Now, I've mentioned him in the Ireland and England videos, but let's go through him again, just in case you've not watched them. The brownie was far from a winged sprite. It was actually a household spirit, often imagined as a small, shaggy and elderly-looking little man who is benign and helpful, if treated respectfully. The brownie's lore reflects the importance of hospitality and reciprocity in Scottish culture. So by tradition, a brownie would attach itself to a farm or a household and at night come out to secretly do chores, churning milk, threshing the grain, tidying the house up. Now, of course, this was a big help to the human family. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Well, the brownie worked only out of its own good will, but the family had to follow certain rules, and these were extremely important because you did not want to break the rules. Well, for example, never spy on the brownie. Don't try to catch it out when it's doing what it wants to do. It likes to be left alone. Also, never outright thank the brownie either. To do so is to imply that it needed thanks, that it was doing it for a reason, and that offends its pride. And crucially, this was the big one, never offer it payment in the form of wages or clothing. In fact, a classic way to drive a brownie away forever is to leave out a fine set of clothes for it. The brownie would either be insulted or overjoyed Stories vary on what kind of emotion it would be. He'll put on the gifted clothes and vanish, never to return again. One Borders folk tale tells of a farmer's wife who, pitying her brownie's ragged appearance, left him a new coat and hood. The brownie put them on and proudly chanted a little rhyme. Fine and brave, a new coat and hat. Now I'll go to the fairy lands, and I'll never come back. Thus the farm lost its unseen helper. Brownie tales served perhaps as a charm against loneliness and fear in isolated farms. The idea that some friendly spirit shared your work in the dark hours, well, that was comforting. But they also carried a moral, and that is, do not be greedy or presumptuous. If a family tried to exploit the brownie's help too much or boasted of it, misfortune might follow. In lowland Scots tradition, an offended brownie could turn into a malevolent spirit called a bogart, causing poltergeist-like trouble. It's a dual nature, very helpful, but also very sensitive, easily offended. It encapsulates the role that fairies had in Scottish law, demanding respect and humility from the humans they served. But Scottish fairyland is not all helpful brownies, of course. Many fairies are formidable and fearsome. Take the Slaug, for instance. In Gaelic meaning, the host or horde, the Slaug are sometimes described as restless dead or unforgiven souls that fly through the night sky in a wild swarm, especially at Samhain, that is Halloween, or after the sunset. People fear the Slaug as harbingers of death. They would shut west-facing windows to keep the flying host from swooping in to steal a dying person's soul. This belief hints at a crossover between fairy and ghost lore. And indeed, one scholarly theory is that fairies in Celtic lands were often regarded as spirits of the dead, or an intermediary category, not quite human dead, not quite angels, but something in between. Other sinister members of the fairy realm include the Ben Sith or Banshee. Now, the Banshee is well known in Irish lore as a wailing female spirit who heralds death for a family, and in the Scottish Highlands there are similar figures. One is the washer-woman fairy. She is portrayed as a hag seen washing blood-stained clothes at the ford of a stream late at night, and if a man is unlucky to see her, well, he might be fated to die in battle soon, for it's actually his shroud that she is washing, unless he can sneak up and seize her, in which case she is forced to grant him 3 wishes. It just depends who wants to take the risk on that. Of course, it's all cautionary tales that these dark fairies provided, reinforcing the seriousness of death and the destiny of a warrior society, not to be taken lightly. But we even find fairy dogs, huge green spectral hounds said to haunt the hills, whose 3 terrifying barks can steal a person's soul if they do not reach safety by the 3rd bark. Oh, clearly, fairyland was not just a realm of light-hearted whimsy in Scottish culture. It was very complex, very morally ambivalent, and also quite likely to instill as much dread as it instilled wonder. But despite their potential danger, the fairies were often called good neighbors or good folk, in a kind of respectful euphemism, much like how one might call the Furies the kindly ones in the Greek tradition. This was thought to avoid offending them, an important practice, since fairies were prone to take offense at the slightest provocation. Countless folk practices arose to stay on the good side of the fair folk. People would leave out a bowl of milk or cream for the household brownie or local fairies as a form of an offering. When churning butter or baking bread, one portion might be set aside for the fairies. It was common to utter a blessing when throwing out wash water or anything hot to warn a fairy nearby, "Take care, good folk, so as not to scold any unseen entity. Fairy belief also provided explanations for unfortunate events. For instance, a sudden unexplained illness in cattle could be attributed to elf shot. Now, this term comes from the belief that fairies or elves invisibly shot darts or arrows at livestock and sometimes people, causing them to feel ill. I spoke a little bit about this in the Irish folklore video. And indeed, prehistoric flint arrowheads found in the ground were often called elf bolts, and thought to be the very weapons used by those fairies. A cow that went lame, or a person seized by a mysterious paralysis, might have been said to have been elf-shot. Bad luck, I suppose. But what about the cure? Well, they did have one. Wise woman or a cunning man might use charms, or perhaps touching the inflicted part with an elf arrow, flint, and receiving prayers. Well, you have to do something, not something that a normal doctor can fix, I suppose. But one of the most heart-wrenching beliefs is that of the changeling. And this is one of those beliefs that's quite pervasive through different Celtic cultures. As if a baby or a small child became sickly, perhaps strange or developmentally disabled in some sort of manner, the villagers didn't really understand what was happening. So folklore provided a culprit. The fairies might have stolen the real child and left a changeling in its place, a fairy child, or sometimes an enchanted elderly fairy. Well, it would look human, of course, sound human, but it was not human. This belief today is recognized as an attempt to explain conditions like failure to thrive or disabilities, but in older times it was taken very seriously. Some traditional remedies to drive out the changeling were benign, like leaving the child out overnight on a fairy mound in hopes the fairies would reverse the swap. But others were just sadly cruel, putting the child in danger, holding them over a fire, for example, to scare the fairy away. Those practices reflect the darker side of folklore. When things become a little less fun, desperate parents genuinely believing in these stories might even harm their own children to save them. And that's just one reminder that while we often romanticize folklore, it certainly had real-life consequences and was deeply embedded in the ongoing human struggle. Yet not all fairy encounters in Scottish lore are grim. There are also enchanting lover tales and adventures in fairyland. Two famous medieval Scottish ballads illustrate the more romantic side of fairy lore, that is, Tam Lin and Thomas the Rhymer. In Tam Lin, a headstrong young woman named Janet ventures into the haunted forest of Carthay and plucks a rose, thereby summoning Tam Lin, a mortal man taken by the Queen of Fairies. Tam Lin reveals to Janet that he is under the Fairy Queen's spell and fears he will be given as a tithe to hell on Samhain night. In an act of bravery and love, Janet saves him. She pulls him from the Fairy Queen's company as they ride through the night, holding on to him through terrible magical transformations. And he goes through all sorts of different transformations too, everything from a bear to a snake, even burning coal. Eventually he's returned to human form. Janet's success forces the Fairy Queen to relinquish her claim with an angry cry. It's a pretty cool story, I think, preserved in song. It speaks to the mortal courage against supernatural odds, and perhaps it's symbolic of human love overcoming the allure of the other world. Of course, always up to interpretations. Now, meanwhile, we mentioned Thomas the Rhymer. That tells of a 13th century laird, Thomas of Ercildone, who encounters a beautiful lady beneath the Eildon tree. Now, she is the Queen of Elfland in disguise, but Thomas does not know that. He's enchanted by her, and he travels with her to the other world, serving her for 7 years. when he returns to the mortal realm, she grants him a gift, the inability to tell a lie, hence his nickname, True Thomas, and a gift of prophecy. Indeed, the historical Thomas of Ercildoune gained a reputation as a prophet in Scottish tradition, with many prophecies attributed to him. The ballad blends history and mythology to fashion a narrative about the poet's inspiration and the prophet's curse, coming from an exchange with fairies. Both these tales highlight the key motive of time distortion in fairyland, too. Tamlin would have been lost forever had Janet not acted at the right time. Thomas experiences years that might have been passed as mere moments under the hill, and the ambivalent power of the fairy queen, at once a captor and a giver of gifts. But they also show that Scottish folklore, though never Disney-fied, I suppose we can say, it contains great beauty and wonder alongside its terrors. The idea that on certain nights, Halloween in particular, that border between our world and the other is thin, and mortals might catch a glimpse of riders from the fairy host or stumble upon a dance of fairies in a moonlit ring, has enchanted the imagination of Scotland for generations, and I'm sure it will continue to do so, as long as we keep preserving it. But then we get into more quintessential things about Scottish folklore. The creatures of the loch and the sea. Of course, Scotland's surrounded by a pretty rugged coastline dotted with deep and dark lochs, and they've always had a close relationship with the water. Naturally, a host of water-dwelling creatures populate its folklore. Good ones, bad ones, and, well, you'll see. These aquatic spirits and monsters reveal much about both the fears and practical realities of Scottish life. Dangerous straits and bottomless lakes invite cautionary legends, while the bountiful yet unpredictable sea that spawns its own tales of wonder. So let's get into the legend of kelpies, silkies, and other mysterious water beings. See what cultural currents run beneath them. Ooh, see what I did there? Currents. Not bad. Well, foremost among Scotland's water spirits is the infamous kelpie. I already briefly mentioned it. Now let's get into the details. Kelpies are shape-shifting water demons, most often said to take the shape of a horse. In the lore, a kelpie frequents a river, loch, or even a coastal area, appearing perhaps as a lost, tame pony, perhaps saddled, perhaps beckoning with an inviting, tame look. But woe to any unwary person who climbs on its back, because once you're up there, you might find yourself stuck fast to the kelpie's hide, suddenly becoming as sticky as glue. Of course, the creature then gallops off, plunging into the deepest water, and the poor old rider is drowned before being eaten. The next day, if the legend is to be believed, you might find a few discarded entrails or a liver washed ashore, the grim remains of the kelpie's feast. Of course, it clearly served as a warning to children and adults to stay away from strange animals near water, and to exercise caution around lonely lochs. Notably, kelpie stories are nearly ubiquitous around Scottish bodies of water. Each loch might have its own kelpie story. Loch Ness, for instance, long before the modern fame, had kelpie lore attached to it, as did Loch Lomond, Loch Orr, and, well, there's countless others. But the kelpie isn't limited to its horse form. In some tales it can appear as a handsome young man to lure women, or even as a large, fearsome, hairy man ready to crush any intruder that it comes across. But there is one consistent detail, and that is the kelpie's supernatural strength. It's said to have the power of 10 or 100 horses, and sometimes a telltale sign like water weeds in its mane or hoofs that remain reversed. Scottish author Sir Walter Scott wrote of kelpies, and noted that if one could seize a kelpie, One method to subdue it was to grab its bridle or put a halter on it marked with the sign of a cross. Folk tales abound of clever individuals who tricked a Kelpie into servitude. One such story is the Kelpie of Loch Ness and the Smith. A blacksmith, suspecting a local horse was a Kelpie, managed to throw a blessed iron bridle over it, instantly taming the creature. He then used the enslaved Kelpie for heavy labor, such as hauling stones to build a castle. Only when the work was done did he release the spirit, who departed with a furious curse. In another tale from the northeast, the Laird of Morphy captures a Kelpie and forces it to carry stones to build his castle too. And when freed, the Kelpie cries out the curse that Sarah Back and Sarah Baines drive in the Laird of Morphy stains. The Laird of Morphy'll never thrive as long as the Kelpie's alive. And indeed, tragedy befalls the Laird's family after. But they convey a clear cultural message, don't they, these two narratives? Even if humans can outwit a supernatural force temporarily, meddling with those dark powers far beyond, well, their understanding and control, is all bound to come with a deep cost. But they also tie into actual local history. For example, using the legendary Kelpie labor to explain how an improbably large project was completed, or to add an aura of mystery to an old castle ruin. But one of the most haunting Kelpie legends is a cautionary tale told to children. A group of children finds a beautiful pony by a loch. One by one they climb onto its back, imagining an exciting, free ride. What could possibly go wrong? The pony's back grows longer and longer to accommodate them all, which should have been the warning, but the children didn't notice until it was too late, all too excited and caught up in the fun. A final child on the ground pets the pony's nose, only to find that their hand stuck. Sensing danger, the child cuts off their own glued hand to escape, while the pony, now revealing itself as a Kelpie with fiery eyes, thunders into the water with the wailing children stuck to it. The next day, 7 little hearts, or livers depending on the version, float to the surface, parents having to gather them up. Now, as gruesome as that story is, its purpose is pretty clear. If you're a parent, maybe you understand. It's a stark stranger danger warning, delivered in a more pre-modern idiom. Lakes and rivers were, and are, genuinely hazardous, especially for unsupervised children. So how better to instill caution than by implying a monster's going to get them? Such a story would imprint a young mind far more indelibly than simply saying, stay away from the water. As we all know, kids generally don't always obey their parents when there's fun to be had. But not all water spirits in Scottish lore are malevolent. Contrast the Kelpie with the Silkie, one of the most beloved figures of Scottish and Orcadian folklore. Silkies, from the Orcadian dialect word for seal, are basically seal folk, creatures that are seals in the water but can shed their skins and become human on land. Silkie lore is particularly prominent in Orkney and Shetland, by the way, with parallels in Iceland and Faroese lore, thanks to that shared Norse heritage. But versions exist all along Scotland's coasts. Typically, Silkies are gentle, even sorrowful beings, quite unlike the bloodthirsty Kelpie. The most common Silkie tale is a romantic tragedy. A fisherman or crofter spies a group of beautiful men or maidens dancing naked under the moonlight on a remote beach. These are Silkies who have slipped out of their seal skins to enjoy human form on land. The mortal hides and snatches one of the discarded seal skins, and when dawn approaches, the Silkies rush to put on their skins and return to the sea. But one Silkie quite often a female, cannot find hers, and the others have no choice but to depart without her. The human emerges and offers comfort, now seeing that Silky without her skin is irresistibly beautiful. He then offers to marry her, and with no other choice, she agrees. They live together for years, even happily, and children are born, half human, half silky in blood. Often the children have a certain otherworldly grace or a love of the sea. Yet the silky woman longs for the ocean. In some versions, she grows pale over time, pining for her true home, getting sicker and sicker every day. And one fateful day indeed, one of the children asks about a strange fur coat hidden in the house. It's the silky skin, which the husband always kept under lock and key. Well, once discovers, the wife seizes her skin, kisses her children goodbye, and runs to the shore. She dons her seal form and plunges into the waves, sometimes crying out that she loved her years on land, but her folk are waiting for her back in the sea. In some stories, she occasionally returns in seal form to watch her human children from the waves, or she rescues a drowning child. But ultimately, she can never reassume that human life of hers. The silky tale, though a fantasy, resonates with universal themes of freedom, longing, and that conflict between two worlds. Now, in a cultural sense, you might see it as reflecting the reality of coastal life. I mean, think about it, the sea's like a seductive spouse that will always draw its people back. Anyone who's grown up around the sea or the ocean on a coastline certainly knows what I'm talking about. You miss it. Sometimes you just look out. Also, in history, too, strangers did wash ashore. Think about the shipwreck survivors from distant lands. An intermarriage between outsiders and locals occurred. The silly legend is a romantic way to explain someone who, quote, came from the sea. And furthermore, some have suggested a kernel of truth. Could early sightings of fair-skinned foreigners swimming or strange marine wildlife have sparked stories of silkies? Well, we'll never know. But what we do know is the silky remains one of the most enduring and one of the most melancholic figures in Scottish folklore. In the Hebrides and also in the Highland lakes, there's another water creature akin to the kelpie, but distinct, the Ec Isce, literally water horse in Gaelic. Wild kelpie tales are found across Scotland and often in lowland contexts. That is, the word kelpie itself is in lowland Scots language. The H. Isce is the Highland Gaelic version, and it's considered even more fearsome than the kelpie. Why? Well, because it can venture into the sea, as well as fresh water. Now, one notorious trait of this monster is, if a person mounts it on land, it may appear as a fine horse for a time, but the moment it smells water, it will dash for the loch and reveal its true form to drown the rider. In one gruesome folktale, villagers find only a human liver floating after the monster had taken someone. Yet, the H. Isce can also be killed, or at least deterred by cunning. Folklore says if you suspect a horse might actually be one of these monsters, you can test it by feeding it a bit of bridle or steel. If it's a spirit, steel is abhorrent and will show its true nature. But beyond individual creatures, there were also entire tribes of supernatural beings that haunted Scotland's water. Let's talk about the Blue Men of the Minch. They're a fascinating example, a purely Scottish maritime legend. These blue men are said to inhabit the Minch, that is, a strait separating the outer Hebrides from the mainland. Described as human-like in form with blue skin and grey beards, they swim like porpoises, and have the power to create storms. Sailors claimed that in calm weather the blue men might lounge near the surface, but if a ship passed over them, or passed by them rather, these tricksters would approach and challenge the captain to a rhyming contest. One blue man would shout a line of poetry, and the skipper had to quickly shout back with a clever matching rhyme. Well, sounds like a bit of fun, but if you failed to do so, the blue men would unleash winds and waves, trying to capsize the ship and drag everyone down. If the captain matched their rhyme, or outwitted them with words, they would grudgingly let the vessel sail on. The remarkable folklore, essentially poetry as a life-saving device, that's pretty unique, isn't it? It shows an importance on wit and verbal skill in Celtic cultures. It also might encode a folk memory of some real peril. Let's use a bit of imagination. Perhaps sudden swells in the Minch crossing were quite common, or strange optical illusions of blue waves gave the impression of men in the water. Who knows? Everyone's eyes and imaginations are quite different, but some have speculated an even more intriguing origin. Could these blue men derive from Moorish or Tuareg slaves thrown overboard by Vikings long ago, remembered dimly in legends? The Norse did call the Atlantic Blaman's Sea in some sagas, and guess what Blaman meant? It meant blue man. Oh, while we tread speculative waters here, it is a reminder that even the wildest folklore can have unexpectedly tangled roots in real history. But either way, regardless of origin, the fishermen and the mariners, blue men, were a way to personify the unpredictable dangers of the sea. Fickle beings who one must treat with respect. Perhaps a bit of clever flattery if you want to survive. Well, of course, there is no discussion of Scottish folklore that is complete without the discussion of the Loch Ness Monster, the most famous one of all, Nessie. However, we have to clarify the context. This is a little bit unique because the global celebrity of Nessie is a modern phenomenon. It doesn't really come from deep roots like the rest. It was actually sparked by a famous sighting in 1933 and the subsequent media frenzy. But it wasn't completely devoid of legend before that. Indeed, one of the earliest written accounts of any monster in Scotland comes from Loch Ness. In the 6th century, Saint Columba, the Irish missionary who converted the Picts, is said to have encountered a ferocious water beast in the river Ness. According to his hagiography, written a century later by Adomnan of Iona, Columba saw the creature about to attack a swimmer and boldly made the sign of a cross, commanding, "Go no further. Do not touch the man. Go back at once." Sounds like Gandalf fighting the Balrog, almost, doesn't it? Well, of course, the beast halted, as if pulled back by ropes, and then fled. The local heathens were quite amazed at the miracle, and it certainly helped bring them on side. While the story is framed as a Christian miracle rather than a folk tale, it does show that Loch Ness had a lurking monster legend over 1400 years ago, long before the sighting of 1933. Folklorists have noted that beyond Loch Ness, tales of lake monsters, often called water horses or dragons, have existed in many Scottish lochs. Loch Morar has Morag, Loch Shiel has a Kelpie dragon story, and so on. And I would say that if you were to venture to any loch in Scotland and ask some of the older locals about if there's any legends, they'll probably tell you their own version. These ancient lake monster traditions were likely rationalized in folklore as yet more manifestations of water spirits or dragons. In fact, in earlier times, a, quote, dragon in a loch could simply be a large waterhorse demon. Only in the 20th century did the idea shift towards a surviving prehistoric dinosaur image for Nessie, driven by popular imagination and later more practical concerns like tourism. I'm sure the local hotels and restaurants would have been quite pleased with the media frenzy. I'm sure they still are. In an academic look at folklore, strictly academic, Nessie demonstrates how legends can evolve and adapt into new contexts. It's an old cautionary or wonder tale transforming into a pseudo-scientific cryptid hunt, like some sort of SCP file sort of thing. Yet at heart, the notion of a huge, unknown creature in the dark taps the same spine-tingling vein that all the old folk tales did. It's the awe of the unexplored and the thrill of maybe encountering something impossible. Or maybe not. Well, besides monsters, Scottish waters were home to merfolk in folklore too. The concept of mermaids, and even mermen, which doesn't, I don't know, it sounds a bit strange still, appears in Highland and Orcadian lore. Sometimes it's interchangeable with silkies, sometimes it's distinct. In one Highland folktale, a mermaid is caught by a fisherman and granted freedom in exchange for telling him how to avoid misfortune at sea. An example of gaining wisdom from a supernatural being, I suppose. Another legend is from the Isle of Mull. It tells of a merman-like being called the Blue Man. Now that's not to be confused with the Minch swimmers, by the way, who could control the winds. A local hero managed to secure fair weather from him through a battle of wits. Orkney has the Finn folk, a race of sinister sea sorcerers who could appear human or mer-like, and were said to abduct humans as spouses or servants. The Finn folk's undersea home, Finnfolkaheim, was imagined as a grand city beneath the waves, kind of like an Atlantis sort of thing. These aquatic tales often reveal the real-life interactions and fears of island communities, sudden disappearances, drownings, the mysteries of the ocean depths begged for explanation beyond mere accident. And of course, in a time where a fishing boat might vanish without a trace in a storm never to return, it was perhaps comforting, if sometimes frightening, to attribute it to the Finn folk's doing, or perhaps a mermaid's will, rather than just some random misfortune. I suppose people would often say that their grandfather or their brother, their friend, was taken by some sort of creature or taken by the mermaids, something like that. And here we have a particularly terrifying sea demon of Orcadian tradition. That is the Nuka-Levi. This creature is arguably one of the most nightmarish in all folklore, so buckle up, buckaroo. Descriptions do vary slightly, but the common image is one of a skinless hybrid, half man, half horse. The Nuka-Levi has a man's torso fused to the horse's back, like a twisted centaur, but with no skin, raw muscles and blood-pumping veins exposed. Of course, the awful stench of the thing is hard to ignore too. Its mouth breathes plague and death over crops and livestock. It rises from the sea to terrorize the land, but mercifully it has a bit of an Achilles heel. It hates fresh water. Thus, a running stream can stop its rampage. Some have even speculated that the Nuka-Levi is a memory of a Viking horse-headed deity or a symbol of disease outbreaks. Orkney suffered periodic epidemics, by the way, and blaming a demon was one way to make sense of the misfortune. But whatever its origin, just hearing that description is enough to make one appreciate a warm hearth and a sturdy roof on those stormy nights, that's for sure. It's the kind of tale that truly shows the more horrible side of folklore, away from all the little leprechauns and fairies. It cautions people not just about physical dangers, but also about giving form to the lurking dread of the unknown. Now, in all these water legends, we can see common threads, can't we? There's respect for nature's power, risks of pride or curiosity, and the use of story to enforce those community norms. Everybody needed to fit in. The sea and the loch, they could be dangerous, but also generous. They would either be full of fish, highways, and trade, or they would be stormy waves ready to take you out at any moment. So maritime folklore often carries a moral. Be humble, be prepared, and heed the wisdom of the elders. The sea doesn't forgive carelessness, neither do the kelpies and the blue men that personify its wrath. Moreover, these tales often had an entertainment function on long evenings. Spinning a good little story about a kelpie or a mermaid was a way to pass time and bond in communities, but they also let people articulate the beauty of their environment in a more imaginative way. So, perhaps if you're in Scotland and next time you're standing by the loch at dusk, or you hear that roar of the sea, perhaps, you might just wonder what unseen eyes are watching. Don't get on the back of any strange horses. So we now turn from fairies and monsters to the realm of more human magic and supernatural powers or perils attributed to men and women. You see, in the cultural history of Scotland, belief in witchcraft, magic, and prophecy has all been woven into the folklore. From the feared witch covens of North Berwick to the gifted seers of the Highlands who could glimpse the future, Scots lived for centuries in a world where the line between natural and supernatural was not really defined. Now, the topic of witches and second sight shows another aspect of folklore. It's not all fairy queens and monsters, water horses. Sometimes it's just your neighbor, the midwife who lives down the road, or a local wise man that becomes a subject of whispered tales. And here, academic perspective is also crucial. We've got to see how societal biases and fears shaped the witch legends, and how folk belief in psychic abilities like second sight persisted even as the educated scoffed. So let's start off with witches and cunning folk. Now, when we mention witches in a Scottish context, many might recall Macbeth's sisters stirring their cauldron on a heath, or the fact that King James VI of Scotland, later James I of England, was actually quite obsessed with witch hunting, even authoring a treatise on demonology in 1597. These associations hint at a fever that swept through Scotland and Europe in late medieval and early modern periods, and that being the witch trials. Scotland had one of the highest rates of witch persecution per capita in Europe. Between roughly 1560 and 1720, thousands, mostly women, but also some men, we have to say, were accused of making pacts with the devil to work their malevolent magic. Many were tortured, and less were executed. But this is a grim history. It's entangled with folklore in a complex way. On one hand, the stereotype of the diabolical witch was in part a learned craze fueled by clergy and professional demonologists. But on the other hand, the raw material for witch accusations came from these folk beliefs and village gossip. Beliefs about who might have the evil eye, who could heal or curse, whose butter churning always succeeded, surely with the help of the demonic butter churning dark forces, or whose anger might cause a cow to stop giving milk, or start giving demonic flavored milk. Who knows, I don't know. Well, before the witch hunts, and even during them actually, every Scottish community had people known as cunning folk charmers or wise women. These individuals were versed in the traditional lore of healing, herbal remedies, and protective charms. They were sought out to cure illnesses, bless cattle, sometimes foretell the future or to ward off any perceived mischief from the other worldly beings. Now in Gaelic, they might be called wise woman or midwife, that is, ben gluin, or they might even be called divina, fiosaish. Often, these practitioners used Christian prayers and folk rituals hand in hand, showing how folklore and official religion kind of intermingled sometimes, whether the religion liked it or not. Now, the same village might also harbor whispers of someone who could blink or overlook others with an evil eye, causing harm unintentionally or intentionally. The concept of the evil eye, that envy or ill will could cause real, genuine harm, was, and still is, widespread in many cultures, Scotland included. So people used counter-charms against it. They would wear special stones or using spittle and blessings to cleanse the eye's effect. When things went wrong, and they did go wrong, a brewing spoiled, a child felt ill, cows drying up, people in pre-modern societies looked for causes beyond the immediately visible. If a known quarrel had occurred, they might suspect witchcraft. For example, a classic folktale pattern: a housewife refuses to give a beggar woman some butter or ale, shooing her away. The old woman mutters angrily and leaves. But thereafter, the butter's not churning properly and the ale just tastes off all the time. Well, the desperate housewife finally seeks out the beggar, apologizes or gives what was asked, and the problem miraculously resolves. Or alternatively, they might go and get a charm from a wise person to break the curse. Stories like this illustrate a moral. Be charitable. Don't anger people. And humble yourself a little bit. But they also genuinely reflect that the people believed in curse magic. There's also one famous Scottish anecdote about a witch who could steal her neighbor's milk. She would supposedly shapeshift into a hare and sneak into the cow's byre to suckle the milk. Or she would cast a charm using a length of rope, miming milk while chanting a rhyme to magically draw the milk from the neighbor's cows to her own pail. There are accounts, too, of farmers finding their cows inexplicably dry, or suspecting the old woman down the lane who somehow had plenty of milk. In folklore, sometimes a neighbor would chase and shoot the milk-stealing hare with a silver bullet, or a piece of silver, since magical creatures were thought to be vulnerable to silver. The wounded hare would escape, but later that day the suspected witch would be seen nursing an unexplained injury. Now this kind of tale, present in many local variations, effectively confirmed in the folk mind who was a witch and who wasn't. Well, most of the time it confirmed who was. It was very rare that you would have a confirmation to the opposite of that. But it also conveniently allowed people to vent their social tensions. If one family was thriving and another family was struggling, rather than accept their misfortune and pull themselves up by their bootstraps, as we say in the modern vernacular, one could blame the thriving family of having made a pact with the devil to drain others' prosperity. Now, I'm not saying that our current global elites would be doing that kind of thing, but you really have to wonder. Won't say any more on that, shall we? Of course, Scottish witches in folklore have a rich catalogue of powers and habits ascribed to them. They were said to gather in covens at night, often in lonely places like kirkyards, that is, church graveyards, by the way, or on desolate moors. One infamous historical case, the North Berwick Witches 1590, has entered folklore partly thanks to King James's involvement. According to the sensational reports and confessions extracted under torture, which are not reliable, a group of East Lothian women and some men met with the devil in the old churchyard of North Berwick at night. They supposedly danced, cast a ritual circle, and even conspired to create a storm to sink the ship of King James and his new bride Anne of Denmark as they crossed the North Sea. As for James, he survived, but the tale of witches raising storms took hold. Indeed, it echoes a popular bit of folklore too, witches sailing in sieves and causing tempests, a scene Shakespeare immortalized from Shakespeare. Though his bark cannot be lost, yet it shall be tempest-tossed. One witch says of a sailor in Macbeth, which drew on real accounts James would have known. Witches were also thought to be able to fly. That's right. Superman style, not quite, but often on mundane objects like broomsticks or even on magical horsehide. They could also turn into animals, hares being the favorite shape as noted, but cats, crows, and gulls also appear, and to concoct potions or poisons from foul ingredients. The image of the cauldron-stirring witch with toad, snake, and newt comes straight from the Scottish and English witch lore. However, not all witches in folklore were purely evil or devil worshippers, especially in Highland tradition. You get the sense of a continuum between a cunning person and a witch. A person might be respected for having a second sight or healing gifts, but feared for possibly also having the power to blight or curse. The Gaelic term búdseir, witch, could imply a bad witch, but then you had fjóseir, which might imply a seer who is not really malign. The same person could be revered and reviled depending on the outcome of events, of course, and one example is the legend of the Lady of Lors. This is a 17th century Highland woman known for a number of prophecies. Well, many of which reportedly came true, such as foreseeing the coming of railways, believe it or not. While she wasn't called a witch per se, her gifts made people a little bit weary. Similarly, in the Isle of Skye, there were tales of a family line of doctors, that being the Beatons, who used both herbal knowledge and, reportedly, fairy-taught skills to heal. They were esteemed, yet their abilities could seem quite uncanny. Folklore often sees such figures as having possibly obtained their knowledge from the fairies or by some pact. It's a more nuanced view than the Church's harsh one, I suppose. Folklore might accept a degree of magic, as long as it's used for the community good, that is, healing or protection, whereas maleficium, harmful magic, that was condemned by everyone. And here's a fascinating aspect of Scottish witch folklore, the presence of the magical charm songs and prayers in the Gaelic tradition. Collected works, like the 19th century compilation of Highland prayers and incantations, Carmina Gaelica, we find chants for everything from blessing the cattle to staunching a wound or keeping fairies at bay. These chants often invoke Christian figures like the Trinity or saints, yet their structure and usage feel very much like the ancient spells repurposed. Let's take an example. To protect the cattle from harm by witches or evil spirits, a crofter might sprinkle holy water on them on the festival days of Beltane and Samhain, and chant a charm asking for divine protection against ills. Similarly, a midwife might quietly recite a prayer asking to guard mother and newborn from the evil eye. The existence of these practices shows that folk magic and Christian faith could coexist in daily life, without much contradiction for many people. It was only when accusations of the diabolical intent entered the picture, often due to a social panic or personal vendetta, that the benign, cunning craft became lumped into the category of witchcraft prosecuted by authorities. Well, in contrast to the fearful figure of the witch is the revered figure of the seer in Scottish folklore. Particularly in the Highlands and the Islands, the belief in second sight was widespread and culturally significant. Second sight is basically the alleged ability to see between a range of normal vision, to perceive future events, distant happenings, even supernatural beings. Crucially, those with second sight were not considered witches or sorcerers, but they were thought to be gifted, or perhaps burdened, depending on your point of view, from birth with this extra sense. Many Highland families quietly acknowledged that a certain member had the sight, and while it might creep people out a little bit, it was usually not seen as coming from the devil, but rather a mysterious, natural abnormality, or even a God-given ability. Accounts of second sight go back many centuries too. Martin, a traveller from the Isle of Skye who wrote a well-known account of the Western Isles in 1703, devoted an entire section to describing second sight. He notes, almost matter-of-factly, that many people in the islands have this faculty. According to Martin and others, a typical example would be a man with second sight sitting in his cottage of an evening. He suddenly falls quiet and appears to stare at something others cannot see. He might then announce a vision. Perhaps he sees a funeral procession passing by with a specific person in the coffin. The person might be alive and well now, but sure enough, a week later, that person dies, and a funeral just as described comes to pass. Or it might be a bit different. A seer might see a stranger coming towards the village, describing them in detail, and hours later such a visitor arrives, matching the description exactly. These were spontaneous visions. It was often said that seers had no control over when it would happen or what they saw. Perhaps it was trivial. Perhaps it was momentous. One common second sight vision was the shroud, seeing a sort of spectral death rising up around a living person. If it only covered the legs, death was some time off. If it rose over the head, death was imminent. This particular belief, essentially a death omen visible only to the gifted, shows how closely second sight was associated with foreseeing mortality. In tight-knit communities, the impending death of a neighbor or family member is emotionally huge. Well, even in today's world, I suppose it's still the same. Having even little preparation through someone's vision, it might have seemed a mixed blessing, but still a blessing. It's better to be prepared. Of course, the Bran seer is the most famous prophetic figure of Scottish lore. He lived in the 17th century, associated with Bran in Easter Ross, and his real name was Conech O'Dara. Legends credit him with numerous predictions about the fortunes of clans and even national events. For instance, he supposedly prophesied the downfall of the Seaforth Mackenzie clan, the discovery of the North Sea oil. Some interpret one of his phrases about black rain in the sea as that, and the coming of the railway too, speaking of fire coaches crossing the Highlands. The Bran seer's prophecies were passed orally and written down much later, so it is hard to know about their authenticity, but nonetheless he became a folklore figure of the prophet who was shunned. You see, one story says that he foresaw a dark scandal about the Countess of Seaforth, and when he revealed it, she had him executed. Some versions even say he was burned in a barrel of tar, which is not a good way to go. So here second sight becomes a cautionary tale too. Don't shoot the messenger, or don't burn him in a barrel of tar. Whatever you want to say. Either way, the seer's gift in the story leads to his doom. I suppose it's reminiscent of Cassandra in Greek myth, actually, if you're familiar with the story, but we won't go into that now. Anyway, many of the people reputed to have second sight were normal crofters or fishermen, not famous career prophets. It didn't really work like that. They might not even want the gift. They might actually find it quite burdensome. And interestingly, in some accounts, the gift could run in families or be transferred. One could attain the second sight by ritual. For example, if someone wanted to see what a seer saw, they might put their foot under the seer's foot, and their hand on the seer's hand, while the seer had a vision hoping to catch a glimpse of what it was like. But, generally, Highlanders regarded it as something you were either born with or not. It didn't make you a magician, it just meant you saw what others could not see. Academic scholars who collected these stories often commented how matter-of-fact the anecdotes were. A minister in Argyll in the 1800s might record in his diary that so-and-so saw the corpse candle travelling toward the church last night, a sure token of coming death in the parish. Such an entry suggests that belief in these omens was quite integrated into everyday life, certainly hard to ignore. It wasn't shouted from the rooftops or anything like that, partly because more modern, educated folks might raise their eyebrows and even ridicule it. But quietly, many still believed well into the 19th, and even the 20th century. And I'm sure there's plenty of people out there now who still cling to the old traditions. Nothing wrong with that. Believe what you like. But it has to be mentioned that beyond second sight, prophecy and fortune-telling at large were part of Scottish folklore. From reading tea leaves to interpreting dreams and casting lots, everyday divination was pretty common. And it wasn't considered diabolic. Such small predictions might occur especially around certain times like Halloween, when folk rituals to glimpse the future spouse or fortunes were popular among young people, etc., peeling an apple in one long strip and tossing it over the shoulder to see what initial shape it forms, indicating the future lover's name. Things like that. This is light-hearted folklore, compared to the heavy stuff of curses or death omens. But as all on a spectrum, there's still that desire to peek behind the veil of the unknown, whether through an accepted parlor trick or a revered seer's vision. Get there whichever way you can. Ghost stories also form into this realm of supernatural, though they are vast enough to be a study of their own. Suffice to say, Scotland has an abundance of ghost lore. Every old castle has a, quote, green lady or spectral piper. Each clan has its phantom harbinger, the ghostly drummer of Cortachi, that is a castle up in the north, who is heard of before a chief's death, or the grey man of Ben Macjay, said to haunt the highest peak in the Cairngorms, instilling terror in the climbers. And these stories sometimes intersect with folklore we've already covered. For example, a ghost might be explained as someone's stolen by fairies, or a witch might return as a ghostly fireball or something. The lines are pretty blurry. But what ties witches, curses, second sight together is how they illustrate how Scots historically perceived cause and effect beyond the immediate physical realm. Misfortune could have a hidden agent, and the future cast shadows that some special individuals could discern. While we might analyze these beliefs as a response to uncertainty and stress in a pre-scientific society, you have to also acknowledge the richness and earnestness of the experiences people felt they had. Many a time, those accused witches likely were innocent scapegoats for larger ills, a tragic consequence of folklore twisted up by fear. And on the other hand, the tradition of second sight and cunning folk often provided comfort and practical help. Thus, the folklore of magic in Scotland is a bit of a double-edged sword. They could heal or harm, bind communities, or perhaps rend them. In a grand cultural overview, it shows a people grappling with forces they could not control, disease, death, weather, luck, and using their imagination and storytelling to negotiate with that, be it through cautionary tales of witches or perhaps hopeful prophecies of seers. It's all up to the individual. Of course, if you've got monsters, fairies, witches, seers, you better have some heroes too, right? Folklore's not just about the supernatural. It's got historical figures wrapped in myth, origin stories a culture tells us about itself. Scotland, with its long and very turbulent history, is fertile ground for such things. So let's discuss them now, because they provide models of virtue or warnings of hubris in many such cases, becoming rallying points for national or local pride. Well, of course, Scotland shares in that broader corpus of the Celtic heroic lore. One cycle of stories that had great currency in Gaelic-speaking Scotland was the Finian cycle, the tales of Finn MacCool, commonly spoken about in Irish circles as well, and his band of warriors, the Fianna. While often associated with Irish mythology, the Fenian legends were beloved by Highland bards, and the stories date back to at least the early medieval period, portraying a sort of roving warrior society that hunted, fought monsters, and upheld a code of honor. The Scottish Highlands had their own versions of Fenian ballads passed down orally. In these, Finn, sometimes even called Fingal, thanks to James Macpherson's versions, is a peerless hunter-warrior. He is the son of Oisin, a great poet, and his right-hand man, Diarmaid, is a tragic, handsome hero. One popular Highland folktale tells of Conall Crabweide, a member of the Fianna, who must rescue his foster brothers from a giant. It's an almost fairy tale-like adventure, with magic weapons and giants' helpers. It shows the mix of heroic and folkloric motives. These Gaelic hero tales served as both entertainment and as a link to an idealized ancestral past. The Fianna were seen as kind of archetypal forebears, representing bravery, generosity, and ultimately a tragic romance. But Scotland also has its own claims on the Arthurian legend. Though King Arthur is usually placed in Wales or Cornwall in the popular imagination, medieval Scottish chroniclers and folklore enthusiasts have not been shy about inserting Arthur into Scottish geography. For example, some say that Arthur's final battle, Camlan, took place in the Scottish borders. There is a site called Arthur's Seat, a prominent hill in Edinburgh. A few place names and local legends in Scotland reference Arthur or his knights, though these might have been later imports rather than their organic folklore. Still, more indigenous to Scotland is the figure of Merlin. Not everyone knows that Merlin, the wizard of Arthurian lore, has a Scottish connection. One tradition, stemming from medieval sources like Geoffrey of Monmouth, describes a mad Merlin of Leiloken, who went insane after a battle and roamed the forest of Caledonia in the border region, having prophetic fits. In Scottish folklore, this wild prophet, sometimes named Leiloken or Merlin Wheelit, is said to have dwelt in the woods near Drumelsia, and to have encounters with St. Kentigern. He delivered prophecies in a frenzied state and lived like a beast, kind of like Diogenes kind of thing. And so here we see a fascinating blend, possibly a historical war figure turned legend overlapping with Arthurian myth, and localized in Scotland as a sort of hermit seer. The tale served perhaps as a mythic explanation for the existence of wild hermits, or just as a captivating story of a man cursed by knowledge. But there are also local heroes whose stories verge on myth. Somerset folklore has Jack of Kent or Hereward. English have Robin Hood. And likewise Scots have their heroic outlaws and rogues like Rob Roy MacGregor, whose real 18th century exploits were quickly romanticized into folklore and song. Well, Rob Roy, a Highland clan leader and outlaw, became the stuff of legend way before Walter Scott wrote a novel about him. Folk stories depict him as cunning and chivalrous, evading the redcoats and tricking creditors, much in vein of a Scottish Robin Hood, I suppose, but in reality he wasn't exactly that. Well, through folklore, Rob Roy's real story, involved in the cattle trade and clan feuds, got simplified into a symbol of Highland resistance and resourcefulness. It shows how historical memory and folklore fuse sometimes. Once again, that blurry line. Real people get legendary embellishments that align them with the cultural values, honor, defiance, whatever the flavor of the time is, and I suppose whatever people want to cling on to. Medieval Scots also told origin legends to bolster their national identity. There is one famous legend that claims that the Scots and Irish descended from an Egyptian princess, Scota, and a Greek prince, Gathelus, who traveled from Egypt. Some versions say Scota was a daughter of Pharaoh of the Exodus, to Iberia, and then to Ireland and Scotland. This tale appears in sources like the 14th century Chronicle of John Forden, and later the Scotochronicon of Walter Boer. It's basically a bit of creative pseudo-history, aiming to connect Scots to the ancient world and the Bible. Now, while it's not folklore in the critical sense of oral peasantry tales, it did become a part of the cultural folklore in that educated Scots referred to it to assert antiquity of their kingdom. Similarly, the Stone of Destiny, or the Stone of Scone, in which Scottish kings were crowned upon, had a legend that it was the very stone Jacob used as a pillow in the Bible, later carried by Scota's people to Scotland. Another category of founder legends revolve around saints. Saint Columba, for example, after his run-in with the Loch Ness beast, features in many other Highland anecdotes, driving away a demon boar on Skye, or leaving the marks of his fingers on the rock he clung to in a storm. Well, on a more regional scale, each clan and district in Scotland built up its own legends. These could be about clan origins, supernatural allies, or historical battles. For instance, Clan MacLeod of Skye has the treasured heirloom of the fairy flag of Dunvegan. According to legend, this golden yellow banner was gifted to the clan by the Queen of the Fairies, and is said to hold miraculous power. When unfurled in battle, it would ensure victory, but it could only be used 3 times. It was indeed used per tradition twice in clan history, in battles or crises, and a third use remains, theoretically to be saved for the gravest hour of need. The fairy flag is a rather real artifact, actually, a silk banner fragment likely brought from the Crusades or the Middle East, which of course invites its own actual historical speculation, but the clan's folklore around it gave it a mystical significance. It bound the community with a sense of divine or otherworldly favor. Another charming clan legend now. The MacDougals of Donnelly claim descent from the Selkie. The story goes that the chieftain's ancestor took a Selkie bride, much like the tale we described earlier, and their progeny carried a webbed finger, a trait supposedly present in the family line. Such a claim could either be tongue-in-cheek or genuinely believed, but either way, it set the MacDougals apart with a romantic, otherworldly ancestor. Well, of course, Scotland's greatest national heroes have gathered folklore around them. William Wallace, you know, Braveheart, the 13th century knight who fought the English. He's revered historically, but also romanticized in folklore. Stories exaggerate his strength and cleverness. One says that as a child, he caught a game bird by imitating a bird call, outsmarting a feudal lord. Another tells him picking up a sword too heavy for ordinary men. And there's even a legend that after death, Wallace's ghost led a Scottish army at the Battle of Bannockburn in 1314, which was actually led by Robert the Bruce, indicating that level of mythic status that he had now achieved. Oh, and speaking of Robert the Bruce, his real life reads like an actual legend. The spider in the cave inspiring him to try again after failures is a tale known to every Scot. Though his first written records are centuries later and echoes older folklore motives about perseverance, things like this. But the spider story, whether true or not, has the clear moral: if you don't succeed, try again. Elegantly wrapped in nationalistic pride that even nature supported Scotland's rightful king. Bruce's victory at Bannockburn, where he freed Scotland from a larger English force in 1314, itself spawned quite a lot of lore, like the appearance of the mysterious Highlander with the second sight, who on the eve of battle cast his staff into the air and declared whichever way it fell would be the victory direction, where it would go, rather. Of course, it fell pointing to the Scottish camp. Very lucky. But one cannot forget Bonnie Prince Charlie in the Jacobite era of the 18th century. Though that kind of drifts into modern history, it quickly developed romantic folklore, especially after the tragic failure of the 1745 uprising. Songs, legend of the prince's charisma, miraculous escapes, and ghosts of the slaughtered Highlanders at Culloden all became a part of a wistful folklore of a lost cause. For Highland communities crushed by the aftermath, these were both cherished memories and cautionary tales. The upshot of heroic and historical folklore is that it gave Scots a pantheon, role models, and a shared narrative. They gave a sense of continuity, linking that present generation to the mighty deeds of the past. It didn't really matter if it was real or imagined. What mattered was the feeling. Now, in oral culture, telling the story of Bruce and the spider, or Finn fighting the dragon, was not really just reciting history only. It was more just affirming, this is who we are as Scots, and these are the kind of things that we value. And often the stories evolve subtly, with each telling to remain relevant. For instance, after the union with England, the tales of Scottish heroes took on an even more patriotic colour, cherished as something to distinguish the Scottish spirit. And that's where we're going to leave it today. I think we've discussed quite a lot. We've been going for a while, haven't we? And if you are still here, leave me your thoughts in the comments. Obviously, if you're still here, you've enjoyed it, and, well, that means I've done my job well. So, I'm going to thank the top-tier patrons and supporters. Because of them, we all got to enjoy this long video, an hour and a half plus, completely uninterrupted, like every other video on the channel. And damn proud of it. So, we have Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Carrie, Charlene, Linda Reese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfenir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuronerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Talbury, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Gugu Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Neftis, Alexander, Gokhan, Dorsey, Vanita, Claire, Courtesy, Carol, Robert, Mary, Bridget, Nefertari, Yvette, Miss Mochi, 11, Allison, Free American. I always love saying that name. Jennifer, Brittany, David, and Cody. All right, well, thank you so much to all of you. Didn't we have a good time? All right, that's it from me. Tell your friends. Now, I have to tell you, I currently have a pizza on the way. It is currently being sent to my very door, and I am going to eat the entire thing. I've got no one else to tell, so I'll just tell you. Well, I hope you enjoyed the video anyway. Good night, everyone. Lots of love to you all, and I wish you endless pizza. Farewell for now.